Acionar transição configurar projetor em tela cheia, prévia, janela.
Play button. Pause button.
Beleza, galera? Mais um vídeo aqui no canal, hoje trazendo a liga
Button. Like this video along
do
with
Call of
one
Duty,
video
a Liga Major. Estamos no segundo dia da liga. E hoje é o dia mais longo da liga, né? Porque é o penúltimo dia de qualificação. Hoje, dia 21 de maio. Então amanhã é o último dia de qualificação amanhã. E mais o campeonato, se preparem, porque o campeonato vai ser bem longo. Teremos horário especial para o campeonato. Fique ligado aqui no canal. Então, vamos falar direto nos times que vão se enfrentar hoje para seguir a briga para classificação. Tá bem? Vamos lá. Los Angeles vai enfrentar logo de cara as Carolinas. Carolinas não são tão fortes que, digamos, comparado com Los Angeles. As Carolinas pode mais perder do que ganhar. O Quase Vegas e Texas estão em pau de igualdade, porque são muito parecidos na fase de jogadas e tudo, são muito parecidos, mas eu acho que vai ganhar, nesse caso, Vegas, se for inteligente os jogadores, né, na hora de fazer as jogadas. Se bobear um pouquinho, Texas vira, mas eu vou na minha votação por Vegas, porque eu gostaria de conhecer mais Vegas. Então minha aposta vai para Vegas. Então, eu vou falar agora um pouco agora sobre Boston e Minnesota. Boston, eu não dou fé a Boston. Por quê? Porque Boston, comparado com Texas e com Minnesota, é muito mais forte. Minnesota é muito mais forte que Boston, melhor dizendo, ao contrário. Minnesota é muito mais forte porque ficou em segundo da Major League One. Então, a vantagem vai para Minnesota nesta classificação. E aqui, Nova York contra os Falcões. Eu vou nos Falcões, porque os Falcões são mais fortes que as Carolinas. Então, esses são o meu veredito sobre as partidas de hoje. Lembrando, semana que vem é depois da música da Nath, tá vendo? Daqui a 2 dias. Que é a música do meu amor. Que chama isso foi em branco. Já digo já. Não é o dela já digo, em branco porque eu tô sendo levantado, né? Então, o Summer Game Fest em junho. Temos o Summer Game Fest, temos muitos outros mais eventos, incluindo alguns eventos da Evo, não todos, porque não vai dar para ter todos, porque senão vai cobrir muito espaço nos nossos torneios. E também alguns eventos da Capcom e outros mais por aí. La Essência está presente, a música do meu amor, Manetora Gavilotti. daqui a 2 dias. Agora sim. Então, é a última do álbum dela de bachata. E lembrando, logo em sequência, iremos nos preparar para a merengada, para os merengues, e um rock especial em junho, um primeiro merengue em junho, dia 1º, e outro que é um especial de rock em junho, no final, 23. E no dia 31 teremos um especial ao meio-dia. Eu não vou mudar o horário como faço nos outros vídeos, não vou mudar porque vai ser um especial. Então ao meio-dia teremos o especial de todo o álbum inteiro, um compilado do álbum inteiro. Vai ser todos os vídeos da Nath saíram no canal num único vídeo. Ok? Dia 31 ao meio-dia. Logo às 4, não sei se teremos um especial do Latam, mas teremos algum vídeo nesse horário. Às 7 da noite, continuaremos com essa saga do Taxi Live Simulator. Então, um dos dois vídeos vai cair às 4 da tarde ou às 7 da noite. Taxi Live cairá às 7 da noite ou às 4 da tarde, dependendo se tiver o vídeo especial às 4. Se não tiver vídeo especial às 4, eu boto Taxi Live às 4 para poder deixar vocês com 2 vídeos. E ver se boto um torneio do COD às 7. Vamos ver se eu vou ter um torneio do COD. Se não, vou ver o que eu faço. Então agora não tenho nada confirmado do torneio novo do COD. Já tem. O torneio, só que vou botar o Mortal Kombat, então. Mortal Kombat às 7. Então botou o Mortal Kombat, galera, às 7. O Mortal Kombat é curto, então vou botar o Mortal Kombat às 7, porque são 4 horas, então vou botar o Mortal Kombat às 7. Se não tiver nada, eu faço. Então é o seguinte, então. Dia 31, minha mãe vai na Telega Velote. Taxi Live Simulator e o Mortal Kombat para fechar o dia 31. E o evento da Sony, bota o evento da Sony às 4 e Taxi Live às 7, tá bom? Alguma coisa assim vou fazer. Daí já somos que eu já falei. O que mais tenho aqui para vocês? Tenho julho. Vou montar uma freia, vou montar o Mortal Kombat e o Call of Duty em junho. De torneios e eventos não teremos quase nada. Então vai estar mais fácil para mim. Em julho já foi dado o recado de julho. Junho é o mês, maio e junho foi o mês mais complicado. Então julho já foi dado o recado que não teremos, nós só teremos isso aqui. Finalizar rapidinho aqui os eventos. Maio, junho e agora julho já foi. Então agora vamos para agosto. agosto temos a Gamescom, entre o dia 17 e 23, por aí mais ou menos. Não vou gravar a data aqui agora, não. Está sendo levantado. Logo depois, em sequência, na mesma semana seguinte, depois da Gamescom, vem a PAX West. Depois da PAX West, teremos a Tokyo Game Show. Só que a Tokyo Game Show vai acontecer dias depois da PAX West. 22 de setembro. Um dia depois. Umas 3 semanas depois da PAX West. Se a PAX West for 23 a 28, são 3 semanas. Tá? Então, a Tokyo Game Show irá dia 22 ao dia 28 de setembro. Quer só 28, perdão, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27. 27 porque eu falei 28, mas são 5 dias. Não toca Game Show. Então são 27. Então, e depois temos uma pausa. Mas temos evento da Microsoft, da PlayStation, por aí vai. E depois temos dia 20 de novembro, nominações para o The Game Awards, Joystick Games Awards. Se não me engano, o BAFTA Game Awards também tem nessa data também. E a PC Game Awards é entre os dias 3 e 7 de dezembro. E também temos, para finalizar com chave de ouro, o The Game Awards. E minha viagem para a Argentina, a meu amor, está em veremos. Sabe quando vai ser? Meu irmão falou que vai me levar entre setembro e dezembro. Vamos ver. Vou em setembro. Vou ter que adiantar o máximo que eu puder de eventos. Porque a série já está toda adiantada. Por que eu quero fazer isso? Quero adiantar o máximo que eu puder. As séries curtas, que são de 1 hora, eu vou fazer às 4 da tarde. Botar às 4. E as que são longas, ao meio-dia e às 7. Como... Estou gravando. Que é o Chris and Desert, que eu falei que já temos mais de quase de 170 horas.
There's another cap. Oh, he's repicking them too. This is gorgeous. And they still cap. Oh my god. Holy 14. Oh! MC. Get another one, MC. Let's get it, go. This was annihilation. Compared to 2 and 5 for Falcons. Yeah, they're gonna get the last one. Bang. Well, I mean, that was about as dominant a side as you could have. Holy
Então, vamos ver o que temos nesse segundo dia. E talvez eu grave até um dos dois dias, o dia restante. Vamos terminar meio-dia. E já chegou o meu gatinho lindo, maravilhoso do meu lado aqui, né, meu time lindo?
Welcome in after a marathon Major 2 qualifier where every team played every team. We're here at Major 3 already. And I'm sorry, Atlanta just around the corner. Other coast and Rosalie, we have 2 matches left. 2 match days. A lot of these teams, 1 match left, a lot on the line here.
Yeah, but there are a few teams that could end perfect, Optic Texas being one of them. But yeah, a lot of our bubbles should move a little bit today, depending who's able to take that win.
Nameless, there are 3 teams sitting at 3-1 that we should keep eyes on. Let's go ahead and take a look at these standings. Who do you expect to move up and down on our leaderboard? Optic sitting at 4-0. Thieves could tie that with a match win tonight.
Yeah, I think Optic cement themselves as number 1 today in that matchup versus FaZe. Optic have looked
Miami tá me preocupando, tá em 10º lugar.
Thieves should be able to hold on there as well with the match win today over Carolina. Should be
Porque se Miami não subir,
Thieves, of course, are minor champions, looking perfect in our qualifier.
não vai se classificar, né, meu
I
amor?
want to start here with the big
Né,
matchup.
lindinho,
This is Optic versus FaZe, E Clásico, a matchup that we've seen.
Pra poder ver
What is
o
the
torneio contra os
overall record
globais.
if you're looking at recent battles?
If you're at the overall record, it's Optic leading by quite a bit.
Yeah,
But in the last
começar,
6
meu amor.
matches, it has been closer, especially going back to Major 2 specifically, and we got traded to this incredible grand final. I think what's hilarious about it, once we look at it, is it's like one of these teams just smacks the other. It's not really close. They don't go to game 5s, they don't go to game 7s.
Como
It's just
falaram
one of them
ontem,
spawns in and absolutely
temos
flies.
jogos globais contra várias equipes de CrossFit globais que são excelentes nesse novo torneio que começa no dia 25.
Yeah, they've just been playing better Call of Duty as of late, but in that major phase, incredible.
Né, Bici? Você sabe de tudo mais que eu, né, Bici?
It feels great, man. We put a lot of hard work, and even after we got 3-0'd, I knew we were going to come back, or 3-1. I knew we were going to come back and win this tournament. I run that org. Don't forget it. You guys have one good year, and I'm feeling great, man. We put a lot of hard work into this. I feel like the coaches stepped up big time. We've all put in a lot of hard work for our personal lives and in game, and I couldn't be more happy to win with these 2.
We're all about recency bias here on the CDL, and if you're looking at the most recent battles, it is 2
Los Angeles, falaram que vai ser 3-0, 3-1. Depois vai ser 3-0. O segundo
Who's your
jogo.
favorite looking across these numbers? You mentioned it. It's been one-sided affairs.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the situation we're in, I think Ant touched on it pretty great in the
Ah,
fact that
FedEx.
Optic has more in the map pool now. You know, they're deep in their
E
back in this
também.
new meta, so we
Los
should be
Angeles
treated to a battle.
vai ser iguais, né, meu amor?
This is a battle
Vai
for
ser
the
igual Los
number
Angeles,
1
Texas.
seed going into those groups,
3-1,
potentially Optic wanting to lock it up with a win tonight. You're going to be looking at just a second-year player to keep up with the likes of the GOAT in Simp.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need Mercules to pop off. I mean, no, this whole team's been playing well. Hook, unbelievable in the last series they had against the Gentlemen. So, yeah, this matchup, I expect it to be a good one, back and forth, but I believe Optic will take it.
Simp and Mercules leading the MVP race for a lot of folks out there, but if you're looking at rookies of the year,
Mercules,
well, here's my potential.
o
top
garotinho
5
loiro
as of
lá,
right now. I had Lurks
liderando.
number 1 spot alongside Kips, Trakes,
É o mais
Neil,
jovem
and
da liga, eu acho,
Now, Mama has been
pelo...
on and off my top 5 list. He's been hot recently. Neum, though, feels like consistent, but the hottest hand may belong to the guy in Miami. If you're looking for consistency and flash since the start of the season, though, let's talk a little bit about Carolina's Lurks and, of course, Trakes. So, Ant, where do you want to start? Should we go with Trakes here for Miami?
Yeah, I think Trakes is the front runner right now for Rookie of the Year. I do think the race is super close, and really any of those guys...
Deu terceiro, galera, no meu canal uns dias atrás, falei sobre os jogos multiplayer e outras coisas mais.
Was pushing the edge of being a superstar player, definitely a star player last year, and you have to come in, find these kills, and work with a team who, you talk about 2 ARs that weren't exactly easy to play with, majority of the time early in this season. So yes, I think Trakes right now leading that way in terms of Rookie of the Year race, but definitely these other guys can catch up.
I absolutely love that perspective. When it comes to Trakes, I think there's absolutely can be two truths at once, too, on the flip side of like Lurks in the situation that he's in, right? When I look at Lurks and the numbers that he's able to put up and just the kind of POV that he has, I look at his supporting cast, you know, and some of the other rookies that are leading, you think Kips, you think Trakes, you think Liam, their supporting cast, I mean, you're talking about superstars, guys that you know, are able to put up, but they're going to be consistent, right? Where I look at Lurks, he's been put in a comfortable situation, and usually when we find rookies put in this spot, they either shine or they fall. They get sent back down to challengers to get through the gauntlet again. And Lurks, I feel like, has really risen to the occasion. This is a guy multiple teams are going to be looking to sign when we look into the future and into next year. So if we isolate him by himself as a singular player and not taking in, you know, accolades and stuff into the conversation, I think Lurks is the best player on that list.
He's got the best KD if you're looking at just numbers, and if you're looking at S&D, though, he's got some room to develop.
Yes, for sure. His search has not been great. In particular, team 0-7 in S&D, right? So
Contra
he's got some
Paris,
work there.
gentlemen.
But we're talking just mechanics and, like, watching them in game. Lurks.
Da hora, Texas versus Paris.
Who do you got for Rookie of the Year? Let us know in the chat right now as we show you the schedule. Lurks gets to showcase his skills against Abizi and crew from LA Thieves to open up the day. We've got FaZe taking on Optic in your big matchup at 4:30, followed by Breach vs G2, and of course Riyadh.
Os horários deles são de Los Angeles, esses horários, né,
Top
menino?
3, a big one against
Esse
Cloud9
amanhã
if they
eu
can finish
vou mostrar ali.
perfect. We'll be right back.
Já vem, galera, vou fazer café. Já vem aí.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATL. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
The Heretics ready to dive in.
Fights two.
Four and Snoopy. Come on, wipes them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. Insights. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
What can you do? What can you do? You can't do anything! Come on, man! It's f***ing land now, baby! Where's the bedroom? Where's the bedroom? Scrap wondering where the restroom was?
Bedroom.
Oh, bedroom. Got it. Yeah, Scrap taking care of business on land. Carolina, though, causing problems at the start of the season. If you're looking at their history, it's 2-1 overall. The Thieves definitely in a better position right now. Allie, they've been leveling up. Meanwhile, Carolina started off hot once they had to exceed where they at.
The balance is definitely tipped in LA's favor when it comes to this split. I mean, specifically, you're just thinking about Search and Destroy, where LA Thieves has now started to far and exceed the rest of the league. We're on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. They're on like an 8 S&D loss spree. And touched on it earlier. S&D has not been great for this team.
Let's start with the LA Thieves because they are your minor champs. They are 3-0. If they lose today, you're just there alongside Koi, FaZe, and Gentlemates at 3-1 potentially. So. Yeah. Big matchup for the Thieves. Expected to take care of business?
100%. This is one of those matchups where you want to show your gap from the middle of the pack, right? And this LA Thieves team, they have worked so hard. I mean, you're talking coming into this meta, you know, since Major 2, they haven't lost. They won the minor. They're, what, 7-1 in hardpoint, or 9-1 in hardpoint, 7-1 in S&D. And when you look at, like, the advanced stuff in S&D, it's almost a 1.5 team KD. They have 92% first blood conversion. Like, everything is operating on the highest level imaginable for these guys.
But I'm watching the highlights, and they're beating up on Vancouver and Cloud9.
Well, they won the minor. I mean, they beat Optic, right? This is just one of those matches where you look back at it, and you look back at the overload. Now, that's where I was getting to. That's the one place where you probably want a little bit of improvement if you're LA Thieves, but that's okay. It's one map out of the 5 where they previously were fantastic at it. They had to put all their work into their search and destroy, and it has paid dividends.
And of course, on the other side, we do have the Royal Ravens, who are very much in the mix. And 10 points wouldn't just mean a lot towards their Major 3 standings, but also towards qualifying at Champs. They are outside the top 8 right now. Exceed, Lurks, Craze, and of course, Fire was brought up from Challengers this season, Allie.
Yeah, for the story of Carolina Royal Ravens, it's difficult because we've seen them have their moments, and by moments, they have been very far few and in between, and that's what's so painful about it, is it's a roller coaster being Carolina Royal Ravens fan, and the biggest point of this is their search and destroy is just awful. It has to be their biggest focus throughout the entirety of the split, and now we've made it. Major 3 is next week, and they have shown 0 strides in the game mode, so that is their biggest weak point right now. Going up against any of the teams in the top 6 is just not going to equate to any wins.
You know, didn't they go to round 11 against FaZe, though, in a game 5? Isn't that improvement, or is FaZe just falling apart? How do you see that, Matt?
No, there's been key areas of improvement for Ravens, so let's talk about it. So, like, sometimes teams get in this situation where, like, they're trying to fix everything at once. You make the roster change. Like, okay, our goal is to become a more consistent team overall. It's worked in hardpoint. Their hardpoint has been very good. Winning Colossus now, I think they won 2 of them versus FaZe, but some things fall off when you change players, and Search and Destroy being one of them. So, like, with this Carolina team, if you're a Carolina fan, I would just remain patient. Like, maybe towards stage 4, maybe at the major they figure out their S&D, but, like, the other signs in the respawns have been good for Carolina.
If they would have finished the match win against FaZe, I feel like it's a total different narrative in the community's mindset right now. Or they're just like G2. We don't know what to expect on match day. Carolina, always a wild card. Can they cause problems across this best of 5 for the LA Thieves, who have been perfect since Major 2? Gridlock, Raid, Exposure are our first 3. Allie, we've got some familiar faces in our starting maps.
Honestly, for Carolina Ravens, I don't hate this at all. You get Colossus Hardpoint in that map number 4. We've shown they have some comfortability on it. They're starting to win it in series now. The problem is the Raid and Fringe Search and Destroy for me is LA Thieves have gotten better at Search and Destroy, specifically getting better at the new maps added to the map pool and Search and Destroy. So already I'm thinking LA Thieves there, and the Gridlock Hardpoint has been great for the map.
Yeah, if we can pull the maps and modes back up, I'd like to talk about it for a second as well. I think LA Thieves are trying some things here. The Raid S&D, 1 and 3 on it on the season, so trying to figure that out. And then the Gridlock and Colossus have been like Carolina's 2 best maps so far this split. So LA Thieves definitely trying their map pool here and trying to expand and just square with Carolina.
That is a look at your maps and modes. Before we get to our Scuff Pick'ems, I was actually asking our audio engineer, it's Nick Fretien's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Nick. And I wanted to know, who is his favorite team to listen in with? Because the audio guy has the best seat in the house. He gets to crank up the headphones. I feel like FaZe was not his favorite last year. I remember a comment of that. You got half the team over there, at least a Beezy's motor mouth. Let's take a look here at the matchup. You said the first 3 maps aren't terrible. Colossus is definitely good for Carolina.
Yeah, now.
So is this a clean 3-0, 3-1, 3-2? How do you see it playing out?
I mean, it's just like LA Thieves are the better team, but I do think Carolina can push this a little bit with how they've been playing. So I think I'll go with a 3-1 LA Thieves. Some close maps, though.
I'd have to completely agree. I'll go 3-1 with LA Thieves.
LA Thieves, LA Thieves. I, too, will ride with the LA Thieves, and the fan will. They will as well. Okay. On the mic for this one, soon to be a 2-time champ, Mr. Miles, the Ross Boss, and Chance.
Thank you very much, Desk. Look, Chance, Ravens, it's not been great. It's not been terrible, but it ain't Thieves good. This seems like quite an open and shut case today. Is that so, Judge Ashworth?
We get to find out. I can sit on this fence because we just get to enjoy the spectacle of the Call of Duty gameplay, but an interesting series given the maps that we have, and I think the desk set it up pretty well of like, if Carolina bring the goods, if you can see some improvements on S&D, or not even necessarily S&D, but maybe the maps we specifically have in this series, then there's going to be the potential in terms of confidence being king, though, in Call of Duty. We heard the chirps. We know what Scrap, what energy he's going to be bringing. Always electric from this squad, and as long as Neum shows up today and is ready to perform, they'll be good to go.
Yeah, these are the King Chirpers. We have got, I think it's 7 hours. If you put all of the chirp clips back to back, we can run quite a chirp compilation. Mostly from Scrap, a little bit of Abe. He likes to hit it hard, as you know. And of course, Hydra does get involved every now and then. And Neum, no doubt, he's got some bars. No doubt he's got some good lines. But we'll find out, folks, in a listening, which we'll be getting later. Happy birthday, Nick. Didn't know about that. Ravens, the other side, we need to give them a good reason to get involved. We need to get a good reason for these boys to get chirping. That's all we're asking for. Exceed Fire Craze lurks. We're talking about rookies of the year. We're talking about big changes. Talking about squads who have struggled massively throughout the year, ups and downs. Sitting at 9th overall for the Ravens. The most dangerous place to be right now in the league is around that bubble mark. Going into the major as well, Chance, you don't want to get like a round one red hot challengers team in the Pro-Am, where in that first year pool play matches, you don't want that. You don't want that embarrassment that early on in a tough tournament. So Ravens, this is such important practice going into the major.
And you know, that 1-3 record we just saw as well. Beat LAT, you bump up to 2-3, jump up in the standings quite a bit, play a different seed as well, and you get to go into the major with a ton of confidence. That, of course, is the exact same thing LAT want to strip away, because I think one of the more impressive stats we've had throughout this qualifying stage is that 16-2 record in both Hardpoint and S&D combined for LAT. I mean, these guys have been absolutely on fire. Killing some narratives too. It's like you go to the grand finals. We're watching the Miami Heretics team.
Eu vou ter que tô só preparando um café lá. Mas lembrando, esse aqui é apenas a primeira partida. Estamos aqui, ó, 6 horas de transmissão hoje, hein?
Sort of the question for the series of LAT able to crush them.
Well, there's your maps. Let the crushing begin. Or will the Ravens prove to be uncrushable? It's the search and destroy. I want to see some success there, but against the squad at Thieves, no. More on that later. Now, Gridlock. Here we go. In the red corner, the LA Thieves. Not the first to time, but will they be the first on the kills? The early contest, as you will see many of, and good lordy, it is a perfect wipe from the Ravens.
Evisceration. Every single player getting a single kill on that push, and they are already so distant, expecting the wraparound. So you got one Fire watching the pinch, Craze watching the front, and they were ready for the full wrap as well. Lurks gets to shoot a couple players.
Caramba, já Los Angeles começou perdendo já, hein?
Break and success so far on P1. Now they're trying to hold the line.
Great P1. Great P1. This is the second wave so far. No good. Craze, what a start. 4-1, 2 spree. Looking for that next hard point as well. With 10 seconds out, the Thieves are already spawning close by. And this is a delightful start from the Ravens. How long can they keep this one going?
Well, as Craze dies, there's no trades rolling through. This is a map that is very punishing for any and all mistakes, but spawned very close to the time, so all 4 players here. Fire gets the first blood on the engagement. You're at least doing the damage to kick off a sequence of trades. Last man standing for Carolina is Fire. He's looking for the Hellstorm, so maybe waiting for his teammates.
Oh, I love this hit, though. Go on, get that last kill. Does get it, too. Fire. Fortune favors the brave, and my word, he had the stones on him there. Shots lurks onto the second. Now you push the Thieves right back. They have come out a little flat here on Gridlock. Nice work once again out of the Ravens. All 4 of them here on time. They are pushing the Thieves right back.
And again, talking about Gridlock being a punishing map, forces the teamwork. You just get 4 men wiped on P1, and this is actually how bad it can get. So Ravens right now in final form flying. Miles even setting up the pinch for the rotation.
Oh, setting up the pinch for the rotation. And let's go for a word in with the captains. This is listening with the Royal Ravens.
I'm going around. They're done. I think we should go around. They're going to be pushing out court hard. I'm gonna play for.
I can shoot for you guys, honestly.
Yeah, you shoot.
Oh, he's ice cream behind you. I'll call it out spawn. He's an ice cream on you, Scrap.
Low underpass. Scrap, blue truck. He saw me cross. He knows I'm here.
I'm calling it out.
I'm going to mid with you. Scrap parts small. Scrap.
I'm with you, small.
Who is there?
I got time. Yo, one is push out our side holes. Two, push out our side hole. Only one guy on you. Whoever's push out
Marco small. Small the time.
I got one.
Small the time.
One is close hole.
Let's go home.
He's close. He's close on the side. I promise you.
I'm rapping too.
Sunny cross. He's still in the closet. Closet weak. Closet weak.
Heading time.
Closet weaker, bro.
Middle. T1, yeah. Yeah, we're coming together.
I'm gonna go right. He's gonna cut us off front.
Yeah, he's gonna be there.
I'm gonna watch swings.
More than mid, so can you help me mid?
Yeah. I'm trying. I can't slide. He's top.
Top on me, guys.
Blue truck. Just go station. Ice cream and blue truck. Ice cream, blue truck, new, missing one.
He's in ice cream,
Yeah.
I was holding him.
One left. He's Charles. Weak J. He backed up pillar.
He's in mid.
I said in front of me, heard you. I'm trying ice cream.
I spawned on track. Back
Square done. No, back square.
Time that. 4. We're blocking the back. One of you guys bump me down front or no?
Oh fuck.
I spawned blue, bro.
Hey, what's front? I'm dead. Scrap.
I'm front.
Look at your top.
I spawned back. One can be pinching.
I'm on front right now.
Top weak, guys. Top weak.
Front.
Milk truck. Make sure you're blocking back. Last guy milk. I'm back up for it. I'm getting on new, guys. Okay? Make sure you're blocking back.
Go, there's two front.
Yeah, I still bottom. I'm just running it.
I'm dead. I'm one shot.
I have new.
Nice listening from the Ravens there. Now for something completely different, the LA teams.
Top broken. Lurk is in, top broken.
Yo, back square. Alright, back square, top broken.
I spawned front now.
Trio around hold.
I spawned front. I'll see anything white.
I'm shooting small. Hold on. Nice, one on new.
One's gonna be on new. Behind me, bridge. I got me on new. Last guy's stone.
I'm blocking your bank side.
You went hole, I think.
I'm blocking bank side.
Go hole. Yeah, we're blocking bank side. I'm trying to get the deep left bench.
Top bridge.
Top bridge now.
Top bridge. Low bridge. Low bridge.
I'll see my ice cream bench.
Alright, low bridge.
One bench.
Nice, guys. Low bridge and hole. Low bridge.
One hole, I think.
Last guy.
Nice. Block off.
Yeah, block off. They're all gonna be spawning front. Like 18.
You have all of right?
Yep.
Okay.
Good time.
Taking picture of
the hole right.
Yo, your broken pinch is open, okay?
Okay.
I'm holding the deep pinch.
Broken, I'm dead. Broken.
I killed you, bro. One shot broken, exceed. A bullet.
Yeah, one stone.
Bullet channeling your front.
One time.
Channeling your outer. Nice, guys. Spawning showers.
I'll see them all.
Watch out your front.
Deep back.
They're all spawning shower side.
All the way deep back parking.
I'm leaving this time to come in front. I'm leaving this time to come in front to you guys fast.
Getting boxes.
Yo, pinch deep front here.
Deep trying to 2. He's gonna try me batter 18 on you.
Come on.
Yo, challenge me fire truck. Hey, lurks. There's gonna be
Fire truck dead.
Nice. One more.
Close short in the back. Fire truck.
Fire truck and outer 18. Jump up top.
Please gotta get
inside. Weak. Half health. Front hill. On the 18. Length. Sitting in the 18.
They're all the way front.
18.
Nice. I'm meeting your outer right.
Outer right, left this.
ticket.
Left side fire.
Front right, half health.
Down this guy.
Front right.
He's stunned.
Get him in.
Oh, he's on the corner. I'm one shot. Watch him my right.
Also, a great listening there from the Thieves and a closely contested game.
Yes, both of these teams bringing the goods, and I've really developed into a big Neum fan as well. He had some very key call-outs for the team. Even if they're not delivering on him, and he gives you 2 in the time. Not good enough there for the scraps of Carolina. Going to be able to collect that final 20, but on rotation, you can see a BZ well and set up. You got Neum watching the full pinch, and Hydra gets to float. So LAT dominated them on the last P3. They're setting up to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, what a great second set so far. Again, Ravens with a good lead. 5-7 himself a map at that 17-7, so if you can keep up that production going into the onsen. Massive flank now from Hydra. Should be able to take care of Lurks' play here, and that's going to force everyone now to the right-hand side for the Ravens, and everyone on the Thieves knows that.
They're coming off spawn, already getting tattered and tagged up by Scraps. Now we're dropping detonades on each other. Scrap now just gets to farm. No one's going for the pinches, and every man left. One shot gets cleaned off the map immediately. LAT absolutely on form on this hill, and Scrap on a 4.
Oh no, it's a 5 now as he pushes out. Scrap starting to get things rolling, starting to get hot. Keeps the rest of the Ravens back. We're going to look at another rotation soon, but you might want to get one more hit on this, and it is going to be read and dealt with. A BZ and Hydra there. Scrap on the way out. Spree's done. Craze traded, and a BZ now rolling his way across Gridlock. Back over to the bottom side of the house we go. This is going to be a big one. Thieves have started to take control.
And this is the rotation that might very well decide the game. If Carolina won't dig deep here, well, it's going to be a problem. They're in time first, and you read the pinch and you get the tags, but it's not good enough. Last man standing, Craze, doing what he can to stay alive. He's at least staying up top.
Yeah, he digs his heels and he's still good to go. Man on the flank now, Craze. Hydra cut down down through mid. Oh, Lurks finds another. It's on a Neum, trying to get back into the hard point, checking all the usuals. Doesn't account for Lurks on the floor. Ravens in, Thieves out.
Yeah, Cray's making huge plays this map as well. I know he's only 15 and 17, but he has had some really key impact moments and big nuisance as well. Now inside the time, all the NPCs starting to rip and roar into scrap. Last man standing there in the time gives you a little bit extra, and the nade on point as well. Say a P4 that is ultimately a success there for LAT and have a 60-point lead going into the new time.
Yeah, it's like the Sorg of old. You got to pull out a few more there on that hard point. And it works out in a big way for the Thieves. Scrap on another spree. Comes to a close. But 18 and 21, he's been on 2 insane runs, like 4s and 5s. Very, very strong work again, still in the negative. But that is that, folks. Over a minute for 3 members now of the LA Thieves, holding onto this P1 as best they can. Hydra's pinch, covered, dealt with 3. Now, all down to Scrap. Ravens trying to get back in.
And that was great decision-making by Ravens, too. They spent a little bit of time worried about Hydra on the pinch and eventually said, well, he's useless. He's out of the play. Let's go attack the time. So a poor setup there for LAT. Carolina capitalizing. Now a 2v2 around the point. Kills getting traded as well. Carolina doing what they can. And for LAT, important decision time. It looks like 3 players trying to hit old and only 1 player going on the rotation. They just got wiped off the map, and this rotation might decide the game.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go here on old. You want to get all of it, but you definitely have to set up for the next. That's not going to happen. Neum and Scrap get theirs. Big rotation moment. Thieves in position, fortifying P2. Hydra go into the deep back. The deepest recession now of the left-hand side of the map. He is trying to end the game here.
Good timing. Schmolt exceed there with the drop, but it doesn't matter. Scrap gives you 2. That is a 4 spree, and he was the lone man to rotate here, and he is the lone man to potentially carry his team to victory.
Yeah, pushing them forward, pushing them back, taking care of business now. Scrap holds the line for a little bit longer. Hydra fills that next one immediately. A delightful 2-piece there. Now to the right-hand side, the guns are up, the stuns are over the top, and Neum, while tagged, he's still going to be able to provide some help here. Good shots, keeping the boys away. LA Thieves, it was a slow start, but a strong finish here on Gridlock.
Clean stuff. And when we see that game flow chart, you're going to see the P3s utterly dominant. When you watch the highlights, well, you're going to see Scrap a slow start. Opportunity for Carolina to capitalize, but after map 1, you can already see those boys are stressed out. And Miles, for good reason. They had the opportunity on that final P1. LAT sent 3 players to try to hit old for 20. They get wiped off the map. I think if a Carolina player sort of pushed through Ice Cream and forced that spawn to the deep left corner of the map, they probably walk away with the rotation. Instead, Scrap was able to stay alive, rotate. He wins a single gunfight, and the reinforcements were just so fast. I think Ravens really failed to capitalize.
Yes, the Ravens hardpoint spree closed out as well. 250, 197. Delightful, delightful start. And again, a very impressive run there from the Thieves. What a great look. We'll see the game flow. Again, they were down pretty bad. P3, very, very solid for them. All those goes around. That was where the Ravens really struggled there. We'll see the highlights. And again, yeah, as you said, Chance, Scrap, slow start, pulls things back a little bit. And fire, I forgot all about that Hellstorm. Seems so long ago, way back on that first hill we got it. Did not really amount to a whole lot. Ravens just didn't have the legs to keep up with the Thieves.
Yeah, and you know, the first Hellstorm got used on the P3, like minimal impact. And then I think it was a situation where Hydra, BZ, and Neum, like all were going on 4 sprees, 5 sprees, just absolutely picked them apart. And then Scrap for the moment, 9 and 17. This is exactly where he started to heat up. So it is a neck and neck game. He pops takeover, and then for the rest of the game, seemingly unable to lose a gunfight. Key rotation ones as well. LAT certainly found their form, and for Gridlock, it is very punishing when you're making these small mistakes. Well, Carolina absolutely get punished. I mean, it's the sequence after this where they wipe 3 players off the board and just were unable to actually push up and block the spawns. This should have been the moment right there on the minimap where someone starts to fly and make the moves. Instead, LAT got there first, and LAT absolutely locked it down.
That's how it goes. Neck and neck. I see what you did there. Very funny. Great work, LA Thieves. Good start. Exactly what you look for. We're feeling good. I think Hydra surprised by something. Perplexed, perturbed. Exceed, stressed. Not what they wanted. Now you look looking at going down 2-0 in this series because let's face it, boys and girls, the search and destroy for the Ravens hasn't been good. For the Thieves, ooh, maybe we have seen some perfect games. I mean, truly perfect when it comes to search and destroy. The Thieves have been delivering. That actually game flow, yeah, bit of a resurgence there for the Ravens towards the end, but not enough, man. A little bit of a bumpy flat line as they fell apart in that second set. Tough in map number 1. Charles, what do you think of the second, though? What do we think of the search and destroy? It's all Thieves, right? Surely.
Well, just to backtrack, that was 56 seconds they got on the second P3, so a near perfect full 60, which of course a perfect full 60 really means 59, but we can get to that later. In the first one, they got 48 seconds on it, and that's with dealing with the Hellstorm. So LAT absolutely utilizing that first hill. To go to raid, though, it feels like we haven't seen this map get played in quite some time. It has been a bit of a pain point here for Carolina, but we know what the key focal points are. First blood's going to be extremely important. Exceed especially. I don't know how often he's going to be sniping, but it seems like as of recent, maybe just through this split, the impact he was originally having with the snipe, not nearly as impactful now. So maybe in my mind, an opportunity for him to switch away more, get more involved, or if he wants to keep the boomstick out, needs to start hitting these shots and getting the first bloods. And I think in the background as well, I think Lurks needs to pick it up in this game mode. Very strong contender for Rookie of the Year. I think Nameless touched on it perfectly. When you watch the guy's individual POV, you can clearly see all of the talent. But for this game mode specifically, need to see the improvements.
Got to see it indeed. Yeah, Exceed, one of the few players that has taken a big hit when it comes to the aim assist change with the snipe. I mean, maybe just
potentially.
Maybe
Maybe it's cold, you know, we get to find out.
Yeah, maybe it's the way that they're playing the map these days, or, you know, the change with the NPC. That's also another factor that's really hit many squads and search destroy, for better or for worse. So yeah, this is a team that has been on struggle street recently when it comes to the mode anyway. I still feel like they've got to figure something out. This is another opportunity to do so. A classic map in the Call of Duty world, an absolute vintage. Raid, been there, we've done that, we've seen it nearly all. Can the boys pull something together? Same thing for the Thieves. Well oiled, well rehearsed. Shouldn't be anything crazy here. There shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. Expecting very, very predictable and smooth gameplay. But we'll find out, folks. Here we go, map number 2. Oh, come on, that is just rude. That's just rude. Chance, is that rude?
No comments needed to say about this one. Search and destroy, the clear sort of identifying theme here for the Ravens.
Oh, come on. Well, ball knowers, they know. Here we go, folks. Slow pick up there for the bomb for the Thieves. We're going ring. Fire. Lucky number 48 in the middle of the map. He's not going to be involved in this fight just yet, but Lurks takes care of Abe. So a forward position eliminated now. Take that ring space now. Over towards the B-bomb site we go for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, that's that Cold War BZ. Send him in for the first blood. You expect him to pull off a miracle, but too many players there. LAT, though, you love the decisions. This is rapid fire right back over towards B. Well, rapid fire into fire. They're trying to clutch a 2v4 and just overwhelming. So, hey, fire already getting some good stats underway. Hydra traded out in perfection for Carolina. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, we're talking about fire. That KD knocking all that. I'm talking about. That's right. Right round out fire, 3 in a row. Gets a defuse as well. Might be looking at streaks soon. Not as quickly as you got it in the hard point. Lovely stuff from the Ravens. Quick look at fire. Big bada boom, bada bing. Good for 3. Yeah, see you later, Neum. Here comes Hydra. Gonna go wide for this one. Take care of business. Delightful work. Ravens take the first.
Yeah, just a good counter shot on defense as well. Triple stacking the A site. And, well, S&D woes. Needs to go get that bomb eventually. Exceed is, in fact, going to be rocking the sniper, and that rock will always remember that shot.
Ooh, Lurks. On scrap. Hydra from pool. I mean, it doesn't always work, but when it does, you are kicking yourself for not just checking it. Bomb recovery should be happening anytime soon.
Well, no, I think if Beezy just went and stood over top of it, I'd have to imagine Hydra and Beezy are going to know this and just camp over top. So Carolina are forced to go back to recollect, but LAT have control of it.
And that's going to be a problem. We finish this round without it, Ravens. That's the question. Neum playing very, very safe. Oh, no. Hydra. Fire! Wow! I I'm glad we showed how bad his stats were at the start of this one. He's 5-0. Over to Exceed. Neum keeping a case for this one alive for the LA Thieves. The pinch is on. The bomb should get recovered, but again, you have to deal with Neum. Otherwise, this one's done, folks. And fire! He is just that right now.
And LAT, maybe they just never saw the bomb on the ground in spawn. But I feel like that's a missed opportunity. Just way too aggressive repitching ring there. But if you just double up in garage, I think LAT win that round extremely easily. So Carolina dropped the ball, but they get given a gift. We're going to turn back the clock for this one.
If we could turn back time, we'd show a little bit of Thieves. Winning map 1. Right now, not going great. 6-0 for Mr. Fire. It's Mr. Fire to you, ladies and gentlemen. He's the man right now. Abe's got back laundry. Mid-map, full of Ravens. And Neum, again, from Ring, he should be in a great spot to do whatever he wants, but we're not planting A. We're going to go all the way around and get that B-bomb plant. Ravens have read this. They've got presence here at the very least. Shot! Succeed.
Yeah, guns him down. He was ready for that, absolutely. And now they got the full stack in the middle of the map. You know what happened, Chow? We're being a little bit too aggressive here on defense. Take the map positioning. Do not count your eggs before they hatch.
Huh?
Bomb has gone all the way back to spawn. Do not collect $200. Fire finally gets put out by a BZ. Manages to extinguish the spree as well. Less than 30 seconds, lads. B-bomb site all yours. You've managed to whittle it down to a 3v2. Should be able to get the plant. Ravens know it's time to go. Craze. Oh, baby. One more bullet would have been great. There's the coverage from Neum. 3v1. There should be Thieves on the board. Could Craze do something unbelievable? It's good for one, but the numbers are there for LA.
Yeah, I think LAT right now playing with full confidence. They quite literally just wrapped the bomb around the entire map, eventually made it back to their own spawn, and are just trying to play this map. And trying to create, like, pure terror. Carolina get the first blood, make the nice reads, and instead of sort of playing around with the superior positioning that they had, I mean, just send it into kitchen, get picked apart, and then you just have you're losing the man advantage. I think Carolina right now not able to handle the heat. LAT applying the pace.
Great work out of Craig. We've seen some lovely search and destroy moments from him. Hydra struggling with water physics. Here in Black Ops 7, it's been a thing in COD for a minute, but it's still the tubes the best of us. Thieves getting a little antsy in mid-map. They're about to take pull steps. Craze is giving up at the right time or the wrong time, depending on whose team you're on. Just over a minute now to work with. Thieves, tactical retreat.
Exceed at some point has to go get this bomb down. For Carolina, really just not making any decisions just yet. Bomb, though, finally creeping up to go for the plant. You got two guys in Tiki, and you're just getting ripped. These are just, I mean, they're doing great to get these first bloods, and then they just look nervous after.
Easy recovery. I mean, Lurks, you're in trouble. If they check this, he's never going to get out of here alive. There it is, Scrap. Neum with the front coverage. Fantastic shots. Hydra now. Trying to track down Craze. Tracks him down. Can't finish the kill. And Craze is running out of time here. What an awkward round. Thieves just split up. Surely not. That is that. Play it patiently. Play it sensibly. Craze catches no one. And the Ravens a frustrating finish.
Yeah, they're doing way too much on the map right now. I mean, good strats off the opening break. Type of thing you talk about before the series. It's exactly what we're prepared for. And then a 4v3 on a map that everybody that watches competitive Call of Duty has 1,000 repetitions on. Just scared to actually go for the plant in the default spot. Kind of rare to see the bomb guy take that route, like through water, get into Tiki, and try to plant in like the aqua corner. He just gets ripped by Scrap. You just keep it simple. Do the default stuff, and Carolina would have been good to go.
My word. miracle we didn't get friendly fire in that instance. So the thieves are all up. We are healthy and we are attacking mid. A-bomb's going to get planted. Exceed not in a position to help out here. Ravens stacking up now for the retake through back laundry. Not a huge amount of pressure there. Scrap's going to wait for them to now make their way through the side, maybe through window. And the Ravens bought that space. A lot of show here from the thieves in mid-map. Oh man, it's not going to matter. Scrap worth his weight in gold. Walks away with one. Walks away with two. And they are chowing one by one. Here comes the flank. What a run from the thieves. Perfect work. No time, no problem. Great round.
I mean, this is one of those miles of like the way I'm looking at the minimap, I'm thinking LAT are going to, like, I'm just commentating as if thieves are destroying them. And then I saw the scoreboard and it was 2-1 advantage for Carolina. These past few rounds, this is just what it's felt like. Scrap was the only player ringside. I mean, he had two players in mid that could come support him if he needed. But it was literally Scrap versus 4 Ravens players, and he took 2 to the grave before he finally falls. And then it's just an easy pinch. Carolina are not getting the information and not capitalizing on the situations when they have the advantage. This has been a bit of a tough watch so far.
So yeah, they've started strong, and this has been anything but since then. It's like most likely gone. Let's see how they play this one. They've got themselves a 4v4 post-plant. Not many eyes on. Fire, slow peak, absolutely nailed. They've absolutely scurried past the bomb site. The smoke was just a play to pull the Ravens into this. Hydra reads the snipe play. Middle of the map gone. Craze now in a 1v3 on the defuse. The smoke of his own is going to go nowhere. It's a dogfight with Hydra in the skies above Raid, and the defuse complete. Thieves, confident and calm.
Yeah, supreme aggression as well. I mean, Scrap just once again attacking the van, getting top ring, and just able to get that aggressive angle on, I believe it was Fire there for the first blood. But once again, a situation for Carolina where, like, it's a good opening break, good strat call. They got the plank, got a 4v4, had everybody in the right positions, but just a little too passive and not quite doing that sort of default style thing to get the information, and they are getting obliterated because of it.
Or two, starting to get a little bit out of control here. Going B. Not anymore, we're not. Exceed hits one. BZ recovers the M15 of Scrap. See how that plays a little bit later on. Enough now to make the thieves rethink what they want to do here on Raid. At 4v3. Oh yeah, Exceed. They're never going to see this. He's on for the whole squad. Exceed! Denied one of the most ridiculous plays. I take it back, Exceed. He's here with the boomstick. What a delightful round.
Yeah, he got absolutely robbed. Unlucky there for the hit marker, because it would have been one of the, well, still is one of the better sniper clips we have this year, but nonetheless, it could have been absolute gold. Seems like this round, everywhere Exceed looks with a sniper, well, there's multiple targets there for him to kill. This is why I didn't want to jump on the aim assist thing too early. Still a lot to learn, you know?
That is actually disgraceful, man. He should have had the ace. I must admit, I did like the hungry caterpillars through mid, but you know what? Didn't work out. Did not work out. Heavy presence of B. Ravens, you're all over this. Round like that can be the confidence, though, you needed. It was 4-2 just a moment ago, folks. Those paying attention. Lurks is in, trades are on. Oh yeah, the battle just got a little bit dicey. Thieves down a man. Can we capitalize?
I'm not sure I understand why they're having Exceed take the bomb. But hey, you get the 3v2. All's well that ends well. Tough gunfight there for Lurks to win, but pulls off a little bit of magic, and Neum left in a 1 versus 3 and eviscerated immediately. Carolina, that is the type of round we're looking for. Maybe with a different guy with bomb in hand, but who knows? Whatever they've talked about, at least for that round, success.
Yeah, well, they know something we don't. What was the game plan there? Make sure that Lurks doesn't lose his gunfights. That really was the moment. All right, right, Thieves? It's all square, 4-4. Where do we go from here, lads? Your round wins have been so comfortable. The Ravens starting to catch flight. They are picking up speed on the run to that 6th round win. 2 for Craze, 2 for Lennox. Nate to get rid of your own van. Don't hate that.
Yeah, LAT, look, these guys have switched up the pace dramatically. Every single round on the attack, they've been just running the show, doing world tours with the bomb. Well, they slow it down, good enough for Exceed to get the first blood, but trade it out. And wow, Craze not prepared there for the pinch, and it's going to be a mixy one.
I was ready. Hydra sends it, and the Ravens cut them down. And man, Exceed is, I don't know what he's saying, but it's very friendly. Fire 9 and 5, pulling it back. The Ravens finally get that chemistry, finally get that teamwork going here in Search and Destroy. Better late than never, boys.
And I think it's like a chemistry and confidence thing as well, of like when the going was getting tough, they start to break down. They finally get that one round. I mean, Exceed gets a near ace with a sniper, so feeling a little bit better. LAT switch up the place and start to respect them just a little bit too much. And Carolina with the wiggle room, able to get to work.
3 members of the Thieves through mid. We're going ring. Hops here from Exceed. Jump check's not going to yield anything. Scrap has been so dangerous from this side of the map all match long. Thieves are taking a ton of space here because of the passive approach from the Ravens.
A good switch up from Scrap as well. Instead of the van playing inner towards the bomb site, pillars are very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the pillars players are going to be able to make entry whenever they want, and they're not enough to save Scrap though. They're going for the wrap. They're trying to take care of the players there from the driveway, and they're going to get there fast. Go on, Hydra, get in there quickly, but maybe, just maybe, the Ravens might be gone by the time he gets in position. He's just been given the most unfortunate timing. A patient moment right now. Surely gets traded out. There we go. Overwhelming Hydra ring, and I don't believe it, folks. It's all down to Neum. Not known for the clutch. Can he pull something magical out here? Oh boy, the Ravens together. Search and Destroy finally goes their way in a topsy-turvy way. They lose the respawn, but somehow the search. What the hell happens next? GG.
That's like a first half, second half kind of game as well, where Carolina's struggling early on, making some mental mistakes, but now you see Exceed. I mean, that is motor mouth rapid fire there in the comms, and feeling the confidence there towards the end. And maybe for every key point we were looking for the Ravens, first blood's an have an issue, or they've been an issue. They got 7 there in that map. Lurks has struggled a little bit in the game mode. He was winning some wicked ones on the map. I mean, low bomb site to top money window, winning with the NPC, able to catch Scrap on the pillars towards the end. So Lurk stepped it up, and I mean, you would fire bottom of the league there at every single stat, and he just threw up one of the better S&D performances he has had this year.
Yes, he did.
And even Exceed, we mentioned the snipe, and he had a round where he nearly got an ace. So Carolina addressed all the issues. Still think they could have cleaned it up just a little bit, but I think at the very least, they just forced LAT to respect them a little bit too much, and all honestly there in the S&D, but good enough to tie this series up.
Hey, that I can't ask for more. Super impressed by that one. Exposure overload coming up after the break, ladies and gentlemen. LA Thieves win the first map. Ravens, a shocker. They're in the second, going in tied up at the half. Don't go too far, folks. This is a Call of Duty League.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. Optic Texas go home.
In the City of Angels, these Devils have just torn Toronto.
So I did. That's bomb. I run away. Yeah, I can get your chase. Wait, that was you assassinating? My bad. Yeah. I thought you were getting assassinated.
No,
I heard.
No, that was me.
I'm so sorry. I just killed your clip. I'm so sorry. It's just one of those days, bro. I'm sorry, bro. You're him, Dante. Come here. I'm so sorry.
Number 40.
Yeah, brother.
Done. Hydra.
The first win for LA Thieves. God damn it, I love to be a Thieves fan right now, gentlemen. We just hit 10,000 viewers. The boys just got the first win of the 2024-2025 season. Holy shit. We should have won 3-0, but we'll take the 3-1. A win is a win, and boys, we look dangerous.
Stuff there.
God damn it, I love this shit.
I was like, watch.
Can you act out the coolest kill you've had so far in Black Ops 6?
Act out?
Yeah, show me with your hands. What did you do?
I can't show you the hands, but I can show you the Omni movement.
There we go. All right, let's check it out.
The chair's gonna...
Yep.
Okay.
Oh! Hit him with the side strafe!
Is he gonna come back?
Map 3 here in the Call of Duty League and Fire. We gave him nothing but love on the way into the Search and Destroy. And what did he do? Overperform, over-deliver, and absolutely run things there on Raid. Delightful work, 1.5. Superb stuff. They wouldn't open the door, but that's fine. Well, Stage 3, 15% of it. Map 2, not a problem, mate. Great work, though, as he definitely helped the boys find that success. And a surprise victory there on Map 2. Charles, a surprise? I think so.
It's solid stuff. Sort of, I'm staying on the confidence theme. Had the one sort of good round, popped off early on, and able to sort of tail that through the rest of the game. So on point for the S&D, and the belief factor here for Carolina, stepping up just a little bit. A rare exposure overload we're seeing as well. I think some of the raid, it feels like I haven't seen it too often anymore with the new maps getting in the mix. Well, overload on exposure, a bit of a rare sight these days as well. But if we're jumping back to the player cams, I think that means fill time for us. We have to reset on the fist bump. Succeed has to reset something in his life. Smart move to close that door when you walk away. Don't let that camera catch anything.
Don't let that camera, or if he's mic'd up, catch anything. You should all watch The Jinx if you haven't. It's absolutely worth your time. We're not going to be seeing that overload just yet, Charles. We're going to be going back into the fill time. But don't know why. We couldn't tell you, folks. Exceed left the room pretty quick. So either when you got to go, or something quite serious is happening. So more on that later. We'll be getting into overload also. Map 1, though, was a fun one. The Gridlock, who just joined us here in Saturday's game of the Call of Duty League. Ravens started things off very, very well. But the Ravens fell apart just a little there towards sort of the center half of it. And then Thieves all theirs. Gridlock still good. And we break the streak that the Ravens have been on in hardpoint as well.
And I think it's a type of map that, like, you can see Carolina played it well, good Call of Duty, but just not great. A couple opportunities where they're finding the kills, and it's sort of that step two of how can we really sort of maximize. So ultimately, well played, but maybe some tweaks here and there they need to look for, because LAT, well, in full control. I think the map sort of felt like if you're going to give Scrap an inch, he's going to take a mile. A rare slow start for him, but he ends up turning around, and I think he finished in this game the most kills in the lobby. So the fact that he had 9 when Fire had 17, well, just shows Scrap's pop-off ability.
He has it, boys and girls. He really does. One of the highest skilled players we definitely have in the league right now. And when it's on display, God, it's a wonderful sight to behold. So that's map 1. We had a little game crash, so once we got our players back up and running, we'll get them immediately into the lobby. Yeah, map 1 was a fun one. Gridlock, a welcome addition to the Black Ops 7 year. It was one of my favorite maps in Black Ops 4. But pubs, comp, got my world rocked. Did not enjoy it very much. But yeah, some good memories either way. Exposure Overload on its way, Colossus. We'll be seeing a little bit of that as well. And if we have to go the distance, another Black Ops classic, Infringe. This is some highlights from the Search and Destroy. And again, man, when the Thieves do a good chance, their rounds were so decisive, so one-sided, so clean. But what a way to lose it.
Well, the rounds where they were decisive and clean, they were just allowed to do whatever they wanted. I mean, the timing on the pinch is free, absolutely just hyper-aggressive as well. I mean, they full rotated the bomb around the map on the attacking rounds 2 different times, just able to do truthfully whatever they wanted, and then Exceed had this round. Dominates him with the sniper, maybe puts that seed of doubt in the back of LAT's mind, and instead of flying around like some psychopaths, we turn into some caterpillars. I think LAT just ended up losing the thread. Ravens able to get, what, the 4 rounds in a row and winning some wicked ones. A couple of key mistakes. Players pushing out a money window into the clutches. Obviously, some nice shots rolling through. So LAT ended up switching up, lost the confidence, and, well, you can see why Carolina, we're not pulling up the dumps cap on these guys, playing some good Call of Duty and winning some wicked gunfights.
Yeah, the very, very key gunfights. And again, bringing up the snipe for Exceed, something that we haven't seen as much in this stage. Not necessarily an aim assist issue, which we like to see. Very, very impressive work from Exceed. He's back. Good stuff there with snipe. And again, a mix-up, a lot of different looks we saw from the Ravens. Finally, their Search and Destroy success. And there's a lot of Ravens fans out there happy to finally see those go through. And Exceed's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's back. Whatever had to be taken care of is taken care of. That game crash took the opportunity to run to the hills, get themselves over there. But yeah, this is the standings going into Major 3. Thieves, perfect as of yet. Can they join Optic in that top spot with a victory today over the Royal Ravens? Or will the Ravens jump their standings in a big way at 2 and 3, looking a lot more impressive. And again, we'll change things in where you sit in the pools going into our Pro-Am at DreamHack Atlanta. Can't wait for that. Very, very fun. I personally will not be there. I'm going to be most likely in the hospital with my wife delivering our second kid, but we're very, very happy to be watching that one on my phone with headphones on at times. Keep up to date with all the games, and very, very excited to see who walks away with the dub there. But here we go, folks. Looks like we are ready to rock. Oh yeah, map 3. Here we go.
And Neum on the season, not just against Carolina, but in this game mode, has been one of the best overload players in the game, and maybe especially so versus Carolina. The 1.4 means he has been godlike. His kills production and damage production has been absurd. So Neum has been the Swiss Army man for the team. He'll snipe, he'll have good comms and hard point, he'll fill in sort of places, but this is the game mode where he gets the shot.
Neum with the quick pickup and quick kills from Hydra. Can he get a third? Yeah, he was feeling it. 11 rounds left as NPC. He's going straight for spawn. Getting in there as quick as he can. Ooh, looking for the grab there, but Lurks throws a superb nade from spawn. Stops that play. Hydra good. For the corner. Lovely stuff. We should be able to get this run through. What a move from Neum. No, down. Hydra able to save it? Yes. Just about able to recover and find the kills.
Oh yeah, Carolina dropped the ball as well, because that was effectively a 2v4 type situation where they get the score and guys like Craze just in the wrong position on the map. So the kills now flow in their direction, trying to capitalize though, and of course Hydra, all he needs to do is play keep away. There's the Hellstorm secured, and Craze might be dealing with his teammates in spawn, but if Carolina can't touch the device, they're not going anywhere.
Hydra 6 of those still. The Hailstorm's going to be handy dandy on this sort of map, in this mode, very much so. A couple of big kills, top side of the map. We're going to make a run now. Oh yeah, BZ finds Lurks in the corner. Now on the way forward, Craig's got to stop them all. Gets one. Will he check for the next man? Craig's good for two. We should be able to pick this one up and run it home. Wait, Hydra is going to do it all, and he does. Wow, what a goal. Thieves up 2-0.
Yeah, what a life. That was, what, a 75-second life there from Hydra, and you see him hitting the head chase at the end of that one, knowing he just picked him apart for those first 2 scores.
That was some life, man. He lived a life of 10 men there. Or at least 10 men in this game. Fire to get on the board. Take it all back. Cast the curse. The right way this time. 3 dead. Last man, Hydra. Whew, he's gone as well. Here we go, folks. Grab that EMP. Run it towards A. Exceed looking for the cut-off kills. Great shots, good damage, but no kill yet. Craze the carrier down as well. Thieves might have just saved this.
Yeah, frontline blockers for Craze there gave him nothing, and well, the frontline blockers ended up being the last man standing there for Lurk, so they get a 4-man wipe and accomplish nothing on the minimap. Now they're going to be stuck in their spawn.
Fire. Playing it safe. Never check the close corner. There we go. Nice shots. He's going to be the man to pick up that kill. Trying to keep this play as far away from the goal line as possible. Uh-oh, a BZ there. That's another pistol kill on the Lurks. Shots from Craze. Carrier dropped. And stun doesn't connect either, so you still got this man up front causing problems here. Raven's getting pushed back, 1 man at a time.
Craze is moving around the map as well. Doing what he can for the keep away game. And the device is going to reset to the other side of the map, so Fire wins the gunfight, but LAT might honestly just be a little bit closer in position. LAT doing the right thing. They're actually wrapping this to the top side of the map, so Carolina right now, they're behind the ball game.
Pulled the defenders as far forward as they could. An opportunity to run it. Craze cuts the play down. Trades are good. Hydra's Hailstorm seals the last man on the inside of mid, and that is not going to happen anymore, so Exceed. He's got some space to play with, waiting for the reset. Still 2-0 Thieves.
Again, a low side reset. Lurks is looking for the open lane. It might be Lurks versus 1, maybe 2. He might be here fast enough that LAT forgot how to play the game mode. Shout out to Lurks for recognizing the situation. He's 5-9, but he just got his team on the board.
That was a brilliant run. Absolute steal. What a blunder from the Thieves. They've been slaying their hearts out on this map, and those kills didn't matter at all. 2-1. Back to mid for the last time. Shots from Scrap. Talked about slaying. Here comes the pickup. No good. Craze stops it again. A BZ now with mid-map control. Can the Thieves retain possession?
Keep in mind for, long-term sake, the streak that Hydra goes on at the start. Started off 8-1, is slowed down just a touch, but Hellstorm burned. He's trying to find the heat, though. At least gets traded out, and now you got Scrap and BZ working together, trying to force it through mid, and maybe a different route than we are accustomed to seeing. Carolina handle it well.
Trying to force it through mid, trying to force it through spawn as well, look like. Or even survive 30 seconds. Oh, they don't count for Neum. He's in the middle of the map. Neum, wait, he's got, can't get around the corner in time. A BZ, though, will keep this pressure up. Craze now in mid. He's on the hunt, looking for a few more. Ave steals it, makes a run. Can he get something going here? No, Craze is still at large. Nice work. Oh, and another 2-piece now. Craze keeping the play going. 10 seconds, somebody's got to grab it.
Well, Scrap playing for spawn kills, so I was going to say, if this team is successful, this might be a score.
Oh, it's good. Oh, it's great. Scrap, what a 2-piece. And it's going home. No extra time, 3-1.
It's a game of give and take. A little bit of a gamble there for Scrap. They were out of position, playing for some spawn kills. Is where Lurks was able to sort of sneak that capture through. So they were in a similar situation the second time, but you see there in the feed, as long as his teammates get 1 kill, Scrap gave you everything extra. And that is a clean, effectively, maybe I should say confident, the wrong C word there, 3-1 lead at the half.
Aside from Lurks, that goal was so brilliant, man. Grab it, run it. Yeah, very ambitious attacks here from the Thieves, but this time Scrap gets to the generators, gets a couple of big ones, and Neum able to get on the board. Gets his first of the game so far. Hydra with his opening 2 on that ridiculous first life, joining Scrap in that 15-9, 14-9 superb slays. Thieves now second half wind firmly in their sails.
Yeah, BZ gets a 1 and done on the top side of the map. down low. Well, Exceed just has the better gun for that gunfight. So Carolina, a little bit of advantage here in the kills column. The momentum swinging their way in the decision making. Leaves Scrap in the dust. Make sure he's on the wrong side of the map.
And he is. Holding it for a second longer. Abe's got to stop it. Can't happen. 3-2. 16 and 14 for Abizi. Now we're starting to slow down just a touch here, Thieves. We've lost a little bit of map presence, but we are topside. We're ready for the hit now. Ravens, 2 on the approach, 1 through mid.
And Scrap is on the right side of the map. He is a dangerous man. Well, a little bit of a pre-fire mistake there, and Carolina pick him apart. Neem last man standing, but he's tagged up 1 shot. You have to imagine Carolina get the trade, or maybe they forgot he existed. The comms, not quite there.
And Neem knowing, though, doesn't have the manpower to help out here. Finds himself in the sand, good for 1. Pick up now from the Ravens. It's a heavy stack towards the bottom side of the map, well, top side of the map, sorry, for the Thieves. And Neem again saves it. Coverage, oh, but Exceed walks away with 2 somehow. Does Scrap stop this? He's stunned up. Lurks gets the next. Exceed finds another one. The kills are going the way of the Ravens.
And he's got, what, 1 lead blocker going out through window, and he's got both of his teammates on either lane. So whoever gets the kills, Exceed gonna bring it to them. Well, you get shut down today, turn tail back towards the top side, and Lurks has the opportunity to make the high impact play.
He's trying. Fire brought down. There's Lurks now through mid. 1 more man to deal with. Surely you get it. Yes, Exceed. Now quickly to the goal. And ambitious there. Oh, and from the top as well is on Craze to secure it here. Can he get it through? He can. It's 3-3. The Ravens are alive.
Beautiful. Hi, Lurks was able to give you 2 or 3 kills from his spot as well. So set it up well, and it nearly gives you 2 again, but for Exceed to pick this up down low, once again, I think Carolina may be happy to have control of the device. We're going to die from Neem up top window with an MPC.
That was something, mate. I mean, the pistol shots from Exceed there on the run as well. Well, we go Ravens possession. Abizi in a perfect spot to stop this. Does just that. Nice work. Top side of the map now covered. Are we going to make the run? Abizi to be the lead blocker and the rear guard as well. Oh, Hydra, has he got away with it? Hydra, lead change. What a goal.
God, we have firmly turned our brains off for this exposure overload. It has been a chaotic mini-map. Both teams trying to both do too much and too little at different times, but it's turned into a high-scoring one. 2 minutes left to play.
Now Hydra, another hat trick. With 2 minutes left. Still anyone's game. This is absolutely mad. Craze trying to be the lead. No good on the stun. Abizi takes care of business. Scrap on the other side of this tail. And he's gone as well. So square 1 and a square up in the middle of the map.
Yep. And Hydra certainly getting called out, but even if you call him out, difficult to kill. Well, traded out. Now you're worried about the next section of kills. Lurks good damage. Advantage right now for Carolina to kill feed. Now firmly so. That is all 4 killed, and they got 2 men up.
Yeah, 2 men up, and they're looking for it. Hydra might be able to get this. He can. Traded immediately. Numbers are good. Defenders will be in position here for the Thieves. Lurks, he's the lead man. Can he get a kill? Whoa, well, brilliant work onto the first. The second heavy damage. Is Exceed good for the trade? No, the pinch from Scrap seals it. And it's not quite over yet. Craze on the scramble here. Read and dealt with. Thieves with the topside control.
Just playing a smarter game, Carolina. I mean, you're still down by 1. You have to make these heads-up plays and recognize the situation. Couple players working inside lane, outside lane. All what LAT need now are some kills.
They are a few away from it. Neem biding his time. Over the top. What a goal, Neem! The dunk! Right over the top of the Ravens' head. That might be it. That is one of the best goals I've seen in this game. Abizi with a couple. Ravens can't get it going as Neem. What a moment.
So reach for the moon, even if you miss, you'd be amongst the stars kind of situation of like his dead body would have gotten that one through. And LAT, I think, now have sealed the deal here in this game. You'd have to chain them too quickly, and it's not going to be possible. And maybe similar to the map 1, and that Carolina played decently in the respawn, but playing good COD's not good enough. You got to play great against this team to get the win.
Final few seconds close out, and 5-3. A brilliant scoreline. I think it will be 6.
Extra SR, here we go.
Neem is... No! He doesn't get the hat trick. But he does get the dunk. GG, Thieves. Taking the lead in, again, a the Ravens, again, some good signs, some brilliant moments. A squad that can definitely pull it together. Outclassed just a little bit there.
Just tough one, man. Recognizing different situations, like lovely stuff from Lurks on the score that he was able to sort of steal away. But I think ultimately some of these like square up moments on different sections of the map, maybe Ravens were just feeling the pressure of being outslayed. BZ able to drop 32 kills. That is a man that loves the meta change. And Scrap, I mean, he was busy the entire time just playing for spawners. We might have highlighted Neum for his overload performance. He might not deliver there in the kills column overall, but he had 5 carrier kills. So once again, that Swiss Army man, he'll do anything the team needs.
Yeah, I mean, Abe was so good on the defense as well. And Neum, I called it out in the second half, but if he doesn't have the numbers, we see this a lot with many, many strong SMG players typically. They read the play so well. If they don't have the numbers in a lane, if they don't have the carrier, the enemy team does. They find a good corner, they pump the brakes, and they really let the play come to them. Neum, very, very heads up there. He knows when he doesn't have the advantage. The no or no-go button is firmly in his hand. He knows when to press it. Exceed as well. He has some great shots, great moments, but for the Ravens, just falling apart in those pushes, just falling apart in those attacks. Defensively, the Thieves, very, very strong at times. But yeah, there were a few moments of this, as you said, Charles, brains off. No idea what's going on. Where a couple of players just jumping, hoping for the best, letting these free goals go through. Very, very odd match, and this was it. Neum over the top of Exceed. Oh my God, somebody make the meme. There's so many great examples, and that was it in-game.
I think the first Goomba Stomp store we're ever gonna see. So Neum playing multiple games at once. The third Mario brother.
That looked insane from Exceed's POV as well. I wondered like how crazy it did look, and it did just right over the top. Exceed couldn't get it done. We'll see if they can get it done in Colossus, because let's face it, folks, starting to get like that feeling of, you know, the series starting to get away from me a little bit with a moment like that. And hard points, have they been good for the Ravens? Yes, though it wasn't great on Gridlock. Josh, I wonder, are we going 5?
Well, considering LAT have won both the respawns and we're going into a respawn, I would say the odds not there. They're also, I believe now 18-3 overall for Hardpoint and S&D combined. So the odds are certainly not ever in their favor. Miles, you might know this. Why is it the Mario brothers if his first name is Mario?
Well, if you watch
is the full name Mario?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. If you watch the original Mario Brothers movie from, I think it was 1990, I'm just going to confirm this. 93 maybe? This is very, very important. The Mario Brothers movie from 1993. There is a scene where they ask that very question. And John Leguizamo playing Luigi, I mean, a role of a lifetime. He says, yeah, it's Mario, and he's Luigi Mario. So yeah, that is confirmed canon. That's how it goes, mate, how it goes. 1993, yeah, I was right. Nice one.
Okay, yeah. And then Neum Mario also getting in the mix. So we've got the new nicknames, and we've got the new matchup. BZ and Fire both playing extremely well in map number 1. I think both of these players as well, the hill time was an especially standout stat. Gridlock, of course, quite literally the opposite map maybe compared to Colossus. In terms of, like, you know, in Gridlock, you need those rotations to every single hill. Incredibly important. Maybe one of the rare, you need to rotate to P1 on Gridlock and get that set up early. Colossus, the opposite. You don't really have to rotate to any hill if you don't want to, because you can absolutely treat it as an absolute bang out. Carolina, it is a map Exceed has spoken about in the interviews. It is in their repertoire, their struggles early on, so their record isn't going to look fantastic. As of recent, they have been able to find some wins. So obviously the L streak starting to end. Able to beat Vegas, extremely difficult competition. Able to beat C9, that one doesn't count. Nonetheless, though, LAT on the flip side also enjoy Colossus in the sense that, you know, when Heretics were looking to be final form and go to that minor grand finals, and LAT looked like they were built different. So I think this is an exciting one. We're going to learn more about both of these teams here.
Whether we want to or not. That was unnecessary, I know. E1 looking good right now from the Ravens. A1 the old hop checks. He's going to join a Hydra in perfect synchronicity. They both die as well to Lurks. So shout out Lurks on the multi-kill for 3. Shout out Neum for trying to get involved. And again, Ravens blistering start on P1.
Actually doing the right thing. If you accidentally team kill, well, you got to make up for that mistake. Now he's backing out of time to play for the reset. Everybody thought he's going to be checking nades off spawn, but Hydra going for the pinch, and now Carolina a bit of a staggered moment here. With a tied-up game, players all over the place. Scrap was ready for ball.
Oop, Abizi makes it 4. Abe's having a hot one. Here's Colossus game looking good. That NPC treating him right. I'm even tweeting about it, talking about how much fun he's having. And yeah, sure is, folks. Ian gets his first. This P1 was a very, very closely contested battle. Both our squads going for it. Kills good. P2 even better so far in the hands of the Thieves.
And Thieves have so much distance on the mini-map as well. Gonna have to sort of play this one now from back at the time, and well, maybe that's the theme. No trophies early on makes the P2 breaks just a little bit easier, but a BZ giving you something extra. And the multi-kill machine thus far in the first 2 hills, he's already up to 8.
Scrap's got the boys covering him here. Oh man, and he's got Hydra to back him up too. P2 still superb, watertight thus far for the Thieves. A 2-2 attack here from the Ravens. And so far, oh boy, they are dancing. Final 15, looking for the break, looking to contain the Thieves if they possibly can. Looking out towards Noob. Thieves are long gone, man. They're all over this. This Colossus is theirs so far.
Certainly outslaying the opposition. And on the rotation, well, Scrap is here first, but he gets caught, so Carolina able to get the Scrap time, and they're going to win that rotation as well. So similar to the Raid S&D LAT when they're applying the pressure and putting on the pace, looking good, but they slow down for a second and Carolina punish.
Ooh, there you go. Lurks, snapping. Finding a couple more. He's earned himself a good map. They should be looking at a lead change here. And the statue play from Crazy trying to pick up that flank, and Hydra gets there a little too fast, and he makes you pay. He might have broken the back of this setup alone. Unfortunate timing for Craze there. And here comes the punishment. Fire still holding on the contest. Lurks now by the close heady. This is a delicate moment, and Craze tries to make up for it. Helps with the push. Lurks wins his fight. And not a bad look at all, but the Thieves, slowly, they break in.
Yeah, and maybe Carolina happy for the trade in the sense that at least they're spawning on the left side of the map and now trying to play keep away, but closely fought game so far. Abizi was scorching hot at the start, maybe 8-2. Well, now 10-9, so he's lost the thread just a touch. Good nade, maybe to bail himself back out, but he is the lead man, waiting for the reinforcements.
Patience is key. Also knowing when you can and can't win a gunfight, and Abizi definitely knows that. None of those dead. Oh no, he's one shot. None of those. Liam having a rough run so far at 4 and 10, but hopefully he can find that dog in him and get barking, because right now the Ravens, it's an interesting stat line across the board for all of them, but they are still in the lead now, and they're making it look easy.
And LAT again also slowing down dramatically. I mean, they were at their best. They were running the show, but it's very rare to see players off spawn run past Abizi. So an interesting dynamic, but hey, Neum there to bail him out. Extra ARs getting pulled out there from the break. Neum picks up 2, and that is the rookie making the big plays that keep his team in.
They're desperately needing to stay in it. This is some good scrap time that they sorely need, just to keep themselves in this, within spitting distance of that lead change, but it's not happening yet. Second set already on us, folks. A fast and wicked Colossus. The last P1 was an absolute bang out. I'd expect nothing different so far.
Hey! Good pinch from Craze as well. Well timed to make sure you maintain this P1 control. You've lost statue, but Craze obviously ready for the pressure. Wasn't quite able to heal up though, and an NPC at close range. By God, what a shotgun.
Yeah, really nice 2-step there from Abizi off the wall as well. That was a very difficult gunfight to take, and he wins it quickly. Another one from Scrap upstairs, an NPC in the hands of that young assault rifle player. Shots again from Abizi and a Craze, has his number right now. And the Thieves, this P1, they've turned it into a thing of beauty. They're pulling it back.
Delicate too. Yeah,
they're pulling it back.
They're pulling back to their spawn. 3 players now standing on the new time, but they just gave up 30 seconds of P1 time just about. And I mean, these spawns is nothing a guarantee here on Colossus. And you're starting to get stripped away just a little bit. Lurk's trying to bail out the pressure, but all this work for as P2 pops. You don't have the lead, but there you go. Fire wins the gunfights. You got an AR inside the time.
Yeah, it's so easy to flip these spawns. You gotta be careful, boys. They back up just enough, holding on. Neum on the absolute outskirts of the point. Through fire gets 2. Scraps get pushed out as well, and this is going to be a good 15-second bump in the score for the Ravens before Thieves can get close.
Yeah, you You play heavy for the rotation. You better make damn sure you win it. So far, so good. That is a chunky grenade as well. All those players must be weak, but as Lurks gets overwhelmed, you know it's got to be this mid door and Exceed. Watching it, only able to get one. LAT, great trades, great teamwork. That's a P2 break. Carolina, though, able to do a little bit of damage before it came through.
There's another break with 20-odd seconds to spare. So again, it is the scrap time, keeping the Thieves afloat. This time, much, much closer. Good news, though, for the Ravens. You do have a Hellstorm to try to break this hard point. The bad news for the Ravens. Thieves are on it. Good news for the Ravens. Exceed finds two. Fire gets his. Craze gets another. The Thieves are down and out.
And that's all four down as well. He got Craze watching Statue, which means he also has Tunnel. Lurks is watching the top P1 pinch. Well, that is now the open lane. Craze getting the information, not getting any gunfights. Now the players on time, worried about a couple different openings. It looks like LAT with the extra number is going to bully their way through.
Oh yeah, they have absolutely skilled their way forward. What a play. Shots from Craze. What a hop. No good for the next man, but Exceed is. The teamwork is there. You've killed the Thieves yet again. The last man is upstairs, and Neum is very much out of this fight. Unable to help out. 158 and climbing. Great work from Scrap as we are clawing our way back into this with another late break.
And now we're sorted for LAT. They are making moves, playing hyper aggressive to try to flip these spawns, but Lurk's doing the right thing. He gets the one-shot called out. He's in for the trades, but you need to make sure you take care of Hydra. The lone LAT man on the rotation. Done. Dusted. Exceed has it, and this will be rotation one for Carolina. It is a 20-point game as this hill pops, but nobody blocks those back spawns. Exceed good enough for the reads, but the minimap going to be mixy.
Yeah, no one was hard blocking there, so now there are Thieves everywhere. Exceed managing to fight the fight up front, and now the man on the back still the sneaky play here from Abizi. He gets stunned. He can't get a kill. Now quickly guns front. Oh, but Craze manages to pull one down. Gives you the numbers, and the Ravens are still up with 30 to go. Here on time. Boy, howdy. We're on for a fight.
Scrap trying to solo break this by himself. He picks up two, and Exceed last man on time. Yep, overwhelmed. And you know, Miles, maybe this is the theme. You know, Carolina getting some of these holes, the P2, P4s, they hold it on for a good chunk of time, but it's the final 20 where LAT are able to make that break.
Every time, every single time. A little bit late on the breaks. Is it enough to keep it going? Oh dear, they're all dead again. Lux and Craze get it done. P1, here we go. Final set. Ravens, are they a good Colossus team? We're about to find out.
Certainly bringing the goods. Mixie over towards P1. Fire has had that M15 out what feels like this entire game as well. But maybe a moment of stagnation. But of course it's Colossus, so that's only gonna last for half a second. I mean, just all these arrows. Craze again, once again, going on this pinch, trying to get the coordination for the break.
Again, Abizi, he's so hard to kill. 3 dead. Exceed. They should push him out. Again, aggressive. Getting real aggressive. Right-hand side of the map now good for the Thieves. No late breaks here on this P1. They are holding on. Similar to the second set. The P1s are looking very, very strong. Lurks on the hop check. Doesn't get it. Looking for the next man by P2. Could play for the flip outright here. Just give up that time and try and secure P2.
Reload a gun, I mean, as well. Trying to do what you can. Lurks now jumping around everywhere. Clearly prioritizing this P2. Once again, trading away significant P1 time to make it happen. And Hydra, the man in the back. Carolina just trying to react to all these situations and reacting everywhere. Trading kills in the back. Finally, Hydra gets taken care of. Now finally for Fire, knows he has to look forward.
Trooper shots. Oh, Lurks, no way they give you both. No way. And still that Hellstorm burning a hole in his pocket now for 2 entire hardpoint sets. 220 and climbing. Dare I say it, Ravens are holding it for now.
Ravens also doing too much, and they get 3-man wiped. Craze just needs to hold the front push from down low, and they would have had the setup instead. This is not a break with 20 seconds left. This is a break with 35 seconds left. If LAT get it all, they're back in the game.
But they've not been that great at their P3s. Ravens, I want to try and get as much time as possible here. This break is not that effective. You get a couple, they're going to count their losses, and surely they go towards new now. Thieves have always managed to hit the rotation from this P2 to P3. Will this be any different in the dying seconds of map 4?
LAT trying to dial in on the teamwork now. Both players working together. SMG's leading the charge. Easy, good for the trade. 3 players grouped up now. They're trying to break it through the front.
And they're going right through. They're going right through. They've hit the stun though. Nice connection. Lurks finds a kill from the inside of tunnel. And there are no trophies in play just yet, and it might not matter. Here we go. Abe trying to play sensible and slow. Hydra taking the worldwide flank. Does he have the time? You still have to make something happen here up front. Hydra trying to get going out from the back line. He's getting one. He's getting one. Can he get another? He hasn't got it, folks. 10 for the win. I'd call him that Hellstorm just to let him know, boys and girls. 5 seconds now before we go to a game 5. The last ditch attempt is a second away from victory. No. Exceed. Pose it over the line. And we go to a final map.
Hey, wow. Okay, so impressive stuff for Carolina. I have no easy Mac. I apologize for even bringing this up. I think the stat I'm interested to see on Colossus in the long term is N15 kills versus NPC kills, because a couple different teams have brought together different dynamics. And I feel like from start to finish, that was a lot of sort of 4-man NPCs rolling through from LAT, attempting to play with the pace. I think they had a good P4 break where Neem was getting some kills with the AR, but I think ultimately just the extra ARs for Ravens looking a little bit better for some of these holds. A 40-point win overall. Exceed gets out a ton of damage as well. They got 33 kills. Lurks there for 35. Both of those players eclipsing that 4K damage. But maybe Fire, the interesting sort of stat on the map, 27 kills, 2 minutes and 15 seconds of hill time. I mean, just happy to have the right gun.
I mean, the right gun, but playing for the dub. This was a sweaty game of Colossus. We're going to see the game flow in a second. I am very impressed. Not gonna lie, it was back and forth. I didn't see this result. I saw a strong Thieves from second set onwards. Big difference there. P3 to P4 for the Ravens. Jeej. Well done. Wow, final map. Here we go, bro. Going to Fringe. Little bit of search and destroy. A lovely back and forth series. And a brand new map. Chance, quick thoughts before the break as to how you think this is going.
I mean, for this type of matchup, I would be surprised at LAT to lose 2 S&Ds against Carolina. But for the S&D woes the Ravens have had, well, they were able to answer every single question there on the map too. Now it's just about them being closers.
A new map, Fringe. Here we go for our game 5. The LA Thieves, the Carolina Royal Ravens. It's going to be a one and done to decide the winner. We'll be right back after this break here on the Call of Duty League.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month.
At COD Champs, the fun goes beyond your seat.
Welcome to Vegas!
If you're in the starter ranks, you gotta slide over to the iconic Vegas sign for a quick photo. Then drop into the playground made for adults. And then go swimming with sharks at the Shark Reef Aquarium. Now at the next level, full send the obstacles at Spy Ninja's Adventure Park. Then get active at Lake Las Vegas Water Sports. For the ultimate experience, take a helicopter tour of the Grand Canyon. Then jump off an 800-foot building at Sky Jump. And that's how you make your Champs weekend unforgettable.
I don't know if they'll be doing the same thing again. Getting beaten down both the hard points and Exney just gets to feast on them. He dropped 40 in map number 1, didn't need that much in map number 4. Falcons dominate things in the hard points.
That is a convincing victory. A very convincing victory for the Falcons.
Marnie or top guy?
Wait, I think they're probably working, eh?
Yeah, they have Deddy, by the way.
Sheesh. Sheesh, bro.
Good
Hold that.
Jeez. Bro, my POV that. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It looks like I've been playing the map for 3 years. I swear to God. I get to the ball.
I'll show you later. There's some new plant tech.
Is there?
There's new plant tech. It's insane.
It's actually. I thought I had the flow. Bro.
Brandon, there's a way to throw all your attacks while planting the bomb.
No.
I'm not doing that.
You know how like whenever
Well, I mean, what was the f is going on? It was how good this man of Boot has been. The ref and Seth gotta do it all.
Yeah, pathetic, bro.
Yo, Caesar Sky is bueno.
Bueno's putting his balls on the table, bro.
Slammed him.
Caesar Sky is bueno.
Bueno's putting his f***ing balls on the table, bro.
I'm trying to chop my cut. Purpose up, cut for him, shot top.
Oh, we can't trouble this? Well, that's tragic. At least let him middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that side.
Nade hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's at 17.
Oh, hell nah. No. Oh!
Oh my god, Exceed's hyped.
Let's go, boys. Bro.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the Call of Duty League. It's time for Game 5. A very, very surprising start to the day. A very surprising start to this Saturday. We've got ourselves a Game 5 between the Ravens and the LA Thieves. And we're going to Fringe, ladies and germs. We are hot to trot. The first search and destroy. Alice in the first half, not going to lie. But at the end of the day, the Carolina Ravens walk away with the victory there on Raid. Exceed nearly pulling off the perfect ace with the sniper. Robbed with a hit marker. But the COD gods bless us with more highlight moments here on Fringe. We'll find out. Maybe. I hope so.
Well, at the very least, Carolina showing that they are clearly a good team. Greatness, though, is about the map 5s, and that is where Hydra, well, there's no one that doubts his greatness. Near 1.4 there for the KD across the entire season. Slaying production, when it matters the absolute most, is out of control. Carolina digging deep. They will be the first on the attacking routes.
Exceed has got that boom, boom, boom. Would he be hitting those players off the wall jump? Crazy is making his way up tracks. And the smoke will land, and surely he leaves. Yeah, he's the bomb carrier, so he's in a far forward position, fully solo. If he goes down alone there, it's trouble. Hello, chaps. Lurks. Managing to keep those players back for a second longer, but not enough to actually get the kills. And from this position, Exceed, he has eyes on, but I do think the barrel of his sniper rifle was protruding in the mid, so his position should be seen here, but it might not matter. No one's really checking.
Expected position, nonetheless. I would say, if anything, this is the Lurks Pokeball strat. Send him in and pray he gets a kill, and when he doesn't, I mean, what's the play call? Stagnant, let LAT make moves and run you over, potentially fire. Good for one, great damage, and there's the teamwork for Craze. And look at that collapse, a 3v4. How quickly LAT falls.
They're sending it in an Eum. Oh, he runs out of bullets, and my good God, he made an effort for it, ladies and gentlemen. For the Ravens, the Pokeball strategy pays off. Was it super effective? Maybe not. But a win's a win.
Yeah, I mean, what happened is we showed Fire's S&D stats before map 2, and he's coming out extremely strong in both map 2 and map 5. And LAT, in my opinion, no real reason to attempt to make that play. Stay inside bricks. It's where the bomb side is. You can play for the retakes. You got options. Well, they bit off more than they could chew. Carolina, that is a bailout round here in round number 1. Just keep in mind, in map number 2, they got 7 first bloods out of 10, and it was still a close map. Now they're not getting the first bloods and winning, so beautiful stuff here for the team in blue.
We'll see if that trend continues for our blue team. In our red team, in this classic esports throwdown, visually at least. Oh, Lurks got spotted out there. The side of his head.
Give him the sniper. Give him the sniper.
I mean, that would be one hell of a shot to hit there. Two thresholds, and a tiny angle to play with on the wall jump. That would be a highlight moment for the year. Big damage, no good. We're still seeing it. And that is perfect comms. A nade would go kind of crazy, low key, for real.
There you go. Finally, you found the angle. Scrap able to get inside of Dubs and get that first blood. So Lurks is going to see this one back in VOD and know that he gave away that one for free.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, the stun connects, but so does Exceed. Planting the bomb. Not a lot of members here of the Ravens to really effectively retake an Abizi. Now he's on that couch. Anything but comfortable right now. A deadly position to be in. You check. You don't even check the corner. Craze just gets gunned. But the damage was outstanding for Exceed to fly in and find 2 more. He's looking to get himself an ace on the round. Neum, you start things off right in the intelligence war. Now you are trying to seal it here. The check should be good. The damage is great, and it is enough. It is more than enough for the Ravens to take the round.
Man, and like, is the theme of this series just LAT? It's just about the decision making of when they're being aggressive versus when they're just playing their numbers. I mean, complete control of the site. And Abizi in the corner. I mean, it's just 2 play. You can just let Abizi die in that situation. He did his job. He got his kill. And instead, they just chowed into the AR. Enough damage being done, and Exceed there to clean up 2 one-shot people with the pistol. LAT just slightly off of their game right now.
Yeah, a couple of steps are great, and then you let something like that happen. I mean, Exceed pulls up at the right time with the Jaeger and claps a pair of weakened players. A magical moment. Hydra playing safe there by the tank. Low, close right, smoke's good. Yeah, it's a real play, it's not a fake. This is super awkward for the Ravens. Yeah, Abizi is somehow walking out with a pair. Neum joins him. Fire! Trying to get involved. Shots were solid. Thieves finally a strong defense that the Ravens had no escape from.
And a great job by Hydra as well, just to be the nuisance. Might have tried to block the line of sight with the smoke, but he had to have hopped on top of whatever the hell we're calling that thing multiple times. Just the distraction, able to slow him down in a situation for Hydra. He buys Abizi a little bit of time, and Abizi good for those first 2 kills. The NPCs reigning supreme, and just a nice strat call there on the defensive end for LA.
It's a tricky one, and we've seen plenty of teams getting some fantastic fake smoke plays working out. You gotta guess 2, maybe 3 times. Thieves leave nothing to fate. This time, though, they're going to creep their way through tin. They are going to run into lurks first and foremost. There's the hop checks. Beautiful from Scrap. Tells the boys exactly where those players are. That is an unbelievable bit of reconnaissance. Doesn't exactly work out. He's good for the next. The bomb has been dropped now in the middle of the courtyard. Has to be recovered, and the Thieves do not have eyes on.
Yeah, they got the order wrong there on that chow. Scrap needs to get him weak and send Hydra in for the kill. Instead, Hydra just goes for it. But bomb down, we're resetting. Exceed down low, and he's holding this angle with a snipe.
He's going to surprise us here. Yep, sure does. Abizi, right gun, right time. 35 seconds. Man advantage for the Thieves. Fire looking to get this. He's got himself the bomb site. No Thieves to be found. Craze doesn't catch anyone on the exit there. B, that's where we're going, lads. The smoke to get fire across doesn't quite work out, and now Craze in a 1v3, 1v1. Can he live? He can. 15 seconds. Scrap has to chase him down. Playing patient. Bomb recovery. Can he make it to A in time? Craze is hot on his heels. This should be a Ravens round, and it is. What a play from Craze.
Massive. I do not see the vision that Craze does when he's chucking some of these smokes in S&D. I don't think his teammate did either. But lined up the first 2, well, the second ends up being a freebie and then plays off the time perfectly, just barely able to hide. And Scrap, I think, sort of makes the right play call. Instead of hounding an SMG player, trying to pick the right corner down low, go to the other site, but Craze just had the timing perfectly.
And again, Craze patience in the 1v1. Holds the door with a knife, classic move. Doesn't give him too much after that. Vetty plays from the rookie. That is a very fun spot. What's he standing on? What is he standing on?
This is we're waiting for Exceed to get a snipe type of round. We are just playing for the information. See if he can get to work. You got eyes on Abizi down train. They're trying to hit him with the nades potentially. Yeah, here's the coordination.
Uno, dos. Connection. Oh, banana for the kill. Hydra comes through mid. Oh boy, but the scope gives it away. And now it's a fight in the middle of the streets. We're squaring up. No good on the snipe. Scrap connecting with his M15. Might be time for the wrap here for LA Thieves. Yeah, we're going around the backside of 10. Lurks in position for this. Cool, this could get ugly real quick. Here we go. No, hold it. No, go back. They're there. Okay, fine. Don't listen to me. I'm just... Actually, you can't hear me, can you? I'll just stop. 30 seconds.
Still got to get that bomb as well. I mean, they're putting so much pressure on the incorrect side of the map. We are sprinting with a sniper and pistol into the depths of spawn when the bomb is over towards mid. I mean, what a hopeless hellscape of round there for Carolina. They got the right intel. I mean, again, maybe similar to the raid. The start of these rounds, the original concept is absolutely there, but if the execution is just slightly off, they just break down.
Yeah, that was a whole lot of nothing. Sadly, Thieves, good stuff. If your opponent is making a mistake, do not interrupt them. While one round pulls it back slowly but surely. Craze's clutch feels like a thing of the past now. Could have walked away with a huge advantage, but 3-2. Still anyone's game.
Nehemiah World Star, somebody here. Yeah, he's going for it every time. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be going for that one. The timing is there. Got to be on the lookout for their attacking rounds just in case. But Carolina on defense, 3 players stacked up on this B site. I think they're responding to pressure appropriately. LAT sort of working through the middle of the map again. And Scrap is the one leading the charge.
Bang. No snipe.
Dead center of the map.
Yeah, dead center. No snipe, no problem. Trying to make something from nothing here. Oh, I think the Thieves, yeah, got more than spotted up. Graves is going to walk away with 1. The trade is good, but the numbers are not. Smoke from Hydra. Is it a knife? It's a scream and a wail of his player character, and through the smoke, he's praying for something here. Abizi to get there on the flank in time, sure does, but it's a 1v3. Technical 1v2 now. Abe's still rocking. 25. Abe's still rocking. Surely the Ravens overwhelm him. Surely they do. Ravens up yet again here in game 5.
And we're just... some of the concepts that are coming out right now, we're just hoping and praying that certain things work out. Scrap standing tall and proud in the middle of the map. A very large target for Exceed top red in the power position to get with the first blood. I mean, if you got a sniper looking over the top of you, you feel a little bit more comfortable making that type of approach. Instead, it's a freebie first blood. Hydra's trying to kill the enemy with smokes. And then just full sending out and hoping and praying you can get a kill. This is not clean Call of Duty being played right now. And a 4-2 advantage for Ravens back on the attack.
3-1 towards A. Nade's connecting, going to get crazed forward just a little bit, but the stun does give away, yeah, both of those players' positions. Maybe all 3 of them. So that is going to be a slight reshuffle here from the Thieves, or is it not? Expecting something a little different here, expecting maybe a play through mid. Yeah, that's where the bomb was going. So yeah, again, Exceed, the carrier. Maybe not. Craze, fearless. Craze, unstoppable. Craze, oh, indomitable. 1 more to go. The round is done, and it is match point Royal Ravens.
Yeah, and Scrap once again getting first blooded, just standing tall and proud on that outer lane with absolutely 0 teammate support or any intel on what's happening inside the junkyard. Plenty of pressure in the junkyard as well, but I mean, once Craze is able to slide away, you saw a stun land on top of Scrap's face and just an easy slide child running through. A 5-2 lead and able to play with all the confidence. Carolina, a round away from shocking and upsetting LAT. They are currently 9th overall in the standings through this split. They win 1 more round, they could jump up as high as 5th.
What a moment that could be. Ravens. Massive pressure through the middle of the map. And now the dance over to A. Abizi in position here. We've expended our lethals and our tacticals. We're going for it. Scrap starts everything off right. The bomb plant good. We're going to see this covered well. Hey, great work. Praise enters the site. Oh, and he cannot beat Hydra in the 1v1 there on it. All down to fire. Finds himself the first. Cut down in the middle of Main Street. And the Thieves survive another.
That's one of the few rounds for Thieves there where I felt like I understood what they were going for every step of the way. nice first blood there from Scrap towards the middle of the map. A much different angle and approach he was having, and great bully ball being played on the A site. BZ lying in wait, working together with his SMG duo in Hydra for the close quarters fights. And now you can see LAT feeling the pressure, starting to calculate a BZ, making the play call.
I mean, you've had a couple of rounds now. You know the Ravens' tendencies here. You're watching out for those craze plays. Different look from Exceed here with Snipe. A little bit more conservative from the backside of Granny's here. And it still might be good. Good coordination here from the Ravens. He has the flank covered. But will the Thieves commit to the flank play? There's the stun. That will push them back. And look at this spot from Abizi. Might not pay off, but he is in such a prime position here to get those players through mid.
Yeah, LAT, they just have full map control. They're going to be ready to respond to anything Carolina throw at them.
And I think Carolina have literally thrown everything they have to throw. There's no way to check this without using their eyes or their bullets. And now, what do you know, folks? The COD gods have smiled upon them. Can we get a fast plant here? Can Scrap get onto the site quickly enough? Can Exceed get the gun in the right position? Wait, here we go. Bomb planted. It is on. We're trying to fight our way through. Lots of friendly fire here. As the Ravens have managed to leave the bomb site. Hydra on the quick defuse. Here we go. Ravens trying to get the retake. Ravens, they're fighting forward. It is a 2v2 with 30 seconds to play. Scrap plays the close bomb site. Stays alive. Fire in the 1v2. They've got no idea where he is. And he's gone now. What a ridiculous round. The Thieves survive. 5-4.
That's how the hell did they just win that? I mean, absurd. The communication from both of these teams in this round. Had to have been chaos there in the comms. LA Thieves, I mean, so confidently swarmed the ghosts that were existing on the train side of the map. But hey, execute around the site. We're sliding back and forth. We're challenging. Maybe just enough pressure for Hydra hopping the bomb to bait some of these players in. And Scrap, great on the damage front. And even when he was just 9 HP, he's a bullet. The trade's not quite quick enough. So a mix you won for sure. LAT trying to fight back.
And Neum, yeah, got to put the sniper away this round. Very close corners here. There's a new look from Craze. What a two to start the round. Is that enough to be the dagger? Hydra, that box can be banged. I know it, sadly. Forward he now goes. Hydra with a bomb recovery. The shot rings out. Wait, he pushes the advantage. So much damage. The Ravens patient. They don't overcommit on the inside. They hold for now. To the middle of the street we now go. It's another bang out. And they've lined up, and the damage is dealt. Neum has to run for it. His mute field's still active though in this 1v2. He could make something happen. Here comes the check. Fire! Guns it! Game 5 over. The Ravens on top.
Oh, I mean, hey, Ravens just applied enough pressure to break LAT down. We are full setting the middle of the map. We are doing nutty stuff through and through. For Carolina, that is a golden opportunity that they capitalize on. And shout out to the credit from Craze. God, he's so handsome.
That is such a good credit. That is disgusting. To get those two traded by Neum, not enough. That is a late game adaptation to get you that 10th kill. He was good for 1 per round, and that was all you needed. 6-4, final score on Fringe of our game 5, and the Ravens with the win. We look back across this series, that Colossus was a huge surprise, as was the raid. Search and destroy. The old 2-4-5 for the Ravens. Not the desk, not the fans. No one saw that victory. There was one man who told me that they were going to win today, and he said, put it on it. It was Jay Stud, and I cannot believe Jay was so right. He was so correct.
Did he know the maps?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
But
That's still a great call.
Yeah. He gave Craze the bottle of his special sauce. You know, he did it, man. He did it. It's just Space Jam, Ali. It's like you were tiny when it came out.
She doesn't. She was a bald guy who played basketball with like cartoon characters. Let's talk a little bit about this major upset because Ali, you were saying you haven't seen enough progression in Search and Destroy from the Royal Ravens. They win both searches in this. This is now back-to-back matches against top 4 teams that you go to a Game 5, round 10 or deeper, and you'll win tonight. So let's take a look at the Search and Destroy. What improved for Carolina?
It's an unprecedented result, right? I mean, they were on an 8 S&D loss spree heading into this series versus a team in LA who's been doing much better in that game, though, despite that also kind of being their only weak point. For Carolina and the S&Ds, there was a lot of first bloods. I mean, just so much info and what they were able to do, considering the situations LA Thieves were putting them in. And also for Carolina, they just seemed comfortable. It's like even when LA was trying to be a little bit different, like let's say they went poolside over on the raid, they've been struggling on raid, search, and destroy in general, but they were like, okay, we're not going to give Scrap anything when he goes that top ring. We're going to stop giving him these angles to get these first bloods because the guy was shooting like a sniper. And so just how they handled their situationals was that of a top 4 team search and destroy.
Yeah, I'll say I'm not super surprised. I mean, before the series, I said all the maps I think would be really close because Ravens is one of those teams where their hardpoint was looking incredible. And, you know, when you go into a series like this where Thieves are, you know, kind of pushing limits, playing maps, testing their pool, like the raid S&D, it didn't need to be perfect from Ravens. It was, in fact, very sloppy early on, but in the end, they edged them out. And then when we get to this Game 5, you just need a little bit of good fortune. Camp the right corner, find a 2-piece here, huge play. Craze was the difference maker here, 1v3, and this 2-piece, you know, obviously to secure the end of this game. Massive, but really, it was the early rounds in this one as well, Ali. A couple rounds of the skirmishes around the A site where Thieves played a little bit too aggressive. Carolina came out on top, and that's enough buffer for a team like this to be able to clutch up and win.
Yeah, Craze was just abusing a lot of those lanes that like Thieves just weren't checking or in the midst of chaos were leaving unattended. And that was something we needed from Craze. We needed that level of confidence of just, you know what, I think of this play and I'm just going to execute it. And we got to see that a lot throughout that Game 5.
We have the Exnit spot on Den. I now have the Craze spot on Fringe and the Abizi spot also on Fringe. It was a nutty game of corners, and we're joined now in our Monster Winner Spotlight by Lurks. Lurks, you didn't have to drop the numbers in Search and Destroy. You do that in the respawn. But tell me about the win tonight. You were so close against Vegas. What was different this time around against the Thieves?
To be honest, it was our practice leading up to it. We heavily focused S&D and like really worked on it. So we were just trying to implement that in our gameplay. So yeah.
Yeah, it paid off today. And, you know, we talk a lot about you and what you've been doing this year. It's been phenomenal. Keep that up. But can you talk a little bit about Craze and his impact, particularly in the Search and Destroys? I mean, I feel like he has the green light to just make huge plays, and we saw it on full display here.
Oh yeah, we give him the green light all the time. We know he's the S&D star. He's gonna get the bloods and everything. It's just the matter, I just don't scam.
First couple of rounds you were out there, but after that, it started to work out.
Lux, I want to go back to how you touched on practice, because that was kind of what I was curious about, of what it's like to be in this position where we got to talk to Exceed a while ago. One of the first things he said to us was, Colossus hardpoint, we're good at it. I promise it's going to show in our matches eventually. Do you feel like that is an ongoing theme with you guys? Do you feel like even with Search, you said you were focusing on that practice. Was it a little bit before it was translated to the matches, as we've now seen?
Yeah, I would say it's much harder getting used to Search with a new teammate, obviously. So it takes time. We knew that was gonna come on, but yeah, our S&D practice has been pretty good recently, and it showed in match day.
You dropped another 12,600 damage. You're averaging a 1.07 on the season. Lurks, you've been phenomenal to watch. My last question for you, though, is you are now 30 points behind Riyadh. You're almost there for champs. What would it mean to play at the World Championship in your rookie year?
I mean, we need to get that champ spot. I want to be there so bad. I want to play good there. And yeah, I just want to be at champs.
Who are you going to bump down? Riyadh, G2? Miami?
It doesn't matter.
Riyadh.
He's coming from the Falcons. I love it. Bird on bird action. Congratulations on a win tonight.
Bird on bird crime.
Thank you.
That is Lurks. That is a rookie with a big win to start the day and an 0 for 4 prediction. Even the fans got this one wrong, but we got plenty of time to get things right as we take a look at our numbers. Optic still out front. Who's right behind him? It's FaZe. Guess who plays in our next match, Nameless?
Classico. Stick around. It's going to be a banger.
Best 2 teams in the game going toe-to-toe. Let's go Game 5 again.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing nonstop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now. Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
That's true. Why are you, bro? Why are you going? Why are you going?
Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
Why you
You're gonna
like
get
it?
fined. All right.
What the f is that?
Hello. And then
Actually, about
looking in the thing.
You're an idiot, bro. He's not in here. Join the game.
Scrap follows up with another one. It's all going to be on to Brezzy now to make the play, and he can't do it. This is dominant from Ultra. Scrap just stood up, celebrated, took off his headset. You got another round, bud. He's locked. He said, my bad.
With another nice shot from Dashy, though.
Some bad timing. He's reading him.
It's just Kleenex scrambling, trying to get around, drops in between. Dashy with all 4 and the defuse. Talk about the ice.
Did he get it? It was very close. I don't. Oh, he doesn't get it. I thought he had it. I think there's a miscomm there. There's a miscomm. There's the check. Oh, I like it more. Spray me in the face.
If I leave, do you guys leave as well? Do you remember me from DMZ?
No, I don't think so. Oh, if you're the leader, though, I don't know. Oh, I just got clotheslined by the jumper.
No!
Jump! Get it!
No!
They weren't ready for that.
Nice.
Wait, they don't know.
They know. They saw him. They saw him. Let's go! Let's go!
Well, Optic do not bring. But I'm going to turn the stream off.
They call him the CEO. Draws is celebrating alongside his teammates, but we're focused in on 2 other individuals. It's the MVP race between Mercules and Simp. You look at the numbers, Rosalie, a 1.1 each, and then, of course, a 94.9, a 96.7 Slayer rating. These are two of the top dogs in the league.
Yeah, and it's insane. The stories of the season are a little bit different. Simply, the start of the season for FaZe was a little more difficult. It felt like he was literally pulling and willing his team through some of these series. Now, obviously, they're one of the best in the game. Where Optic has been on the flip side of they have been very consistent with being one of the best teams of the games, but they're still looking to get through that hoop.
Let's start here with FaZe because this is a squad that should have been at both grand finals. They let Neptune cause some problems on Colossus, and they finished third at Major 1. But they got their game back in Birmingham in front of the UK crowd. They fell to the losers bracket, but bounced back to a 4-1 grand finals win. And in that victory, it was for Respawns. What is the strength of FaZe Vegas right now?
I mean, you'd say they're search and destroy. The hard point has fallen off a bit. They've lost 5 straight HPs, and particularly the matchup versus Miami. The pace, they haven't been able to keep up with them, so maybe Miami putting out the teach tape for the rest of the league on how to beat FaZe. But it's a weird one because you look at, like, the meta change in 04's performance. He has been better. Like, since the major on Sunday, he has not let down. Like, he's been going crazy. So it's really just a schematic thing for them. And, going into this next major, they're just going to figure it out when we get to land. That's what everybody's been saying, and I tend to agree with that.
Yeah, and what's funny about the FaZe situation is, like, always around this time of the year, it feels like...
Hold on a second. We got to celebrate a birthday. It's not just Nick and Adio's. It's Draza's birthday as well. And Allie, it's your birthday weekend. You're already feeling these birthday vibes. You level up on your birthday, do you not?
Absolutely you do, especially when you're Draza, you're the CEO of Optic, 24-9 versus them in his career, and it's his birthday. I might have to pick FaZe just because of that.
24-9 against Optic. He's got the numbers, a lot of those on land. On the other side, though, you got a bunch of rings on Optic Texas. World champs galore, and of course, one of the best second-year players in Mercules. Let's start, though, with the old man in the league. Dashy got a birthday win in one of his online qualifier games. Bruce has been leading the way in our recent games. What has changed with the fundamentals of Optic, or is everyone just taking turns to shine this time?
Everybody's taking turns to shine. I mean, Hook had a crazy performance in their last match versus Gentlemates. Pop takeover on that game 3. Dashy's been extremely consistent, and Mercules, he just hasn't had to be the early season Mercules recently because everybody's playing so well. So yeah, this Optic, well-oiled machine at this point, and just trying to get comfortable on the new maps.
Still looking for their first land victory. These are your last games online. Are you going to be testing maps, Allie? Are you trying to perfect the ones you're already good at? We see Den, Gridlock, Scar with a second dose of Gridlock for Hardpoint Game 4.
Yeah, I think the maps in this one are going to be really important just because of the way they mirror each other, especially in the hard points. I know Ant had a lot of points to make about this.
Hold on, Leah, let's keep this up for a second if you don't mind, production. So let's talk about this. FaZe are 4-8 on Den Hardpoint, or 0-0 on Gridlock, so they've never played it. They picked their worst overload in Scar going into this one.
FaZe chose that?
Yes. So this is FaZe definitely testing maps coming into this series 100%.
Which is very interesting.
Which is very interesting. I don't know if I always agree with that plan, but that's just how FaZe have operated throughout the year.
I like the idea of not giving tape to one of your biggest foes right before a LAN. Maybe they're thinking the big picture game. Either way, it's a rivalry. You know these players are playing for pride, and there is a lot on the line when it comes to the pick'ems. You two are 108. Will you differ in today's pick'em? Allie, you've retied the lead. You got to go back to first.
Is insane. I know I said I might just pick FaZe because of the Draza stat. But looking at those maps, I think I have to stick with Optic. I don't like the testing, and I think that their hardpoint's not in a good place right now to be doing that versus the best hardpoint team in the game.
No risky business.
Yeah, I'm going to Optic as well. Had my mind made up before the day began. I think Optic have just looked better. Coming off of yesterday's performance, I think they take this 3-1.
I think this is Optic's one blemish. They fall today, and then they win the major in Atlanta. I got Draza on his birthday today. FaZe gets it done in a Game 5. Plaza bang-out session is going to be crazy. We got Shift and Study and Stud. Can we start talking about Crazy Search and Destroy? How about my guy from the Ravens?
Trying to tell him, man, that young boy Crazy is going to be moving up very quickly in that rookie conversation because me and him have been putting in a lot of work on the back end, and it's been showing in his last couple of matches.
Yeah, dude, I mean, that's a huge, big positive boost in terms of Carolina overall. But, I kind of want to revisit, and I loved you talking about this, when we were looking to the map series set. For FaZe, yeah, there are some question marks, I think, surrounding how the picks and bans went for this particular matchup, considering it's number 1 versus number 2 in the overall standings. But legitimately speaking, both these two teams are expecting a top 4 seed going into the major, so why not throw yourself onto a map that you may not have the most reps on in actual competitive play against the league's best? It gives you a really good atmospheric test about where you are and where you need to improve before, obviously, the big lights at Atlanta.
Yeah, and this is also could be a mental game series versus FaZe, because you heard Name is touching on it. Doesn't understand why they picked certain maps, but when you're playing some of the best teams or the best team in the game right now, you might as well throw something to see if it sticks, so you could potentially use it at the next major. But Optic v FaZe, who doesn't want to get into this matchup? This should be lights out.
Well, let's get it on, boys and girls. We are in El Clasico here, the Major 3 qualifiers, and again, talking about FaZe in particular, in the hard point and on maybe more specifically this map, and it's not been all that stellar. And it does feel like for FaZe, the lot of it's going to come down to, can we put emphasis on rotation timings? You know, we've seen on some of the other new maps, looking at like their Sake, for instance, the bigger maps that are out there, that's where they've really, if they have been beat, where they get beat at. So that feels like for this map right now against one of the best teams we have in Den Hardpoint, it's all about trying to win, establish setups, and lock things down early. That's already what we're working on with this long route from Simp around the back.
Yeah, that's 100% going to be my main focus for FaZe. Is they can put themselves in position to win the rotations towards some of these money hills, because on a 5-game lose streak in this mode versus some of the teams who don't really do that aspect correctly, we need to make sure we're doing that, because we, in the beginning of the year, were the fundamental team. But so far, they are making this break look fantastic. Right through the front door, not even worried about the spawns being flipped, with Opor popping a double. They're in.
And I love this. Simp just kind of backs up, plays a little bit outside the hard point, wait for the contest, then you make your move. But the kills are looking good for Optic. Draws the last one left alive, has the NPC, but is turned away. 04 needs to make a decision, and he's actually not even allowed to make a decision. Hook has already bumped out the front side of the hard point to create that extra layer. Really good from Optic, spawning in from the backside of the hard point to find the counter break and a chance to get this game right back to tie terms.
Yeah, all they want to do is just fight this final wave. So far, 2 for 2, make it 3 for 3 in a trade battle, but it's Draza, the CEO, the birthday boy, able to get loose there for 3 kills to soak up that final time. So now you're forcing the hand of Optic to be early off the rotation, and it's the nuke finding the opening kill.
Big 1v1 here with Sin, but shows a little bit too much, does Hook. Will be punished, and now Optic have to try to hold from the left side of this hard point. Mid-cut starting to be threatened here for FaZe, and the numbers are starting to really amount to pressure. But Shotzi able to get 1, and able to lock down the rest. Not quite, but Hook is there off of his respawn for 2, gets the read onto Draza, but cannot quite win it. So an opportunity here to keep the hard point open and neutral. FaZe still in the lead, but Optic quickly re-threatening.
Optic have to flood their way through combo, because you already know that Drazo's sitting at that mid statue, and teammates are not going to help the situation. Now you're going to turn it into a one-on-one. Mr. Preaim and Abuza should be able to clean up this final kill, and his teammates are going to fill the gap to soak up this time. Optic right now playing from the back foot. This has been fantastic from FaZe.
Yeah, looking good, at least for the contest. 04, last one standing over the top of the hard point, but will be turned away by Dashy. So scrap time looks like it should be good for Optic. You tally the status on the minimap, they're also in position to win this rotation to new. So a moment where FaZe have to be very disciplined and dictative in terms of how they want to try to move across the map. Hoop will stop one element of it, Shotzi another. So FaZe will be in a little bit of a discombobulated situation here trying to regroup.
Yeah, and this is the hill that they desperately need to find a break on, because this has always been the money hill for Optic on Den. You win a couple early gunfights off the rotation, you clear out towards the backside, and now all your focus is on the front. Shotzi and Merkley's combined for 3. First push gets shut down, and now FaZe have to commit everybody through the front in their second attempt.
Yeah, it's going to have to just be down to, can you get anything from Simp? 04 working on the outer side of the rooftop. Simp trying to work his way over through middle. Dashy's maybe a little bit too far away. No, he's not. He's got the perfect angle. Shuts down Simp on the pinch. The hit from the front is also stopped. And that will lead to a lead swap here late into this first set of hills. Optic in control, and it looks like that's not going to change here with FaZe coming off staggered spawns.
Yeah, FaZe really don't want to give up a full 60 here, so they're going to try to go for a last-minute break in the final 15 seconds. Double chow through the outer alley, and it's Simp to Pimp, able to win that gunfight. So keeping the game very close, basically a tie game as we hit the ending of our first set of hard points. But FaZe do half of the decent job by winning 2 of the rotations out of the 4. Got to improve that here in this next set.
Yep, absolutely the case. Tight game though, as we would have expected. Draza gets 2. That will open up the hard point for FaZe to jump in and get us back to not just neutral terms, but FaZe will take the lead off of this. Pinch from Shotzi, gonna go up top towards window, should have a freebie. And he will. Abuza will drop. Now it's just down to what does Optic want to do with these eliminations. Looks like they want to try to push over towards couches. But a couple of, wow, really weird spawns right here. Dash is going to get a parallel. Phaser still going to spawn over towards the P2 side of the map, but under threat. And they've dealt with that threat to this point. So nice moment here from Optic, but they don't get the read on the long pinch that comes out of Abuza's spawn. So now they have to rotate, and we'll see how they comment through with the Texas listen in.
One time, really weak.
You really wrecked right now.
He jumped out front red. Another one red.
Bottom right of Abuza. Bottom right of Abuza. Let's go. Trying to get to the back here.
I spawn here.
Yeah, they're gonna be front now.
I reckon.
Oh, it's where? Lobby dead. They're all gonna be on now. I'm nading top.
He's back left corner, behind the pillar.
One more close in there.
I'm blocking.
He's low. One shot.
You should spawn in the back,
Abuza dead. Yeah,
outer draws, barely weak. Flying. Another one, inner, trust.
I got naded.
He's naded. I spawned in the back, we're good.
Do the outer cross. Fix them. I shot in there. Close. Two. Outer really close front. Nice. Try to stay down.
One shot outer. Nice. One more close front.
Nice. Bump. Yeah, take a shot, guys.
He's already there.
Close.
Nice. They're just flying at this.
Every enter miss. Every enter.
They probably wrote.
I stun one in there.
Yo, should we do two here?
They're trying to nade.
Yo, one shot middle, 04 lobby.
Enter, gonna weak.
Nice.
Watch her. Yo, one guy's con.
Absolute old.
Flank throw.
Nice, good job. Yo, play through Jojo.
Yeah, two to this.
Good. I'm wrapping back down right now. One's in our den.
Go deep.
Cause small, trust.
Yo, one's on lobby. Middle.
He's mid.
We got me.
I can't help you. Wait, I'm a what? Kill this kid. He's... Yo, watch out.
One's Dojo. Lockers.
He got out. There's two here.
There's two tiles.
There's two. Another one. Outer and inner. There's two here.
Watch
out. They're all weak. Another one close right.
They're 10, not weak. On the heady.
Another one outer. They're heady. Last guy. 04. Last guy.
Really? You win.
That's last guy.
Come Dojo.
I'm here.
You still set in the...
I got hit by
Con side time, guys. Two tiles, one out of Dojo.
Oh, he's already outer. 04.
Watch out.
All good. He's pushing through.
Wanna go now? Right now? Yeah, we should
down.
I'm gonna just go front.
What's probably here?
Yeah, really unique portion of that listener right there, Jay. It's actually on the rotation from 2 to 3. You hear who calling it. Do you want to 2-2 this? And then they get kind of flooded at the end, but they eventually commit to it. It does lead to some weird spawns, so FaZe have found a way to benefit over the top of 3, but not often we hear like those live quarterback play calls come through so clearly. A really awesome look.
Yeah, and this is what you expect when you have two of the best teams in the game going back and forth on a hard point that they like to play, blow for blow. But now Optic looking for their Money Hill in P4 to be a lockdown again. They flood their way through the front door. They're waiting for the pressure to come through the pack, and that's what's allowing them to still hold this down because they have everything covered.
Oh, but they slipped past Mercules, so 04, who's had a bit of a slow start, is going to slip the net, find 2, turn back around towards the rooftops. It's all 4 Optic members fall. I don't know if it's just Mercules getting to that position on inner roofs a little bit late, or if he just didn't have a full angle to anticipate 04 taking the long route around the outside, but whatever happened, it works out nicely, and FaZe are going to reclaim the lead here as we go to our third set.
Yeah, that could be a break that could potentially lead to a game winner here for FaZe. Because that's usually been a hill where Optic, they can guarantee at least 45 to 50 seconds, but FaZe keep this one down the middle at 30-30. They're going to be able to take the lead going into our third set, and they already have presence around that middle of the map where Optic is still scattered.
Yeah, just a little bit of a weird moment. There was Simp finding 2, finessing that old time at 4, but Optic respond. They find 3 individual 1v1s, and we have another back and forth. Just a little teeter-totter on the scoreboard right now of who carries the lead. FaZe trying to hold on to the P2 side of the map, but would love to get a look at the hard point. Sip shut down over towards couches. Abuza trying to follow, not going to find anything. So now you've got scattered numbers again for FaZe. Optic trying to reclaim the side of the map that they want. And this is a massive moment right here in this map to be able to win as much time as Optic are and have the P2 side of the map. FaZe need to have a response.
Yeah, Optic is just unbelievable. Like when the chaos is brewing and they have to expect some pinch spawns from happening, they were able to hold down their setup for a clean 4 dead. FaZe eventually break their way back on in, but this might be a great opportunity now for FaZe. Abuza and Draza combined for 3 in a row, and finally you have an opportunity to win the rotation over towards P2. You're down by 20, you desperately need a good hold.
That's so tough because Optic are fighting so much over the top of P1. They don't really get the chance to lock down the left side of the map. And Draza and Abuza, I believe, were the 2 players for FaZe to spawn down towards this overload goal. Huke working on it, able to find one. That'll move the spawns back over. Now it's just down to can you win the battles on top of the hard point itself. Ashley with the pistol. Oh, mercy. continues to provide. Still has it out. Not quite able to find the kill. A second for 04? No, not going to happen. But FaZe, they've been able to reinforce from the front. Hook off the regen. Tons of damage into the hard point. Now it's just down to finding the kills. He's able to get one more, leaving Dashy by himself. Continue with 1v1s. 205 to 182. Dashy in trouble, but Optic, they've got the numbers to get back in and still hold the time.
Yeah, but there's just so many trades. FaZe have the numbers now with that frag coming over the top from Abuza, so that's going to allow them to win this final wave of gunfights. It was a bloodbath in towards the P2, and both players decide to chow. Dashy at mid-couches, and he gets that double, and that final 10 is now going to go in favor of Optic, and they have players off the rotation. FaZe desperately need to find an opening kill, and it's 04 who gets it.
That's a big kill on Shotzi, who's trying to just elude this FaZe rotation. Hook in some trouble, finessing, lots of damage into Draza. Shotzi's trying to get over towards the backside of Dojo. He's looking for the long route. Does he have the ability to afford this route to actually come through, though, with how FaZe are controlling over the time? They're also getting kills from the front, but Shotzi does get his one from the back, but that's fine for FaZe. They push out one side. Now you can turn and respond, and they do just that. 35 seconds remaining on this hard point. Optic spawning over towards P4, but FaZe are receiving it nicely.
Yeah, FaZe are just playing for this one wave. If they guarantee a couple kills, this is where the pressure is going to start going forward, and potentially a couple players from Optic all the way across the map. It's going to fall into Shotzi. It's going to fall into Mercury. Shotzi gives you two, but they both get two-piece by Simp. He's on 7 in a row. FaZe flip the map. Win condition now at the next HB.
And Optic have to play through the old time. Draza and 04 are here, and they're going to find a couple of kills between them. Spawns, are they fully blocked over towards 4? Yes, they are. FaZe will spawn up to receive this break attempt, except for Draza, who spawns out before the hard point opens. So if there were ever a moment for Optic, it would be right here, right now. Simp on 7 in a row, trying to get to number 8. He's got Optic members all over the backside, but it's 04 who find a couple of kills. Simp now off the regen. Optic will own the spawns, or will they? Hold on, no one is actually spawning in the back towards pillars. 245 to 225. Optic have the numbers. 04 pushed out, and the break is in.
And now if you are Simp, you got to invest that Hellstorm very, very quickly. Allow your teammates to take some space on these long routes, because Draza's working his way all the way through Dojo. He wins this one-on-one. He's going to block that back spawn, but he gets sniffed out by Shotzi. Now this Hellstorm isn't going to connect on anyone, and Optic had the chance to win it here.
04 trying to stay alive on the outer side of the rooftops. He's taking a lot of damage, though. Over to the top, able to finesse for one. Is that enough to create a break attempt?
Gotta go.
4 seconds. Simp gets shut down. Just down to Draza. Shut down in his own right. Abuza, nothing there. And Optic survive through the Hellstorm, make a dramatic rotation to eventually win spawns at 4 out of nowhere. That last 90 seconds, worth rewatching on every form. The micro ability, the macro movements, everything that you would want to see between our top 2 teams, and we have a banger map 1 result.
Man, what a game that was. FaZe, the things that I was focused on is winning rotations. That's going to give yourself the best chance of fighting versus one of the top teams in hardpoint, and you did just that. The only one you didn't win was the P4. That has been Optic's money hill so far on them the entire season. Better than a 90% chance at holding down that hardpoint, and when you're allowing them to win the rotation every single time, because even in that situation when Optic were contesting for the final 10 seconds, they got 1 kill at that old time and spawned them all the way across the map. With the pressure, they knew that they had the numbers, and they were able to flip the map at the right time, and then also apply pressure to push them so far to not allow that Hellstorm to have any impact. Optic are just so efficient with the way that they move around the map, and they get it done in the map 1.
I really could not believe that neither team had gotten pillar spawns here. At this particular moment, you feel like Optic, with the control that they had towards Dragon, they were going to spawn up, but not the case. And actually, they kind of use that as a chance to send Mercules back over to do this. We didn't really see it in the live moment, but that takes care of the player in the tablet for the Hellstorm. So everyone gets to cover. You reduce the hit potential from the front, and that is an unbelievable mini decision for Mercules to just run through roofs, get the prediction on where FaZe are spawning, find a couple of kills, and it leaves it all to individual efforts after that. So really brilliant heads-up awareness from Optic. And again, it's just like one of those things that you even go back to like the start of the 3rd hard point in that last set of hills, and it's surprising to see where some of the spawns were coming up at. Because, you've got Shotzi on a super long route before P3 opens around the back. FaZe push out Optic from the front. They deal with Shotzi in the back. It feels like they're going to have full control going to 4. And then all of a sudden, I think it's Draza who spawns way behind P2. And Optic have a chance to reflood. So it's just all of these small moments that are happening that Optic are reading pretty much perfectly, and that's where they get that little advantage near the end of the game flow chart here.
Yeah, and I feel like Optic had a lot of moments throughout that game having those kind of situations happen to them, because we even saw it at the P1 when they were waiting. They knew that the spawns for FaZe were going to be sporadic, but everyone locking it down their side, and they understand when we need to pressure to guarantee this side of the map once those kills start going down. Optic are just next level right now when all 4 players are on point. And Shotzi also at the end of that game, while that Hellstorm is getting invested, what's the way you're going to lose? If someone hits a route and then blocks the spawn for them to have a way better chance of getting instantly to the hard point. He picks up that 1v1 versus Draza while Mercury's pushing out the front. And Optic, they way too good at hard point sometimes, man.
Unreal, dude. Unreal. So now we take a look at the gridlock for the search and destroy. Optic have split the difference on this one. The first time they played it, they looked great. The second time, not so much. For FaZe, they've been maybe a little bit more hesitant when it comes to not just, playing onto this map, but they've been kind of hard focusing Fringe. And they really haven't had much time to rock either the gridlock or the plaza. Of course, both of them are here in this particular series. But the thing that has not changed is what Simp has been able to do kind of in place of, I won't say in place of, what we've gotten out of like a BZ of the trios in the past, but he is getting active, and he was legitimately against Ravens the sole reason that FaZe dominated as much as they did. They didn't need anything more than just Simp. He was undeniable. 27 total eliminations last Friday, setting the S&D kill record for a series.
Yeah, like, the guy's been doing it for such a long time, man. It's like 10 plus years. The guy's been living and breathing in this game mode. And if he's setting records still 10 years later, the guy has a really good grasp of what he needs to get done for his team in search and destroy. He's always been unbelievable. And if you're going to allow this guy to do that kind of performance, oh yeah, Optic, let's just move on to map 3.
Yeah, I hear that. But on the flip side of things, it does feel like when we watch Optic play this gridlock, they've done it in different forms. We've seen them try to flood, get a little bit aggressive, try to stack and hit things. I mean, that was kind of the old school. I remember back like during the 5v5 year of Black Ops 4, it was like search and destroy simple, just snowball and run at people. Yeah. And it definitely felt like they're trying to see if that would have viability in this particular game. It feels like at certain moments, yes, you talk about like Plaza around the bar, you talk about the dojo side here of gridlock. It can work when you play through showers and things like that. But at the same time, you can also catch a nade and then everything fails immediately. So we'll see if Optic have kind of found how they want to play it out. And they are going to go to the bang out here over towards shower side. Same to be at though as FaZe have a couple members threatening. They're going to find the first 3 kills. Hook's got nowhere to go. Good pre-fire shots through the wall. And that may just be the end of round number 1 right here.
Oh yeah, that's guaranteed the end of the round. FaZe just punched them right in the face in towards showers. You're probably expecting, if you are Optic, no trophy systems, they're probably going to take the slow and steady approach and bank on the information, but that's FaZe just setting the tone early on. You also got a guy in Simp who was one hell of a performer back in the day on this map. Understands what's going to be thrown at them. And FaZe were ready and waiting on the blind counter. Very easy opening round.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we've noticed about FaZe teams in the past, obviously taking a look at the new formation of this roster, I'm thinking back to like the early days when we played Dealership last year, where FaZe were no strangers to playing bang-outs on their defense and then trusting their counter nades to hit the other site. This is definitely a map where you can get away with that. Abuza, scope out. Somehow the car bomb does not affect 04, so he is up and through Grandma's. He's going to get turned around a little bit here, but he's able to find at least 1 trade onto Dashy. Mercules responds, and it'll be numbers for Optic on the defense 3v2.
Yep, and now you can stabilize on the map because you have them trapped on this side. Shotzi making sure he's prepared for anyone on the rotation. And time's already ticking, and that bomb is yet to be planted, so no need to peek.
Oh, what a place this is. Yep, that'll work. Draza's going to be frustrated by that. And now it's just down to Abuza, who's got the scope out. First shot's going to miss. And here comes the swarm. Yeah, he gets a hit marker there at the end, but Optic, really good reception of the pressure from FaZe down P Street.
Yeah, they just get a really good read very early into that round of where the pressure's coming in. Smoke grenades going down, snipers showing a glare over towards B Street. So let's hit the rotation very quickly. I thought 04, the way he was able to maneuver in Sushi was going to make a big time play, but he gets quickly traded out. And then with all that information that Optic had, you could set up Shotzi in spots like this. Guarantees the freebie on Draza. And then, Abuza with a sniper 1v3, tie game.
Yeah, running him. Okay, So defense for defense we go. Trophy systems are close to, if not already online. So it looks like we're going to try to feel things out. Sniper rifle inside of towels here for Abuza, which is something that feels a little bit light in the setup, which is Simp to provide the assistance, but both will kind of back away. And look at the quick route from 04, man. I mean, this is lightning speed.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play call right here from FaZe. We're about to sniper out of Abuza, keep them at bay, but then set up 04 to take so much space away on the pinch, because all they're doing is stalling time. 04 is going to be the deciding factor. Give me the opening double.
Yeah. Oh! Wow, he's going to find more than that. He gets 3, looking for the pistol for the full ace. Not going to happen as Simp takes it away, but that is going to play a lot of mind games with Optic, because they don't hit for an initial full flood. They're spreading the map. But as you give up that B street early to try to play through mid, no one even gets an eye line on the fact that 04 has already taken that aggressive route around the world.
Yeah, it's just 04. Making big plays, man. And it's all off of his teammates as well. Like, if they don't stall time, if they get blooded, they're going to understand, all right, most likely someone's on the pinch, but they value their life beautifully, set up the playmaker in 04 to flank and find a triple on the round. Optic so far on their offenses have went A both times and had 2 different looks on the side of FaZe. Probably got to slow it down on our next approach.
You would think so, at least. Or with trophies, maybe you just try to hard hit it again. But so far, offense not coming up with much for Optic. FaZe's turn. Spreading the map. Aggressive position here for Draza. Yeah, he'll get a little bit closer towards the safety of Sushi, and now with that nade being tossed, he will back up to help this hit over towards A, which is finding a little bit of damage, and the wall being eventually to connect onto Shotzi. Mid-map, Hook trying to take away some space and cause another little bit of pinch pressure, but that won't really affect FaZe, who push that back. Over to Mercury's direction. Cleanly gets the first, but a good reset, at least forces a team kill. Angle being watched for 04. He gets one before Hook has the trade, and we're going to get the 1v1 between Draza and Hook.
Yeah, the birthday boy versus the nuke. Draza lives for these moments, but the timing not be on his side. Hook is going to be able to spot him from the top broken window, and that's going to be a freebie there. Even into 3v4. I love the slow and steady approach out of FaZe to gather the information to see what Optic is going to throw at you, but that team kill did not help in towards Showers. Allows Hook to reset, backtrack through the middle of the map, and get the better of Draza.
Yeah, it's a tough moment right there for FaZe, because you get pushed back pretty nicely by Mercules, who gets the first kill plus extra damage, and you kind of, I think at that moment, are calling for like, yo, we got to double chow this guy. He's in a really good spot, and you double chow into each other, unfortunately, and that extra damage that Mercules provided gives you that essential second kill. So nicely done from Optic's defense. This time, like you call Jay, very well predicted. Not going to go to A. Abuza is sniping from top broken at the moment, but look at the quick positioning from 04, already through the overpass.
And I don't know if Mercury spots him, so now 04 has free roam on the pinch.
Oh,
You're probably thinking it's all going to be cleared all now, but 04 again is going to strike for the first blood. Now you have a player right on you with the bomb plant in his hand. You have them surrounded, but you're not expecting Mercury's 3v3.
And you don't expect, you don't expect Shotzi up top, at least you wouldn't think so. But Simp's able to turn to find the kill, he gets a second one. This would be for a 1v2 and an impressive 3 kills on the round. Mercules holding his position on the tight corner. Simp, still alive, has a chance at it, but the wall bounce gives the elevation needed to finish off Simp. And Optic will get the round after the really quick shutdown at 04's pinch.
Yeah, 04 is just hoping that his teammates are in the vicinity of that B-bomb site once he gets over to the 18 Whaley, because if someone was in a position, you could have guaranteed some free kills over towards the site, but 04 gets right past Mercules. But Mercules has ended up being the deciding factor on this round. All right, you take care of my teammate. Let me just wrap back, take care of you. And then I'll win a 1v1 versus the guy who broke the S&D kill record in this series. Good plays out of the young buck.
Huge, huge, huge. 3-2 the count. First offensive round has found win condition for Optic. FaZe looking to 2-2 split. Create noise towards A, and that nade is going to do everything that FaZe needs. Yep, you can back away, read the pressure. Simp would need to be traded out. 04 is trying to save the day here through the smoke. Can he get 2? Not quite. So bomb being planted at B. It's being planted for Abuza towards 18, but hold on a second. Mercules reads the fake nature of that A hit, comes back over through Ice Cream, finds the bomb planter, and now it's down to Abuza for a 1v2.
Yeah, it's info onto 1, but there's no way you're going to be ready for Mercules working on the pin, so just going to try to get out of dodge. Only has a sniper pistol. He's just trying to play the mind games here, potentially force Optic on the opposite side of the map. But 40 seconds and you get really bad COD timing.
Yeah. Rewraps back with the pistol. Almost, but Mercury's just a little wiggle inside the doorway. Works out, and Optic have now won a handful in a row. Getting some good space here on the scoreboard in this search and destroy. And a lot of it has been coming from Mercury's in these last 2-3 rounds.
Yeah, I don't understand how he keeps on getting away with this. Like, Optic are giving up the first blood in 10 seconds. Like, that frag over the top was ideal if you are FaZe. You gather the information. You even spot Shotzzy pushing through the middle of the map. But the smoke grenade, realistically, is the reason why Optic bailed himself out of that situation. Shotzzy doesn't die. You take care of 0-4 to the back lines, and then you are effective on the trade onto Sip to still make it a 2v2. And then Mercury's just such a heads-up search and destroy player. Wraps back towards B, catches the bomb carrier. Again, making a big-time play for Optic.
Whoa. Talk about Sendates and Dashies already playing with his eyebrows, saying there's no way they hit me up there. I just want to kind of revisit that last round, though, because for Optic, I feel like 99% of teams who are trying to play aggressive defense through A, if they get naded, the asinine nature of still committing to playing through when you could be dealing with all 4 members is insane, but it works out. This round, though, after the nade, a more traditional kill comes through, and we've got a 4v2 for FaZe's defense trying to bring this back to within 1, and Abuza's shot at a hook pretty much, you would think, solidifies that.
All right, so Mercury's on 5 in a row. Don't allow this guy to potentially earn himself a Hellstorm because he's just a couple kills shy. Don't give this guy one-on-ones. He's going to take every single one-on-one and almost turn it into a one-on-one while getting out of dodge. But FaZe finally have a response on the defense. You get an opening frag over the top out of Sip. He's like, wait, Dashy, didn't you like to play that spot a couple years ago? Oh, let me show you. I still remember what you like to do. Gets the first blood, sets up 0-4 for kill number 2, and then just don't give Mercury's any space. Yeah, that's experience playing a part. I know this map like the back of my hand.
That bounces off the ground almost all the way up to Dashy. That's insane.
What's he say? Yobi.
Yeah, for real. Yobi. Do your nade work, friends. Do your nade work. 4-3 the count. FaZe looking to put together an offensive win. Have not had a chance to plant yet. Everything has been taken away from them quickly. And speaking of, Hook just tosses a defensive stun that will have FaZe slowed down just a touch. Draws up, going back over towards main rock. And the timing is just so unideal. Shotzzy will find the kill, and you don't even know that Mercules is also a part of this pinch play. So FaZe are stuck on site.
Yeah, now they're making a decision, trying to push up towards the opposite side. Able to force it to be a 2v2, but you're not expecting Shotzzy to already be pushed up towards Shower. So now Sip trying to make the heads-up play. Off the rotation, right through the middle of the map. But Shotzzy said, that's something that I would do. Optic successful on the retake.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. And I love that from Optic, kind of taking a card, not necessarily just from 0-4, but in the same nature of, look, if FaZe are going to be playing these little delayed heavy hits, which they've done now a couple rounds in a row, why not? Hey, if we're not getting any nade action on one side of the map, let's just push through that. So really brilliant decision right there as the double from Shotzzy essentially leads to that defensive win. And now all of a sudden Optic's on map point.
Yeah, this is crazy, man, because a lot of these rounds previously before that one, they've been getting picked off early, so they've been clutching up in the man down. Now when you get that first blood, the round's even easier. Back over to A we go, where finally it's a different look from FaZe. You're going to try to back them down, or at least isolate these gunfights onto the site. Draza finds the first, but instantly traded 3v3.
Yeah, and Optic aren't slowing down here. They know that they've got Draza as the last defensive player nearby. What a push from Mercules. Holy cow, 0-4 does trade. Smoke to block out small. And how about this? Hook is still looking for info, but man, I'll tell you, the more he gets from this, saying no one's crossed over, the more that Dashy should know that they're playing around the back. And he's got the gun up, but wow, Abuza dismantles the play completely. And a slow map from Dashy has us back to a 5-4 count.
I was thinking Abuza was turning that corner with a pistol. I thought he blew Dashy away, but then I looked at the kill feed and it was an NPC. Sometime that thing is a shotgun, and I can only imagine what Dashy's face was at the end of that gunfight. Because if you get that one, it's a 2v1, and you have info instantly onto the last player. But FaZe, stay alive, force round 10.
Okay, but still, need a couple in a row here for FaZe. What do you call here in the offense? It looks like they're going to take their chances with a 4-man hit towards A. It'll be Hook and Shotzzy that are there to try to defend against this. Abuza sniping, doesn't see anything on the cross.
Ooh, no nades connect.
Shirley is calling out some of the connection on that spray, and wow. That's a huge hit marker, but it doesn't lead to a kill. Shotzi alive for a moment to be able to find the kill, and Dashy right back to the mix. This is just unbelievable out of Hook, who was tagged up by that scope. But now Abuza finding a bit of an exit, has an NPC fully reloaded. Nice shots, shuts down Dashy. Can he get away from Mercules? So far, yes, turns, but Mercules is there to meet him. And Optic will go up 2-0 in the series, and Dashy's saying, thank God for my teammates who essentially did most of the work in the map.
Yeah, and that's gotta feel so good if you are Optic. This is the map you played last week versus the Thieves, and you got ran over. Every single one of those rounds where the chaos was brewing at that A site, they were picking you apart. But Call of Duty timing on this map was your best friend. But just the way that they set up that final round, it couldn't have been any better. Like, it was finally a different look from Optic. A 2-2 split on the defensive side with shots getting aggressive in towards the site. But it seemed like FaZe were banking way too much on the frag kill that they got 2 rounds ago that led to the first blood. Nothing's able to connect. The only info they have is now one player sitting on the backside of Showers. So you try to isolate him, but then it's Shotzi pushed up on the site that strikes for the first blood, and then the chain reaction from the rest of Optic to just be in the vicinity. They are so effective as a squad. And when Shotzi's getting loose, making plays like that, the game is just way too easy for the green wall. They're up 2-0.
Insane stuff. 2-0 to the green wall. Scar Overload coming up next. A map that both teams are looking to try to get a little bit more rehearsal on before the major. But so far, Optic have had a bit of extra sauce as they've gotten through FaZe in the first 2 maps. We'll see what we get for map number 3. We'll be back right after the break.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month.
Oh, great. This again. Oh, they're gonna dig this. Enemies up in my sight. They better run for the night. They know when we show up, when we load up, then we pow, pow, pow. Finish the mission. Hoorah! Can I get some help? On the way. Look out, freak bag. They coming, they guarantee we never stop. It's you and me against the world. Controlling the show. Blow for blow. You cannot see me. I leave you exposed.
At COD Champs, it's more than Call of Duty. It's you whipping an F1 go-kart at the Grand Prix Plaza, testing your aim and movement at Summerlin Paintball. It's you driving supercars at Speed Vegas, surviving the best escape rooms at Escapology, experiencing the immersive art in the Arte Museum. It's you taking a picture in front of the Bellagio Water Show, and seeing Vegas from the largest observation wheel in the US. It's you and the squad making memories for life. A weekend in Vegas that you'll never forget.
Welcome back there, friends. If you have not gotten your tickets for Champs yet, you need to, and we say this all the time, but I am serious. You need to scan this QR code because the Loge experience, we're talking private bartender, private food service, insane seating at the Mandalay Bay. You need to scan this QR code now. There are only about 30 seats remaining for this once-in-a-lifetime experience at Champs. So I know we always bump these. I know we always say scan the QR code, get tickets. But if you're planning on going to Champs, you have to upgrade your experience by doing this. So make sure you do that right now. Speaking of things, though, and speaking of competitiveness, talk about what we're going to expect, not just from an Optic team, but just generally across brands as we get into major number 3. Renegade, who has been unbelievable for the Huntsmen. Talk about just maybe the next guy up here, because throughout stage 3, Jay, we were talking about how this Huntsman team isn't really going to work out. Renegade has had is an unbelievable stage, and he's doing it really across every single mode.
Nah, man, ever since at least stage 3 has started, man, this guy has just passed every single eye test possible when you watch this guy play. The amount of finesse that he absolves with his SMG or even the AR is insane to me. And just the experience of being a world champion from a different title, when the moment starts to get frantic, he's able to bail his team out of so many situations. The way that he has leveled up from stage 1 to here, oh yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that guy should be getting a call up after this next event.
Yeah, he's been nuts. And if you could do it on land, again, the Pro-Am, against the pro teams, I like that call out of you, Jay. Let's take a look where we're at, because right now, if you're joining us late, you've missed 2 insane maps. But Optic have come away the victors in both of them. A really tight hard point, just a couple of seconds between them, and then a 6-4 search and destroy has us looking at Overload, where FaZe would have to obviously take this map and the next couple to pull off the reverse sweep in a series that, again, by the construction of the map vetoes, they were looking to try to get deeper into the series to get more reps on maps that they needed to get work on against a top team. And so you're looking at a player like Draza. Can he come through on this Overload and help get this FaZe team back in the mix? The problem is you're going up against Shotzzy, who this stage has been one of the best players in Overload, period.
Oh yeah, and that's the reason why you need to put a lot of focus on Shotzzy, because what he does on the map is so hard to keep track of. Just realize every time he's coming off spawn, he's most likely hitting an OE. And the fact that he is that player, when even if he's not putting up kills or when he's slaying his way out, there's so much focus that needs to be on Shotzzy, because how he's able to influence the map. He can spawn kill you in your spawn, he can spawn kill you in their spawn. He is so outstanding when it comes to value your life and knowing when to strike. So that's a guy you got to put a lot of focus on if you are FaZe. And Draza, on the other hand, where if you saw it on your screen, 15-2 when he goes positive. He is the difference maker in their Overload, because he not only is running the M15, he also whips out the NPCs and applying that pressure. So a big map for both teams, and I think those are the both guys that you got to shut down.
Yeah, and both of these teams are looking to really boost their performance and their ability to call this map into any particular series at Major 3. It's Optic's quote-unquote worst Overload. Still a very positive record on it, whereas for FaZe, just slightly under 500 on the map overall. Has been one of their least played overall Overload maps, though, it feels like. And as we get our opening attack opportunity for Optic, try to put pressure over towards the plane side of the map, but Abu's is here to meet it. Although he pushes out, maybe a little bit over-aggressive to start it, because Shotzzy finds a second kill, and now all of a sudden, the A-zone is a major threat. 04 able to find one, but he's got to do more than that, and Mercules' pistol will have Optic right at the threshold. Hook looking for the first set of kills. FaZe are still spawning close, but Dashy and Hook very well may have done it all, but no. Simp finds the shutdown. FaZe able to hold for now, and yes, they will have a chance to control the EMP.
And now if you're a FaZe who just had one hell of a goal line stop there, let's hear how they're communicating potentially now to set up their offensive push.
I'm going up to play blue guys. He's gonna be in blue. That's it. I'm going to mid. I'll pitch his act. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, E-box, trust. Okay. E-box still. Yeah, Arlo, R-shot. Take your time on side. They're gonna be here. Take your time. Yeah, I'm leaving the shot. Definitely deep left. Hands up, for the pistol. Yeah, I team. One fucking ACD now. Left. Weak in the left corner. He's like hard shooting it. Yeah, I want ready. Yeah, go. Kills. Yo, 2D buff. Top one HP for you. I need you. That's you. That's 1 HP. Slow down. Get P1. I'll get right. Go get right.
Play the wrap right.
Hey,
hold this plane. I'm gonna streak.
Hey, hold it. I'm
gonna pinch. Give me time.
On a truck.
Well, really good counterattack move there from FaZe to get there first, and then the control of the map for the second. Looking solid, another goal line stand. Needed, required, and it comes through. So, I mean, I'll tell you, Jay, we are about 3 total inches away from a 2-score game the other direction, but instead it's FaZe who find themselves in the minute 35 of the clock here in the first half, up pretty big.
Yeah, I just feel like Optic right now on the minimap, they're so relied on just individuals creating the openings for them. All the team pushes have gone in favor of FaZe. That's why they're up 2-0. But now, Optic finally have an opportunity. Dashy's able to find a couple kills through the map. All you have to do is just get it over towards plane.
Oh, they're trying for it, trying to work through the middle of the map. 04 able to shut down one, but Draza will take his place. Yeah, big win right there onto Hook. So the EMP will move around the corner. Space trying to be generated by Shotzzy, but that gets shut down, and Optic will have to try to track back over to mid. Nice shots from Simp. 16 and 8. Dominating right now, and now has a chance off the region to take top green. Almost get the turnaround. Hoop taking more damage than I think any of us were expecting, but the EMP push towards A is stopped, and with 50 seconds on the clock, Optic will have a clear field here to start making a move.
And that's an entire kill feed lit up in green. So this is where Optic need to guarantee this score. It's been so many goal line stops for FaZe, and they might have put themselves in a position to do it again. 04 is able to line up, but double can't find kill number 3. But now with 35 seconds, FaZe are in control of the EMP. Could just run forward.
Yeah, and the fact that they're finding these opportunities to possibly, even definitively score over towards A is unbelievable. Help coming to the middle of the map, so Simple rotate back. He's already got a Hellstorm to work with. Double trophies are in place here for Optic's goal line defense. Help from Hook over the top of green, but Draza beats him to the punch. He's on 5. And honestly, with a couple of seconds remaining, you may not be necessarily thinking about the EMP as much as you are a second Hellstorm, but with a couple of seconds between them and overtime, now it's just about trying to control the space, make sure Optic gets blanked in this first half, and move over to the second side and see if you can just put this map away quick.
Oh, this one you could completely disregard Simp on the pinch, but you gotta focus on the guy in front of you. You saw the stat that popped up before the match started. They are 15 and 2 when Draza goes positive, and so far he's sitting at like 17 and 11. But Optic gave themselves a lot of chances here to get the stop. It's just a Boozer clutching up, Simp clutching up, Draza having a lot of crucial kills around the map, and then you just turn it into instant counter opportunities. Optic, yeah, they're gonna be beating themselves up because they gave themselves a lot of chances. They still can't believe that they have 0.
For real. I mean, like I'm telling you, there's probably a handful of total inches between Optic scoring 2 and maybe even stopping FaZe from being able to get the scores of their own. But needless to say, we get to the second half, 2-0 up for FaZe, and they have looked really good. I think especially like you called, Jay, in the team department, just everyone playing off each other really nicely. Good concentration, good focus on where these plays are being developed. Hook looking for something at mid, nothing there. And that's what you're talking about, Jay. Just a solo reach out, trying to create an opening opportunity, but the damage is done. You find 3 kills. Now it's about mid-map controls. The EMP is right at your feet, and Mercules will find 2, grab the EMP, and look to follow up behind Shotzzy, who is all over the map. But you lose the EMP from behind, and now Hook has to play recovery, and everything's stalled out again.
Yep, even with Shotzzy making those big-time plays, and Simp on the other hand through mid-cut finds a double and slows you down. So now Optic, even though they have all the map control, we're just looking for kills in sync. Mercules is able to find a double. You're trying to set up shots in for these spawners. He gives you 1, lets one by it, almost cleans up 04. But you still don't have the map control that you want to make this as easy to score.
Yeah, and look at this play coming out of Hook, trying to get up towards top green. Waiting for someone to try to challenge through the doorway. Gives up the position. Drops down onto 04. Huge win. Shotzzy gets a second. That's the player top green. So now it's just down to if you can find these defenders behind the zone. And yes, you can. Mercules 4 in a row with a score close to a counter Hellstorm to what Simp was able to earn earlier.
Yeah, now he's already in top green. You know that those close spots are going to come on in, but just wants to trap them on that side of the map. Dashy and Hook already finding 2. Mercules so close to earning himself a Hellstorm. Now you're turning into Protector. How long can you keep the EMP safe before Draza sniffs you out? Gets such a great read. Shuts down the Hellstorm and now FaZe, and an opportunity to potentially get the 3rd score.
That felt like a read simply due to the fact that FaZe spawned over towards Motel.
Yep.
And so now all of a sudden, Simp calls in the Hellstorm. It will connect onto 2. 04. Bodyguarding. Hook trying to get over the top. Not going to be able to. That's a 3rd score for FaZe. Wow. What an overload this has been for Vegas. Trying to work their way out of spawn right now are Optic, and they're going to find the quick counter kills, except for the one onto 04. Catches one, slips away, has found himself a bit of land to work with as the rest of FaZe are coming off spawn and trying to get over to the motel side.
And look at what 04 is doing to the players on the side of Optic. 2 arrows are focused on him. We need to take care of 04, and the timings are not going to go our way. He's able to line up dash. He can't get the trade on to Mercules, but it at least allows your teammates to try to stabilize here over towards motel.
Abuza, a turret up top on the balconies, but doesn't expect to actually off that long crossing angle. EMP rotating back over towards mid. Simp looking for the information. Good damage. Stops the play in its tracks. And FaZe will find a couple of kills to clear out their defensive side of the map as well. So good moment here for FaZe. 2:10 on the clock. But a nade comes through. Shotzi is able to take down 2. Abuza just looking for a chance to turn and find the EMP carrier. He gets the first. Any trades come through. It is, but it's a little bit late because now FaZe are right here, but Hook is able to grab the EMP and still score. 1 point game as we get to a minute 50 on the clock.
Reset back through the middle of the map, and you already have Shotzi potentially working behind enemy lines, but he's quickly going to be traded out of Simp. So now it's all about slaying around this mid-map area. How many kills can we find in sync? And now you alleviate all the pressure over towards plane. You can grab this EMP and go right if you can, but Abuza and 04 slow it down again.
Interesting position right here for Dashy, trying to play front 18. Shotzi, good prediction, can't quite get the second. Would have been hard-pressed to find more than that, and Hook's going to be blindsided at mid-market. Nice kill from Mercules. Tries to swip over to the secondary, not going to find the win onto Abuza, who will hold the EMP for FaZe. Minute 15. And you can see Dashy was trying to create the left side of the map as an opportunity for Optic to kind of re-pinch this position. Hook will follow behind that. And now you've got FaZe a bit trapped over towards the P3 side of the map.
Oh, but they win the biggest gunfight that they possibly could, and that's Hook potentially setting up that pinch. The EMP carrier does fall, and now you're going to set up Shotzi to potentially work behind enemy lines, but Traza is not going to get caught off guard. He's able to make another big-time play, finds a double EMP resets, and now we just got to focus on mid.
Yeah, but Shotzi gives you 1. Simp trying to get over towards top blue. They also know Abuza is playing somewhere over towards the white wall. That will be an elimination, and now here come Optic. Draza shuts down 1 up top, but he's weak. Shotzi trying to create the avenue of approach for this EMP to move through. He's able to find 1, turning around the other side. Mercules, the EMP carrier has dropped. It's just down to Hook. Has grabbed the EMP, but with 20 seconds, you don't just want to give up your life. He's got teammates moving over towards the P3 side of the map, but he's trying to play a little bit of a show and tell. A sleight of hand move doesn't work out. Final 10 seconds, and it looks like FaZe should be good to close out what was a barn burner overload. So many clutch defensive stands, though I would have to say, Jay, the difference maker between FaZe being taken out in 3 and now having a chance to get to map 4.
Yeah, they're going to be able to force the map number 4. Like you said, just so many goal line stops. Optic were in firm control in the first minute and a half. They were dominating in the kill feed, but then once those counterattacks start to come in, that allows FaZe now to slow down their game, protect the EMP as long as you can, especially if you're the last player alive. And it was Draza, it was Simp, the entirety of the map, finding so many clutch kills that force Optic every single time to just slow down on their offensive approach. And this was the main focus for me for Optic in this series, was to see if they can show their improvements in the overload. The 3 times they have lost at this stage, they just simply are getting outslayed. That's another map where only 2 players go positive and you're only positive 3. It's because you allowed FaZe to just dictate how they were going to play it, stopping so many times at the goal line, and then just continuously forcing you to play out of your spawn, which is very difficult to do.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I just have to give a lot of credit to FaZe too in terms of map awareness, because I think you go back to that first score where they're playing desperate miracle defense, and then all of a sudden you wipe the floor, you grab the EMP, you read how the spawns work, you kind of show that you're going A, and then just cut back across the map. There's no defender anywhere near the B zone. So a really good routing display right there for FaZe to get those first scores, and just stopping Optic at the last possible second a couple of times over. I would say definitely the difference maker here, but you're absolutely right. The same front, you know, FaZe were and did outslay Optic, and I think it's just the effectiveness of their kills also extremely potent, because like you mentioned, it's not just the fact that they're getting good map control in spaces that make Optic feel uncomfortable, but you're also getting in moments like 04, for instance, that are finessing in and out of the spawn trap and making sure Optic never feel comfortable to actually keep their eyes forward. So great stuff for FaZe. And now we get a chance to kind of take that conversation about, you know, again, how they're trying to build their map pool into the map 4 Gridlock Hardpoint, a map they have yet to play.
Yeah, but again, this is iron sharpening iron. Even on maps you lose versus this caliber of team, you're going to be able to learn a whole lot from it. So even though you have yet to test it if you are FaZe, you are 100% going to be prepared here on the Gridlock coming up. Because Optic, at least the 2 times that we've seen him play so far this qualifier, the main focus for them is that P3 to P4 rotation. If you give that up, you see how much of a drastic turning point of the game that could be if you can't find breaks. It's difficult to break both of those HPs, but FaZe need to figure out how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, we talked about this at the top of the broadcast before map number 1. You know, looking at what decisions are made and how they're made as we look at the last 15 seconds of an old hill leading into the first 15 seconds of a new one. That would say, critically speaking, that's like, you know, if you're a challengers team out there or a college COD team or just a recent group of friends that are trying to get better at hardpoint, I would say that 30 seconds, the old 15 and the new 15, is where largely a lot of hardpoints are won and lost. Whether we're overcommitting to old scrap time or we're not putting the perfect layered setup together when we're chalking and rotating, like that's, I would say, the most critical 30 seconds of any particular hardpoint, and that's definitely, I think, one of the key areas to keep our eyes on here as we evaluate FaZe on a new map that they have yet played.
Yeah, so you're basically saying if you're going to be that guy early off the rotation of final 15, if you skim, you're costed. It's as simple as that.
Correct.
You got to be able to value your life, especially with these kind of players making those plays on the map. Number 1, it was a 7-point difference on that Den HP, but it was Shotzi dropping 34. Sip on the opposite side almost puts up 40 and almost allowed his teammates to clutch up there in that map number 1. But these guys are just so aware on the map. Every time you think an opening is going to be like there and available for you to hit, no, these guys are putting themselves in position to watch that. They are the playmakers. They are the difference makers. And all of these exotic plays that go on the map. But into the map 4 we go. Again, iron sharpening iron. FaZe have yet to try this one, but this is the perfect practice to go up against Optic.
Yeah, for real. I mean, absolutely the case. Simp, though, this feels like, again, we talk about players who have been unlocked by the NPC. Not that Simp needed to be unlocked further in a lot of minds, but boy, has he ever. He is up to 80 kills with nearly 9,000 damage through 3 maps, Jay. 3 maps. What are we talking about? That's insane.
He really been an MVP form,
right now,
bro.
honestly.
He really been an MVP form since the beginning of the season. Dravik, NPC, Jaeger, Sniper, it doesn't even matter. Chris Lair is going to be able to figure it out. So can he lead his team to figure it out here on Gridlock to try to force the map number 5? It's going to be Optic spawning on the preferred side. They find the opening kill, so they should be uncontested for a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Sim could try to get into contest, and as he does, watch the timing from Shotzi. And oh, that nade that comes through, you thought maybe was going to be enough to get FaZe through the hard point, but now it's just Draza trying to keep his head in a swivel. Nice shots, but an immediate follow-up from Hook. And I love this patience from Shotzi, just playing the hole in the wall, making sure he can make sure that realistically that FaZe don't have a look to either cross from overpass or make their way in through the P3 side of the map. But a long route from 04 develops, and he turns that into a double for FaZe to get into the hard point.
Yeah, it was a big play from Shotzi to just value his life at the broken hole, but now it's a big play from 04 setting up the repinch for this final 15 seconds. Because your teammates already have the rotation at the P2. This has been the main focus all throughout this series, and FaZe can improve on that aspect. So far, ninth in this stage when they were 3rd in stage 1. And they are trying to right the wrongs here, but they're losing every gunfight off the road. This is what you talk about, Al. You can't die in the first 15.
Yeah, and that's just, I will say, Optic, whoa, that is an insane piece of timing because Mercules doesn't even move until the player on the back starts to come through, so he hits the long street for freebies. Draza around the backside of bus stop, shut down. Optic will stabilize the spawns, but on pillar. 04, oh mercy. Huge set of shots, but Optic able to find the appropriate trades to keep them in the time.
Yeah, now if you are FaZe, you realistically don't have another opportunity to push this unless you're going to commit everyone through the front door. But your lead player loses that gunfight, and now Abusa and 04 are stuck in a difficult situation. You are forcing the hand of FaZe to cut their losses at that P2 and think about the next. And this is where we need to guarantee some kills off the roto.
Yeah, and they're going to try to isolate, and they will, onto Hook. So one of those two players likely to move into the hard point. Abusa keeping Shotzi at bay. Actually, pardon me, that's Dashy and Shotzi at bay. Honestly, they're both looking for him. Abusa back to full health, able to hit the gunfight, but doesn't win it. But the shutdown over towards the hill is really what you're looking for. And FaZe will find every single kill they need. Spawns are immediately in and around the hard point. Simp on 3 in a row, trying to hold over towards Towels, and Optic are trying to fully break with all 4 members from the front.
Yeah, that's just a fantastic timing out of Simp to get that kill when he did, because as soon as you get that kill, your teammates spawn right next to you. To be prepared for this push coming in from Optic at the opposite side, they have yet to find any kills into who gets one, but the numbers still in favor of FaZe. They still should be able to hold on to this time and now take the lead. Yeah, Booza, nice chase down, able to find shots even while stunned. Next hit, next wave, already on the front doors, but it's in pieces, and the flank from Mercules through mid-street will allow Optic to reclaim the lead here and, yep, absolutely do this. Push through the hill, move the spawns for FaZe. Draza is on an island by himself, gets the information onto 1. Can he stay alive when the gunfight? No, not quite, but here comes the follow-up. 0-4, trying to help out with Abuza to stop Optic from reinforcing around the back. He finds the first, good shots onto a second, and FaZe have the numbers. 0-4 is on 3 in a row, winning gunfights on the back. Yeah, and Draza continuously is making big time plays. All it took was 1 kill to stall out time for your teammates to now be in the vicinity to lock it down, even with Optic spawning towards the back. Because it was 25 seconds uncontested, but now Optic break their way on in. How do FaZe try to work their way back through? Draza gets picked off, 0-4 gets the trade, and now it's everyone through the front. Yep, just get your NPCs out. Everyone just try to fully focus and circle around this hard point. Nades are coming through. Abuzo off the reject, holding down the back door. Wow, lots of really good shots coming out of Shotzzy there, but is there enough damage from Hercules to actually break the hill back? No, it's Dashy instead. So, hey, Jay, I'll tell you what, kind of like we saw in Den, back and forth. 1 win here, 1 loss there. We've got a dead tie game to our second set of hills. And we already have a trade fight in towards the P1, but this time around, FaZe are going to have trophies to keep them safe from the frags and the stuns. And Dross is already locking down one side of the map. He's able to find 3 in the feed. Okay, birthday boy, CEO. You're making big time plays for FaZe to hold down this hard point. Shots able to get 1 through hole. He's going to get some help from Dashy here in a moment. Plus, you also get 1 from Hoop from the front. So the pinch, again, wildly successful for Optic. FaZe going to be spawning over behind Grandma's. And look at the push out from Hook. As soon as there are shots or footsteps heard, he is going to be behind this break attempt. Good read. Freebie. Now you can hit the cut. Draza from the front. Doesn't even need the extra help. It's just a 1v1 between Hook and Simp. And wow, able to blow away Hook. That is an unbelievable gunfight, 4 in a row for Simp. FaZe will get the scrap, and they've got numbers as we move over to 2. Yeah, and this is what Draza has to play this patient because you know there's pressure from every angle, but Shotzzy isn't going to allow him to make a decision. You push out that side, you guarantee now that you have the advantage on the opposite, but you're not going to read Simp the pit making plays like that. Only able to take down 1. Optic secure the back spawns, and they can blow the game wide open with a great hold. Yeah, really good anchor moment right here from Dashy. Everyone else just almost purely focused on the front. Shots is going to give an extra layer by pushing up to the milk truck. Here comes the hit for FaZe. Around the corner, they do check for Shotzzy. So now Mercules has to pop off, and he provides you 2. Dashy wins his anchor position, so Optic will spawn up backside 18, get right back in the hill, and another massive kill for Dashy to allow Optic some free time here in the scrap. Yeah, this is another situation where FaZe just might have to cut their losses. Everyone's going to bully their way through the street, and Draza and Abuza, at least for now, do find 2 to get them out of the time. And they're able to break in the final 10 seconds. That's ideal if you are FaZe because now you're pulling Optics still on that side of the map, and it should allow you a free roam at the next HP. Oh, I love this, though. You get an elimination through mid, but Optic are not going to try to flip around. They're just going to try to reinforce and flood from the front. So they catch FaZe a little bit off guard. Pistol out for Dashy. Not going to be able to take down 0-4, who is fully healthy. Draws it right there for the team shots, and FaZe will control the early time here at 3. A maniacal moment for Shotzzy, just trying to get through, stay alive, and create some distraction. Not going to happen. So Optic spawning over towards the P4 right now, needing to find a break. 35 seconds on the hill. Yeah, this hard point is just so difficult to break, though. So Optic need to set this one up perfect, but they lose that first gunfight. Now in a man down, let's see how Optic still try to set it up with the listening.
1 is beside you, that's 2 here. One more time. Yeah, work this out.
Alright.
Hey, yo, he's pushing through, small. Push spawn out, guys. I hear. Wait, they spawn here. Simply, there's 2 in the back. They spawn here somehow. They spawn here. All good.
I'm hunting core for a second. Towers, 2 old, boys.
Abuza's at 1 HP at old. He's pushing through. Side door, towels.
Dude, one is somewhere around here.
I'm playing. On new on me.
Play your license.
What's back info? On new Simp. There's 2 on new.
Another info behind you. Info.
Alright, Simp and 04 on.
He's all the way back info. He's back here somewhere. I'm dead. Another one time.
Draws in the back, just laying down in front.
top
1 HP, 1 HP, 1 HP.
Go.
It's on, it's on.
On that arrow.
Let's go for her.
Yo, he's really weak.
On the milk, and one's bottom. On the milk still. Lying down. He's out of milk. Out of milk. No, you went. He's not there. He's not?
Okay, back alley. Back alley, that was him.
Ice cream.
Bottom one.
Still ice cream.
Ice cream needed. And on time.
Good. On
time, not weak. On time, not weak.
Take your time.
He's challenging it. Back right corner.
He's really good time. Stun time.
On the step.
Push left there. Other one.
Behind you.
Back door.
Where'd you guys
I hit him one twice.
I spawned towers.
I think they're spawning on the hill.
They're still spawning A-boats.
They're spawning on the hill.
Soak this P1, boys. Soak this P1. I'm gonna hold left, okay?
What's on you?
Two and how? Three how? All flying new. All of them. Three mid.
I'm gonna add her. Top truck. You went right, heady.
Down, back left.
Left draws.
Ooh. Well, not the greatest moment through P4 right there for Optic. Just could not quite tally where FaZe were going. Just continual stick and move situations. Now FaZe are over 200 points and still holding time here at P1.
Yeah, before this map started, I know what Optic were really good at was that P3 to P4 rotation. But on this second set, FaZe were able to dominate both of those HPs and now up by 60, almost 70 points. Sip was walking right through the hill, finds a double. Now 0-4 looking to do the same exact thing. Give me another kill. I'll find the last one with the pistol, or Sip, you can just take it from me. This final 15 is going in favor of FaZe, and now Optic banking on the roto at new.
Yeah, they've got to have a perfect P2 and win the rotation to 3 here. FaZe well within the possibility of winning this map in a multitude of ways. And they may try to start things off by putting a full flood in from the front to P2 already on the time. Optic were more worried about the flank. Mercules will drop over to the backside of 18. There's 240. FaZe, can you hold this last 10 seconds? Not gonna happen. First 3 kills come out. Abu is able to find one in response, but is traded. And now it's just decision time. How do FaZe want to set up their next break attempt?
Yeah, you got to take long routes, man. You can't commit everyone through the front side street because you know most likely Optic are going to be taking space over here. And it's Shotzi finding that opening kill. And he's obviously giving the information to his teammates. There's no pressure on this side of the map, so just make sure you're playing close attention to the back lines. Dash is able to find one, but 0-4 finds 2, and he allows his teammates to spawn there, so FaZe can still win it at B2.
Yeah, that's going to do it right there. It's just a moment where Mercules is kind of watching 2 things at once, and as soon as he tries to get the trade around the back, he's not able to. FaZe so good in the last 3 to 4 hills is where that game takes a big turn, and all of a sudden, FaZe have tied us up at 2. We're going to go all the distance to map number 5.
And you see what happens when you start to win some rotations? The game is just a whole lot easier because the kills are a lot easier. Finally, the attempt there for FaZe to win a couple in sync. It was the P3 the entire map, but at the second rotation, they finally get the P4 to go along with it. Optic, you could just tell because we jump into a listening, and this is like what I think about gridlock in general. It's like it doesn't matter how good you are on this map.
Yeah.
You don't really have time to work on some of these long routes when you were getting broken very early. You were just forced to commit every single reinforcement through the front door because that's the quickest way to do it. You hit that long route and it doesn't work out. You have no chance at another break opportunity. And unfortunately for Optic, you lost a bunch of those rotations on that second half of the game. And FaZe blew the game wide open and tied the series and now forced the game number 5 out back-to-back to start here on Saturday.
I'm telling you, this has been one hell of a day to this point. And you can see, again, that giant spike. It happens, like you say, from 3 to 4, back again through P1 to 2. Really, really solid focus for FaZe, not allowing these long routes to develop. Really great layering, and we have had one hell of an El Clasico, and it's only going to get spicier. Plaza, Search, and Destroy to finish us off for map number 5. Again, a series that FaZe have really structured off the picks and bans to work on their map pool at the highest level. And so far, Jay, they're providing as we're going to go to Plaza next.
Man, it's going to be fun, man, because both these teams all throughout this qualifiers have yet to play any of the old Search and Destroy maps. They're just trying to deepen their map pool with Fringe, with the Gridlocks, and now the Plazas. So a game 5 bang out on Plaza, I'm ready for it.
I'm ready for it. I don't know if my voice is. Thank you guys for dealing with me. I literally had no voice yesterday, so we're making it happen. It's going to be a banger. Map number 5 between FaZe and Optic coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Just don't even go far. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Major Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
So what is happening, bro?
I don't know.
Where the f
are you doing?
These guys are horrible.
I don't know.
What is going on?
What the is going on? Why are they not hopping the bomb?
These guys don't know how to plant. They don't know how to hop bomb.
4-3 in game 5. Oh no! 4v2.
Weak.
One shot low.
Rug was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a street teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on too late.
Oh, frag. Wait, what?
Alright, we gotta regain. He's one off a street. Come on, teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a street.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.
All good.
Creo además que Pickle tiene unas palabras especiales que dedicar. ¿Qué les quieres decir a la audiencia en el día de hoy?
I just want to say, I lived 2 great years in the league. I love all of you, even the Greenwall fans, you know, love all of you. We make COD so much special. It's so nice to have it aquí en España. Vamos a todos, hola a las familias. Vamos NFTs!
Ball mid.
Yo, no, broken. One shot.
Nice, bro.
Let's just run him in. That's right.
Yeah, that's just. We just trolled at the beginning. We brought the ball to them to like relay it on the A side, and then we.
Good job. Top window.
One shot there back mid. Excellent.
He wants this guy so bad, like.
They just scammed it. Like when.
First dub. Go, baby.
Probably GG. I mean, regardless, that was tough. What's map 5? Plaza, I think. Plaza?
Why not to game 5?
3 to 4 hills.
What's game 5?
Where's the robot? Where is he?
We're gonna watch that.
Welcome back, friends. Map number 5. Reverse sweep potentially on the line here as FaZe were really battling. First 2 maps, Optic had that little bit of extra juice to get through the finish with the Den hardpoint, and then also survive through the lead they were able to build on the search and destroy on Gridlock. But Plaza feels like a totally different monster here, Jay. Take me through as we have the map 5 graphics right here as we're looking at how clutch both these 2 teams have been this season.
Yeah, I don't really know if you had a chance to watch Optic yesterday versus Paris on this map, but it couldn't have went any better. A flawless 6-0, perfect on both sides, and they were just way too much to handle on a map where you're expecting grade A bangouts at all times. No, they had so many different play calls, but you're going up against an opponent in FaZe who have so many different strategies as well. One of the best teams at making those mid-rounds adjustments. So the fact that they've only played Plaza once, they look great at it, but Optic looked perfect on this map. So I just want to see how FaZe are going to be able to shut them down on defense, because Optic are 14-1 on the attacking side.
Yeah, bro, it's been a lot of, I mean, yeah, let's not be, bashful about it. It's been a lot of bang-outs that they've been able to find, honestly, just better construction on terms of how they want to actually hit that bar side of the map on both sides of the bomb, really. But they've done it in ways that have also finessed the map really nicely and kind of.
No, we start like this.
But not here, not here. It's all 8, and that's what I'm talking about, dude. I'm telling you, you want to study about how a team has perfect break off around the bar area, both sides of the bomb. Look no further than Optic. They look great at being able to hit like this.
Yeah, like everybody whips out an NPC, or you're hitting this left wall bounce, I hit the one off bomb, and then you just jump out and slide. They're so coordinated on that team push because that is 3 kills before anyone falls. Super easy there for Optic. Both teams get there at the same time. There were no stuns, no nades that changed any outcome of how those gunfights are going to go. Optic, we're just a better team there in round 1.
Yeah, but you call it right, though. I mean, one SMG pinballs on the inside part of the bar to the left. Another hits the top of the bomb and bounces off the bomb wall. And the other
we doing it again?
It's just, I'm telling you, here we go.
We're going again.
There's that pinball, but this time, this time it's FaZe who come out the victors that opening battle. The fact that teams continue to still roll the dice on these breakoffs in the first 3-4 rounds just makes me absolutely lose my mind.
Yeah, this is like the definition of iron sharpening iron. You did this, we'll do the same exact play. It was a 12-second round to start the first round, and this one went quicker. 10 seconds for FaZe to tie the game.
Oh my God. Who is gonna call chicken first?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Al, you know?
Here we go.
Do it again.
Can this one break the 10-second record? Similar, but this time Optic overwhelmed the right side of the bar.
Brother.
What are we talking about, dude? What?
We're just going to be going on the defensive side for both teams. We're just going to instantly try to clear out A. If it ain't broke, no need to fix it. And that time, Optic don't drop any players. So it was a 12-second round, followed up by a 10-second round. And this one was done in 11 seconds. All right, this is insane. 12, 10, 11. All right, who's going to get number 1309?
Dude, this is... How do you even commentate this? I think we just go to free cam and let the story tell itself. But go figure, we get to round 4. Both teams going to avoid the heavy hit over towards A. This time it's quick pace. A little high-low setup here, though. Has 04 working with Draza for 2. Trade there at least once for Hook. No follow-up, though, so 3v2 advantage for FaZe's defense.
And now FaZe just needs to try to isolate onto one player, and it's Mercury's able to get one and get out. That's such a big play because that's so much information gained, and this is going to allow Hook to walk right through the club and get this bomb that A.
That one really, the white boys Hook in the club. Here we go. Hook watching the first entryway. There's the slide out. Hook can't get away. Just down to Mercury's MPC in hand. Smoke over the top of the bar. Mercury's turns, finds one for free. Does he get an eye in the second? Not quite. 04 able to find the quick trade, and FaZe will hold their advantage after the first 2 kills to tie us up.
Yeah, and that's that Abuza 04 duo, man. They've been doing it for years. They understand what it's like to be in a 2v2 scenario, so the teamwork is going to make the dream work. Able to isolate onto Hook for the first kill. Use that smoke grenade to cause some chaos. And then eventually set up 04 in the proper position to instantly get this trade. So it wasn't as fast of a 10, 11, 12-second round, but FaZe still tied the game.
Yeah. And that little high-low setup is another recipe for things that are very, very difficult to break through on the offense. I mean, you either have to commit nades, which you really want to try to block off that top ladder position, but you need to commit nades up close and personal to stop that, or you find yourself kind of double sliding into a setup that is very difficult to break. Here we go, Optic.
I love
all
this.
4 members over towards A. Abuza just tossing nades. It'll be a quick hit towards B off that information, surely for FaZe.
Yeah, Abuza gathers a lot of information that the stack was going to be in towards A, but look at how fast Optic are on the re-wrap over towards B. So FaZe are probably thinking we should get this bomb down, but now you have no choice but to challenge these gunfights, and Dashy gets the first blood.
And that's what I'm talking about. And this is why, you know, if you haven't done the deep dive into Plaza, this is why teams are going to this 4 breakdown on A as Hooks finds 2 through the middle of the map. No re-wrap going to be allowed. And back to the point, this is why we see defenses continuing to still throw 4 members at that A site, because getting back over to B and stopping a plant or at least contesting it really doesn't feel that punishing. So you can invest at least 3, if not all 4 members to that break off at A. You can still contest, and this little position from Hook through mid-map is absolutely beautiful. Draza had him down to a bullet, just couldn't quite hit the shot.
Yeah, Abuza didn't hit him with any. That's the reason why. So Draza was a soul man with an M15 up close and personal versus an NPC to try to get that done. But you stand no chance versus the nuke. And that's just Optic being Optic. Efficient as hell with the information that they gain. Don't waste any time. Now to the offense, another banger.
You got numbers here, though, if you're Optic, but doesn't matter. Defensive break-off is still absolutely perfect. And now we switch the sides, we go again.
Dude, we were literally talking about Optic being 14-1 on the attack, but this has been 6 straight defenses from both teams.
Yeah.
They usually find themselves finding a lot of success on that side of the map, but FaZe are doing exactly what you're doing. Taking that A-bomb site away and just how they are setting it up. One person hopping, sliding on through to draw the attention, and you're just forcing all the auto aims to be all over the place there if you are Optic. FaZe, again, get the defense.
Yeah, it is just so hard to track in that environment. So Optic will pull all 4 members again defensively towards A. That smoke doesn't get over the top of the building. So FaZe, their design at trying to get maybe a quick cover onto this B plant has gone a bit south. Dashy, a small look over towards top ladder. Nades to clear the space. 0-4 now pushing through. He's able to find Hook. But the problem is Mercules is still here defensively. Bomb will be planted at B, but getting away, I was about to say, is the next problem without having a smoke. Sim trying to keep the space on the scale deep part of the map, but now he's in a 1v3. He'd have to find all 4 on top of that.
He's not going to stand a chance, man. Again, Optic do the same exact strategy in the previous defense. They are just so fast at wrapping back over towards B. FaZe are thinking, all right, we should be able to potentially get the jump on them. The smoke grenade is not where you want it to be, but we try to get this bomb down, and an 0-4 unfortunately just gets caught. So by the time the bomb gets planted, you're able to isolate the bomb planter, turn it into a 4v2, and then just win the numbers battle again. We're still sticking on the same exact story. All defenses here in Game 5.
Yeah, man, it's just, like we talk about, like, it's so difficult offensively, even with the bomb being close to your side of the map on B, to be able to freely avoid the defensive line of sights and still plant 6, you know, to be able to get out and hold a post plant is so difficult. Optic to take their time here on what could be a very critical round in this map. And they're going to try to feel out mid. And realistically, there's no one here for FaZe, and they're in a position to at least back away and not give up any intel off of those set nades over towards circle.
Yeah. And now you're forcing FaZe to think. You saw that frag get invested in the map, so you know that they're showing FaZe there, but now Optic are actually going to be committing in towards A. Smoke grenade goes down. Shotzi gets one, but it's a boozer with the NPC, forces it to be a 2v2.
But Mercules gets one more. Now it's just down to Kid to get the trade at 0-4. Hook has the health advantage. Smoke out. 0-4 trying to hold it, but Hook able to find him. And Optic take a critical attacking round. They're on series point.
Finally, the first attack secured here in this Game 5. And it was just the mind games there from Optic. Kill the noise, cause some doubt like you'd like to say, my friend. And then everyone committing on the backside of A. Knowing that FaZe didn't have a full force ready and waiting. So Optic get the first attacking of this map. And are now sitting at game point.
And I'm willing to wager that Optic will send all 4 over to A again. Yep. And we're going to get a bang out. Must-win situation here in this 4v4 for FaZe. Shotzi the first to fall, and actually the SMGs are going to work out this time for FaZe. Mercules can only get 1. So a huge rebuttal for FaZe and a break-off that has gone so poorly for both teams from the attacking side.
Yeah, it's like, all right, Optic, you going to take an attack? We're going to take an attack right on back. These guys are doing a lot of the similar strategies, but finally FaZe win those opening fights in towards the site, and it's no one high wall bouncing this time around. You're just forcing that auto aim to be dragged all over the place because there's so many players sliding on the same exact head glitch. And Optic didn't have the angles for, allows them to force another round.
Wild scenes.
Here we go, Al. Here we go.
Why not try it again? For the win or round 11. Here we go. First trades are in, but the defense holding strongly. Mercules gets 2. Mercules for 3. How does he get 3 from the inside of the bar? He's by himself. Unbelievable. Shotzi says, what up, chat? Welcome to my vlog. Watch me today take down FaZe in 5. Oh my God, bro. I mean, if we continue to get plazas that look like this, you guys better be teed up on Monster ready to go, because I don't know how you follow this action unless it's in slow motion replays like this.
Man, it was like 7 rounds that ended in the first 10 seconds. Yesterday, we saw Optic have so many different strats on their offensive approach, but it's Mercules who's able to line up 3 with the NPC. They said eventually it's got to work. Eventually, you've been working on it so long, it's gotta work. So you whip it out in that final round, secure back-to-back attacking rounds, and Optic complete the series and don't allow FaZe to get the reverse sweep.
What a series it was too, Jay. Whew. Maybe a small teaser of things to come. Optic able to get the revenge from Birmingham, and they do it by way of starting off 2-0 up. And you got to keep in mind that Den hardpoint was nearly FaZe's, like very nearly. It comes down to that Hellstorm not quite connecting at the end. Mercules, who sets up a big play to finish map 1. Go figure, he's also the one to set up the big play to win map number 5. Awesome series. And again, for our top 2 teams in the league, that sets us up for something that I'm sure we'll be talking about when we eventually get to Atlanta, Jay.
Oh, yeah, because we're 100% going to be seeing this matchup again and potentially on some of the maps that we saw today. So big shout out to Optic for, again, not allowing FaZe to get the reverse sweep, not for the CEO to not get the win on his birthday, and you stay undefeated 5-0 in this group.
2 insane map 5 series to start off our Saturday. We'll head to break. Or no, head to the desk, and then we'll continue on.
Yes, thank you guys. Great cast and a fantastic series. Or round 10 search and destroys. That first Den hardpoint kind of set the tone for Optic, but Nameless, I want you to break down Plaza because this is an OG map. We didn't used to play it kind of for reasons like this. It can go swift. Even the best teams choose to use the same strategy.
Yeah, I think it's awesome because you saw a Plaza that wasn't like this yesterday, and Optic just have the ability to play both ways, right? They could slow roll it, or they can just bang it out and dominate you. I think the defense, what we saw from them, Pook's ability mid to just stay alive and wild and make plays left and right, like it kept FaZe honest on their offense, and the B push is just completely unsuccessful. And when you think about this Plaza, now Optic are by far the best Plaza S&D team. 4-0 on the map, 24-11 round count on Plaza S&D. They're just next level. They can play both ways.
Listen, I'm a good loving numbers person, but I genuinely think it's just because they know how to handle this bang out better than everybody else because of the talent you have on this team. I thought this Plaza was hilarious. I think that breakdown by Ant was flawless in the way that was to watch it. I think both teams on their defense did a really good job when it wasn't just the bang out at A, but Optic edged out slightly in that category just by the first bloods, not allowing the plant to go down the way they play on the map. Optic Texas is, once again, still feels like the #1 threat going into me.
Mercules calls game, the 3-piece to end it all. Optic stays unbeaten. The #1 seed is there, and Shotzi letting the world know about it. Happy birthday to you, Draza.
Right?
Brutal way to end the day if you're the CEO, but on your career stats, you are now 24-10 against your nemesis. Not too bad for Draza as he looks forward to Atlanta. I hope this is another matchup, and I hope we get it in the winners bracket finals. If we get it in a grand final, should we automatically force Plaza Search and Destroy to be the final game 7?
Yes.
I mean, that would be ridiculous in an arena. But I would say, you know, in terms of FaZe, like long-term, this looks good for them.
Yeah.
This matchup, I mean, they had a lot of maps in this one that they wouldn't particularly play. Get to a game 5. I think we're going to see this series again late in the tournament at DreamHack.
It's now time for our Monster Winner Spotlight. We do have Mercules on the phone. Mercules, great to have you in the Monster Winner Spotlight. This means you, of course, are coming off a big Game 5 W. Talk to me about Plaza, though, in particular. Who made the calls? Who is doing the attacking round IGLing?
Anso is making the calls. You know, that map's a bang out, so it's a lot of chess, though, because you can play it slow, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been dominant on the map so far. I wanted to ask you, what did Shotzi say at the end of the series? We couldn't hear him, but we could see him. What was he saying, and was it in game?
I don't even know what he said, to be honest. I didn't hear it. Something about it's your boy Shotzi.
Vlogging, right? That's what Alan said.
Yep.
I want to talk a little bit from a viewer perspective, Mercules. When we're watching, you know, I feel like we put a lot more weight on kind of like the names on the other side of the screen. So when you are playing against a team like FaZe Vegas, like these are 2 top teams. Are you in game really thinking about the players on the other side, about their individuals while you're actively in maps? It's one thing to do the prep, obviously, but actively in gunfights, actively in situations. What is that like from your perspective?
I would say, like, I definitely think about it because certain players, you know, have different tendencies and play styles, so you can kind of like read based on who you're playing. So yeah.
Who's the easiest read?
That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know about that one, Bucket.
All right. We'll give you a few more years before you answer that one honestly. Mercules, congrats on another win. We're excited to see you in Atlanta.
Thanks. Nice to see you guys.
That is Optic Texas closing out just match 2 of 4. We still have a second half of this show and might be a speed runner, maybe 10 more games.
We'll see.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Gotcha. I backed up as well.
He's on the bomb. Joe, weak. Open.
Go.
He's safe in the water. Yup, just coming up for a little air.
He gets up like a little turtle.
To the middle of the map, so you.
I love it.
It's over.
It's
Watch out for the staircase. We're gonna be getting pinched. I have no ammo. I have to push up.
Yeah, you just push up. Dead.
Umbrellas.
And just don't line up with me.
I had no ammo, bro.
Dude, that's so tough, bro.
I had no ammo, bro.
He's inner solar. I went left. Pinch left. Yeah, there's one deep behind. I'm waiting. Renko did one deep left. I'll try. Nice. Go. For the game. Boom.
Holy what exposure.
8-0.
Got me.
We have the overload device.
The 420 is broken. Holy
Tom, you are no longer. Tom, you are no longer.
You're free.
You're free, Tom. It's over, bro.
Sorry, one of the finest hard points.
Tom, you're free.
I am free, guys.
Good run in the first set.
You gotta delete the emote, Tom. You gotta delete the emote.
Legs.
The 423 is no longer mine.
Yeah.
You gotta delete the emote. It's no longer yours.
In Texas, they found a lot.
Thanks now, Tom.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them. Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
Just last week, we did a stock down segment where we selected a few players struggling. We highlighted a few players from G2. None of us really went with G2. We didn't want to really hit on Boston too hard.
Right, but
their numbers haven't been great.
But we did.
But Allie, in this matchup, they're 1-1 against each other, and this actually could be a pretty good series, right?
Well, But G2 might just beat them, though, because they're coming off of wins versus Riyadh and FaZe Vegas, and you're like, is this going to be an even matchup? We don't know. We don't know what version of G2 we're going to get today.
So G2 just beat Miami. I think that's a big boon. And then for the breach, though, and these guys went up 2-0 over the Gentlemates. So are stocks up on both teams, or where do you see these squads?
Boston, you need to do a lot more to get the stock up. But starting with G2, talking about this team, their map pool is not good right now. And when you watch them, they do have, some fundamentals. They play the game the right way. The preparation going into the Miami match was awesome, bringing out the 2 ARs on Colossus to combat all the SMGs, getting Estrio pushed up in Search and Destroy. It was great. That's all fine. It was all the old maps from the last 2 stages. They are 0-3 on Gridlock and Saki combined in Hardpoint, and they are 0-0 on Plaza, Grid, and Fringe S&D. Haven't even
So you don't know how good we are, though.
Okay, but the point of it is that they're not playing them for whatever reason that is. Okay. That is problematic for them, and I think it's just because they've been in this spot where, they don't even know how good they are in official matches, right? Scrims can say one thing, but they want to get these wins for confidence purposes. People are talking about them blowing it up, so put them in a spot where, okay, we just got to play all the old maps that we feel like we can control the situation. So being that this is a series against Boston, you've looked good in your last matchup. I expect them to throw some of the new maps in it to prepare for Major 3.
G2 is floating right around the middle of our standings, Allie. As of today, they would be making it to champs. Boston, on the other hand, is not. They need some dubs. They are at the bottom of the leaderboard there with Vancouver Surge. You got some stars, and at least a guy who's been to multiple finals last year. That was nasty. Afro looking like a star in Challengers, starting to put up better numbers. Spark coming up from Challengers this year. Purge still on the squad from the last 2 seasons. What is Boston trying to accomplish here? What are they looking forward to today?
The biggest thing for Boston is just the moments that we have gotten from the individuals have made us been like, okay, Nasty has these good maps. Spart has these good maps. Oh, Purge finally had a good series, Afro's doing good in Overload, but none of it's happening at the same time. And when you're looking at statistics, they are sub 40% rotating right now in Hardpoint. They're just not doing the fundamentals, and they're not playing well together as a team. And we keep thinking, okay, it's going to click eventually at some point, but they're just not closing out. Even some of the leads that they're giving themselves in these series.
And there is the face at the end of that Game 5 against the Gentlemates, the disappointments from Boston. And Boston, I just saw that stat. You have not won since March 7th. We are past May 7th. That is more than 60 days straight of losing. I've never done anything 60 days straight in my life. That's incredible.
Yeah, you had me laughing because you said the whole roster, and then you said, so what are they trying to accomplish here? And in my head, it was question marks. I don't know.
I don't know what they're doing.
Looking at this layout, you do get the Fringe there, so we'll get to see how G2 is looking there. But the Scar, Hardpoint, Den, some old comfortables. They've been around for a bit this season. G2 feel comfortable in the series.
Time to look at our players. Vibe check.
Sky's meditating.
Yeah, are his eyes open or closed?
Oh, he's open, yeah.
There they are.
Listen, Mamba was
Ashley's got some shades on.
He was roaring in the last series after the
That's
win
true.
against Super, and I feel like he's going to have himself a day.
Okay,
They're
when you
locked
take
in.
off one headphone, though, doesn't that mean my ears are hot? I'm a little sweaty?
I do that when I'm overstimulated by the amount of noise.
Okay. Could be a stimulation thing. Well, I'm all for a stimulated Mamba. I'm going to go G2 in this one. I think it'll be 3-1. Boston does get a win in the first 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 3-0 G2. I think G2 take this one.
They look good against Miami. Allie?
For some reason, when I opened this, I was thinking about Game 5s, and that's what I opened with. I'm going to stick with G2, though, but for some reason, I think we're going to go to a Game 5.
Is it because March 7th was the last time Boston won?
Close, and because G2 closed out their last Game 5s versus the 2 teams I said earlier.
Hey, guess what? We got our casters ready. So is the game.
Game 5, Game 5, Game 5, Game 5, Game 5, Game 5, Game 5. Hi, my name is Miles. This is Chance, and you are about to watch Boston go to a Game 5. Am I right, Chance?
I mean, hey, the odds will ever be in your favor, Miles. It's going to be a good one indeed. It'll be fun to see if Boston can sort of eclipse and make amends for their past 2 months. Not the best stint for the squad, but we're getting vaped up, ready to go.
We're getting vaped up, ready to go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to... not even the last match of the day, right? It's not even. We've still got another one after this. What a banging day. It's going 5-2, boys and girls. Production have confirmed it. Script leaked. Lock in. Here we go. G2. They've actually been pretty solid recently. This is going to be a tough task for the Boston boys. Estriel. He's been a menace, man. Big fan of Estriel ever since he joined the league. He's really started to find himself. So he finds himself on Scar. A little sandy, a little bit muddy. Hope his shoes have got grip. Let's go.
Yeah, most hill time, by the way, you just saw for him throughout this stage, and he is right to his home on top of P1, and the coverage is there. That was Boston attempting to instantly chow the time and try to get Estriel off of it. They met their early demise. Boston right now, you'd rather have the right side spawns in blue control for P1. That's because you should eventually be able to get shot. Right now, Boston getting bullied back and beaten down.
You don't get shot. Mamba says nope. Mamba gets 2. Mamba tries to flip spawns. He's on the route. Good shots. Another 3 dead. Good stuff. That's all 4. 28 and climbing for G2. Boston still on the donut.
And I feel like it's a very rare thing to see a team from this side of the map lock down P1 like this. And if they can convert this into P2, you want to call GG early against Boston? Are they going to shoot back? Are they going to show up? Mamba picking them apart. Kill away for the Cruise.
Bro, okay, come on. Okay, everyone lock back in. Lock in. Good shots. Spot. 50-0. P2's open. Nasty could not get close to that one without being dropped. We're going to be on time now, and Boston will get their first second, their second, their third, their fourth, and their fifth. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Can they hold on?
Yo, running the score up and chowing out of time as well. Nice shots, but the guy on time just gets left out to dry and isolated. On Boston, every single player in this moment looking at one guy there from G2, and well, once they get that kill, I got a head smash to the front.
Head smash. Estriel only gets to get his head smashed in. All 4 heads crushed by Boston on the assault. This P2 has gone pretty well for them, all things considered. A rough start. The attack now towards P3. Open field. Afro gets himself over towards the top side of plane. Don't let the Codcaster fool you. He is not that camouflaged. Good work there of the boys of Boston. That is a very lovely White Stripes album cover kill feed to play with. Spark on the back gets the job done, and that's eyes forward now. Boston, can they get to time?
Yeah, yes they can, and considering the G2 went on a very early rotation to try to get the setup around this hill, I think Boston incredibly happy that they in effect do make it here first, and now you can see the kill feed for Boston. Kills starting to flow their way.
There we go. Starting to get that icky thump going. Boink. Nice one for Purge. Looking for another. I mean, Mumba's having one hell of a man. This man lives and breathes Scar. He's feeling hot today. Nice work from Afro there from time. Looking for his 4th. Great shots. 4 in a row. Can't get a 5th, but he's doing it all there. The West Midlands finest. Finding a few more. Well, over towards the next hard point we go. Back over to back blue. And the boys are in position here for this. Trophies, you name it. Check the approach. You should be able to get some solid time here, Boston. This is still very much their hard point.
Yeah, they think they're going to be friends with P4, and for good reason. First 2 kills going their way. Mamba outer boat, but you got the intel. It's a slow approach right now for Minnesota, but Mamba right now having a great game. 13 kills, gives you a 2-piece to try to entry this time. And Estriel, well, the timing not quite his way, unable to block the spawns, and Mamba simply gets caught out. Boston just handled everything, still chipping away at that lead.
Shout out to Afro, flies out that side window, picks up a couple of kills, identifying these players, not letting them get close, and now to the Jaeger. My man is frying. That's beautiful work. 3 row. Gets a couple more. Purge on the front. Ian Nasty do what they can to keep everyone from G2 back. This is nice work. It is faster to swap to your sidearm than it is to reload. Boston completed basic training.
Yeah, classic tool tips there. We'll see how fast they can make this rotation as well. G2, extremely good P1. Since then, they've more or less gotten stuffed out, but you see 3 kills there in the feed. They're pushed out appropriately, get Mamba on time, and G2 with a full setup around P5.
Full setup, couple of sweet kills. Now the hard point in their name. Let's go through listening.
Both on shot, counter dirt. He's cat. Both on shot. Shiny low right now. He's short. What's still in front of me? He's going with green hopper on big cut. Green hopper, dirt is far. Dirt is far. He's going P3. I'm trying. One shot, hurt, front. One P3 as well. Green, weak, nasty. Stay alive. I'm wrapping green. Nice. Green, nasty. He's on me, on the up. Time for time. Every time green me. I'm green, nasty, dead. Nice. Pitch him a cut. One shot right now. He pulls on the one more hill. What's up, Richard? Still nasty, one shot. Shit, the spine jet. You go up. Are we blocking the back? Two stone on me. Give him the back. Stone again. One more time. One's old.
I'm gonna try
We were after dead. Nice. I'm getting it left. Let me get this. I'm close to spawn.
That's the old one.
Already catch up to me.
I have Jet right now. Same thing.
I have shot left stun.
Nasty green. I have to leave Jet.
Go long. I got long time. One shot left. I'm right. Weak side. I spawned there. Turn around. Flip that. Flip it. I mean, stun hill. I have a streak. Got one. I'm going left. One top green.
I'll head the left.
One could be a shorter shot. Yeah, there's a shot. There's a purge.
Nasty blue box.
There's a shot. So.
He ran away.
I need one short. I'm working short. I do. Stop. I'm actually long. Short.
One shot nasty back to one time.
Last time. You won. One shot. I'm down.
Charles, what do you make of the listening there? I think G2 are struggling a bit.
I'm struggling with the accents a little bit as well. I think their decision making has been interesting as well, trading away a decent chunk of time on P5 to try to play for this current.
Eu vou botar aqui mais. Vou nem botar o microfone que eu vou botar. Vendo aqui se já saiu problema no GTA, mas vocês vão ver que o barulhinho do meu robô aqui, né?
Absolutely. Cannot deny it. Ezreal cleaned up. Purge eating a couple of headshots. And here comes Afro in a Purge who also gets cut down on the attack. Wins a long one. Still got that Hellstorm to play with though for G2. We'll see how that comes to play a little bit later on.
Janela. Pesquisar janela e objetos 80 graus é mais no Microsoft abrindo nova janela barra de editar barra favorito editar favorito para esta página me carregando página de carregamento intervalo.
Já abriu a pré-venda do GTA 6?
Nenhum anúncio oficial ainda, mas os rumores apontam para um trailer novo ou alguma novidade em breve. Rockstar costuma soltar coisas no verão dele. Fica de olho.
Mas hoje está marcado para hoje.
Brilliant thing to have, as well as Nasty's Hellstorm. Should this hardpoint get a little dicey? We'll see. There are options here, and it looks like we're calling it in. Ring,
não, hoje não tem nada oficial marcado. É tudo rumor e hype de um vazamento da Best Buy sobre pre-orders, que ainda não saiu. Rockstar não anunciou o trailer nem evento para hoje. Pode rolar mais pra frente essa semana, mas nada confirmado ainda.
Já vimos, galera, que é puro rumor. Ainda, né? Até agora não abriu.
Well, Playmaker Purge, by the way, in the meantime, while Skies is calling in that Hellstorm, he is just taking so much space. So this is a Hellstorm sort of battle that G2 do in fact come out on top of. They do lose the spawns, and Estro with the nice 2-piece to sort of soften up the push, but I think when all is said and done, you walk into the hill with about a 50-second lead, and for Boston, they're walking away from
Eu já tenho mais ou menos umas 2 horas pra saber.
We are all neutral going into this new time.
Love that. Well, 3 dead. G2 with full control of the right hand.
3 horas exatas temos de live, restando para nós aproximadamente 2 horas e meia, ou 2 horas e meia, quase 3 horas. Vamos ver. Se é verdade ou não, se irá na gravação desse vídeo ou não.
One time battle. I'm dead. Battle. No, anyone here? Jump back door. I think he's top. Back door dead. I'm one shot. No one back door. Kill the shot. P1. Back up. I hit tops, man. Take your time. Yo, I'm 200 off the street. Okay. I'll fold, go right. I'll go left. Yeah, I'll be left. You going top, okay? Come down. Okay, nice. I want top. They're gonna be playing on the back. He could be back left corner. He can be in shop too. I need him back left. Some back left corner. No trophy on plane. Back left corner. Plane is dead. Okay, back left time. Miss one. Top green time and back left. Top green. It's all 3. I'm gonna wrap you. I'm right back. Green hit me. Give me close up when you trust me. I hear you. Close left. One shot. Let's show. Green. There's shot. Let's green, Kevin. Top green. T1 dead. I'm trying with time. Go. One more time. Green. Last guy. Top green. He shot me. All good. One guy on my spawn plane, bro. Spawn blue. One guy on my spawn plane. You get your streak, Chris? Yes. Okay. Spawn on the back, spawn on the back. Spawn on the back, B cut. He ran out mid. He's running out mid.
Mid T1.
People on you, people on you. Yeah, play. Charge short. They're gonna spawn blue. They're gonna splits in the back. Sky spawn green behind us, I think.
Hey, and I have one of blue to mid.
Why wall dead? One more back blue.
Hey, not bad listening from Boston. Quite frantic. A lot of right, a little bit of wrong. Doesn't matter anymore, folks. P1, and this is the business end of this hard point.
Yeah, and Spar was looking for the Hellstorm. He gets that. Couple nice read on spawns. The question is, when are you going to invest the Hellstorm? For the moment, still vying for the actual P1 control. The minimap, constant chaos. You have G2 players on all four corners. Feels like Boston are able to handle it, though. Mamba, last man standing. Well, just going to play keep away around this time, but Boston are in.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of time, but you call on that Hellstorm and deny G2 basically all of it. The problem, Kremp, Estriel, Mamba, what shots! As a smooth MPC rolls over the head of Spark there, massive damage. G2 getting a good chunk of this time. This P1's been mixy, not accounting for the man in the backline. Spark once again looking towards it. Back into P2 we go. Final 5 seconds of P1's not going to go anyone's way. It is all even, all square up as we dive into what could be the last point of the map.
Yeah, those were elite wall bangs coming in from Nasty to sort of start this hill off right. Now you got Purge roaming the middle of the map and two teammates near the time. It's a turtled setup, but with shots like that, Boston looking good to win map 1.
They're looking good. Yeah, calling that Hellstorm. By the time it cuts to the field, the contest will still be on. You might be good to get at least a team kill or two, because, whoa, there you go. G2 are in. Send it. Trying to get the missile through. Max speed connects on the skies. You still have 2 players to deal with. Nasty on 1. Extrial still holding. The shoes on the other foot now. Can G2 get kicking?
It's square up. It's battle. Hold the iron. Boston 8 seconds away. This is going to be it. G2 trying to flood through. Estriel top. 2 players down low getting picked apart, but his trades in the feed, and G2 in fact have survived.
It's not over yet, boys and girls. We're going to a P3. They can't win it here. If you're on Boston Breach, your mission is to not let them get out. Your mission has failed. You have been taken care of by Kremp, and they're now on the plane heady. Are there any streaks to play with here? Has anyone got a trophy? And for God's sake, somebody get a kill. Oh boy, it's holding. G2 is still on. G2 finding the time. G2 with the kills. G2 have done it. Is it over? No, Sparks in. Over the plane heady. Kremp, dig a hole. Stay alive inside time. Your teammates are here. Boston, we're still contesting. We're still fighting for this time. I don't believe it. G2, can you contest? Yes, no. My God, they've finally done it. What a map! What a finish! And I'm stoked, but none of the players are.
I was gonna say, there is no jubilation on either one of those sides for the Cams. Boston, well, maybe just feeling the stress. Without question, the most wild Hellstorm call I have seen this year. That was an absolute decision. Pro tip, Hellstorms, amazing on P3. It's wide open. It's a plant hill, but there's no coverage. So nice to have in that moment. But Boston does not matter. The kills started to come through towards the end. And I mean, the second look, it is just going to be an absolute trade fest. I think both Spark and Purge able to pick up 2 pieces at a certain point to make the break, but it is just a constant flow. Boston able to deliver.
Yeah, this is one of those moments that we talk about a lot. You're not able to practice for the 246, 245 bang out moment. It comes down to a moment of clarity, a little bit of luck with these spawns, and patience. And Nasty right here, this big contest, throwing the detonates, throwing the detonate back. That was his grenade. He once again got ownership over. Little things that go a really, really long way. GG's Boston. Show me the game flow. Wow. That one was a lot of fun.
It's a absolutely nutty game. Not even sure how many trophies were there for either team towards the end. So a moment where you got to be on point with the nades, got to be on point with everything. And if you're looking at the shooters of the lobby, well, Nasty stands tall. Yeah, 37 kills, nearly 5k damage. Spart there to meet him, and that is with 2 minutes of hill time. So Spart was lights out in that game, and I mean, one of those rare moments where Skies, the Titan of of his team, 4,500 damage, but not enough for the win.
Yeah, that's a lot, man. Hey, shout out Purge, 15 assists, 29 traders, and 4k damage. Like, it's a weird one. When you occasionally when we watch Purge, it looks like he has less health than every other player in the lobby. You know, like he's got less hit points. But that was a weird map to see him come out with that 4k damage. Just a wild one for me. That game flow. That's nice. That third set. That's the good stuff right there. That tastes nice. You smell that, chat? That's a timeless hardpoint finish. That's like a good pair of boots. That's like Lucy Lou. That is timeless. That is very fun. What a start to the series. Boston are up.
And also one of those maps, when we did the listening, there was a couple decisions that G2 just made on that scar of like, hey, we're giving up the P5 time. Let's go for the spawn flip and like get blue control to P1. But they had a few little decisions like that. Like for the first P5 at the end of it, instead of purposely controlling it for the final like 12 seconds, I think it was, they open the map and start flying forward. Well, in a 3-point game, if you're making decisions to give up 10 seconds, that is extremely painful towards the end. So obviously in a game that close, you could, you know, go over with a fine-tooth comb and pick apart the mistakes. But I think G2 is certainly going to be feeling the pain, and it'll be Fringe where they try to bounce back.
I think about, before we get on Fringe, the idea of fighting over every single second of scrap time certainly pays off in a game where it's like 252, 47, 252, 48. Every single second counts, and every single day ticket is nearly sold out for Major 3, folks. The multi-pack ones are gone. They're long gone. If you are rolling solo, if you're solo queuing for a day or two because you want to catch some Call of Duty League action live, you can still do it. The chances are getting pretty slim though, pretty low. In Fringe we go. Chance, Fringe, dumblit, loving it. Absolutely enjoying what I'm seeing out of the map. Every team has a little different, approach to this, a little bit of different flavor. Do you like sniping? How are your smokes? Do you like banging out that A-bomb site with your MPG? Let's find out what both of our squads have got, because let's face it, two teams that are, not against getting funky and search and destroy. I'm a big G2 search fan. I can't wait to see what they do here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of wall hops as well for like a ton of different teamwork opportunities, depending on the type of information you get at the start of the rounds. You bang out if you want to, and very structured, and really, you do have to execute and play good Call of Duty, or just see if anybody has that hot hand. Well, Nasty so far on the season has been lights out against this team, and S&D specifically, but in map 1 as well. So I think if Boston are trying to dig themselves out of the hole with no wins over the past 2 months, Nasty is certainly a player on the team you expect to be that guy.
He's trying, man. He's trying. They'll be on the attack first. Boston, here we go. All aboard. Destination, the B-bomb site. The doors will open on the left-hand side. An Afro. Full control of the site. You're in, lads. Mamba's still close by. It might be an issue.
And despite the fact that Mamba gets smoked off, none of his teammates actually turn to help him out. I mean, Krem floating towards the middle of the map. So it'll be a pure 4v4 retake attempt here for Minnesota.
You got to check every single corner. Krem checks it good. Afro, nice trade. Estriel's so damaged. And he stuns on Ace to keep that health from regenerating. Maybe not. Spark finds his. Afro gets his second. G2 are gone.
And, similar to the maybe micro mistakes or micro management of the map 1 for G2, just not interested in necessarily having complete control of the map, or not necessarily trying to keep things simple for them. I mean, if you're Mamba, you have to be calling out, there's a smoke in my face. I have no information. There's no stuns or nades landing on the other side. And yet G2 happy to give up that bomb plant for free with absolutely no pressure. I mean, there's no trophies. You can get your teammates to come back and nade over top of the bomb site. You have a lot of options, but G2 playing with none of them. So Boston happy to be up 1-0.
Mr. Bueno, he's there. Please hold this. It would have been nice. Well, G2. Little look here at their opening attacking round on Fringe. And everything's gone a little right, a little wrong. Purge to the left. Oh, wow, Skies. He's seen so much and hit so little. 1 minute to play.
Unfortunately, not easy information to capitalize off of in the meantime. Well, Nasty good for one before he falls, and we are flying right in. Playmaker Purge taking down the snipe.
Mamba's Holden's lining a spot there. They ate a ton of lead. Good luck, Estriel. Here come Boston. And they go down without losing a man in that wild fight. Nice rounds.
And that's Boston playing off the information extremely well. I I think just for the look for Skies, Purge is up top barn, sees him in the window. Next guy to peek is Afro from like side square, sees Skies moving just a little bit. Then Purge takes the adjustment, jumps the other side. So they were tracking the sniper the entire way, and Purge finds the timing to slide right in and kill him Zig. And he's right back to helping his teammates as well. Of course, credit to Nasty for just winning the first blood gunfight before the nades came through. I think if G2 just waited another split second and don't give away that blood, well, they would have had the man advantage.
Shoulda, woulda, 3-1 split here. A-bomb site. We're maybe shooting past it. No, going to back up. Mamba back to Old Faithful there. Top left. Out in the dust, in the dirt. Will he strike? The rest of the boys are definitely thinking about the A-bomb here. Nasty with a bit of intel through mid-afro. You can smell them. They're close. Stun connection onto nothing. The nade tells you the story he needed to know. That's going to be a player on the outside. Catch this! Good damage with the bullets, but not with the bomb. First blood.
It's a great first blood as well. Estrio playing with some of these off angles, and now you're sliding into a snipe. Nasty didn't even want to finish that kill, but that is God's gift.
That was nasty in every sense of the word. Yeah, Purge has got the flank now. He's taken a ton of shots, and he gets a little bit of damage to the next man, but that just allows Spark to get on the inside of the bomb site. G2 vacate for now. Nasty's flank. Uh-oh. Turns it into a 2v1. Guessing game is on. Where the hell is he? G2 have no idea. Nasty's got to get a move on. Number one. Spots the next man. It's a score-out fight for Kremp. Kremp should turn tail and run. He knows he has the round in his hands. Gonna go for the chow. It's an awkward fight. It's an ugly one, and it's over. G2 on the board.
Yeah, poor coordination there for Boston. I think Spark sort of flying out towards Bricks a little bit with the M15, but Kremp there with the MPC, able to shred him. And, well, Nasty might get a kill on the pinch, but Kremp is in a situation where time is ticking. Bomb is down in an indoor site. He just has to watch the cross, and Kremp does a wonderful job of, hey, throw some shoulders, get the intel, tracking the whole way. Only take the gunfight if you have the massive advantage, and Kremp won't lose those.
In a perfect world, Nasty sees that player on the boxes to the left-hand side, but not an
his teammate called him out for him, but...
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. Oh. Forget that bomb. You know what, boys? Forget about it. Nope, we're doubling back. Mum's going to have it this time round. And, no, maybe. No, not this time, guys. He's shown the sniper there. That's an interesting move. He shows that glint and then swaps the M15, gets out. That's good misinformation that could cause a problem for G2. We'll find out, folks. As the trophies are pumping away here on the A-bomb site. Here comes the entry. Wow, Kremp is in. Not perfect, though. Afro through the middle of the street, causing as much damage as he can to get a 2v2.
Maybe a good reposition, at least to dodge some of these nades. G2 might have been on the receiving end, but as they're playing the disappearing act, you see Spark trying to calculate it. He's cleared out mid. Afro still ironed up towards A.
Por isso que eu abri o microfone e botei precisamente no tempo.
Starting to make the moves, the adjustments, but they do not realize that these players are out towards B.
E Texas, perdão, Texas não, Minnesota tá perdendo, hein? No placar geral. Para Boston. Isso jamais pensei ver, hein? E Boston precisa vencer, hein? Senão vai cair.
On plant, Afro play a little safer, play a little slow. Great shots. Spark, what assist.
Tem gato bonito do meu lado aqui, né, Lindy?
He's killed number 6 in a row. A 1v1 for the round. And Spark catches him. That is unbelievable. What a save. 3-1.
Yeah, we don't have teamwork, but we do have the clutch. Almost neither duo interested in lindo. Hey, Boston, all's well that ends well, right? They were not handling the information game. Sort of a disappearing act there for G2 and end up getting the bomb down, but you'll take it if you got the 1v1 clutch ability. Spartan, S&D kid at his roots when he's on point. He is a menace on the map.
Part of the legendary Search and Destroy run of the LA Gorillas back in Major 2 of Vanguard. MVP of that event as well. Liddy. Sniping this round. Or not. Not a whole lot shown, not a whole lot taken. Barely anything seen. Just over a minute to go.
I think Purge showing face over towards the B site. You see Estriel still watching that same angle, so this is actually an opportunity to try to run over Skies on this A site.
I mean, they're counting, what, as much as they can. What's the safer play? Figure out in the bloodbath it could be A, or hope you can get in on towards the B bomb site. And Boston, I don't know if we have the data yet. Purge has cleared out a lot. He has been spotted, and he's done some spotting of his own. His teammates find the kills, and it's a mess. We love it. Purge on the hunt. Woo! Catches that last man, and Boston find another.
Nice. I mean, I think the play there was to get nasty. Pushed up next to Dubs. You see he was holding that mid-map cross, and I think Boston at least took enough time to sort of make sure that there's no tin pinch coming through. All the gunfights are going to be the forward direction. Nasty's got mid for you, so hey, worried about top barn. Worried about the bomb site and those back angles. Maybe one kill gets traded out there for G2 for Mamba, but ultimately Boston just accomplishing a good setup on the map and great timing on their approach.
4-1. Skies, a donut. This is not the ideal debut for G2 Minnesota here on Fringe. Let's see that turnaround. Krem. Hellstorm from his wicked spree a little bit early on. Not going to give you a whole lot of kills, but definitely passing the intel. All right, boys, what do you do with this? You've got it all. What's the call? We're going away.
And Nast will be here playing the exact same spot.
How many can he get? Plenty of damage. The kill as well. Go on, Nasty. That was a great moment. Get the boys over now. Reinforce ASAP. Afro now knows every step of the way here is dangerous territory. They could be in the corners. They could be behind you. Tons of intel. Spot, definitely out of the play for now.
Purge leading the charge with an M15.
I love this. Give it your best, son. Your best was good enough with Nasty over your shoulder. Ripping. Twice the guns, twice the fun. G2 are being bled out here in this round. Nasty! Oh, went in with the butt of his rifle. Takes care of the last man. Boston breached and clear.
And 11-3 from Nasty continues to enjoy playing against G2 Minnesota. As a 1.7 in S&D, and frankly, at this point, he's padding stats. It is the lone defender of this site. 4 players in front of him. Not only does he get a tremendous amount of damage into 3 different players, he also gets a kill, backs up, and was never even one shot. Currently, this series is nominated for the worst streaks of all time. They're competing with Era from World War II.
Wow, Era streaks. Wow. Oh my God. Don't. Stop. Chat, stop. Just kidding, we're way ahead of you. 5-1 Boston. Just close it out here, lads. Give a world champion a donut. Nasty on a bit of a spree. Can catch his streaks status, but he might be looking at a Hellstorm of his own. Close enough. G2 trying to take one map, they can. Nobody home. Oh, first blood from Krem takes care of the playmaker. A-bomb site getting a little dicier. Nasty with the tags. A-bomb though, it's going down. Here comes Afro. Oh my God, no he doesn't. There goes Afro. Spot over his shoulder, trying to watch everything. And that might be the go button. A red dot on the minimap to chase. The G2 yet to pounce.
Trying to hold this 3v4. It's only 2 players over towards 10, and Nasty roaming the middle of the map, and Afro actually going to be re-pinching mid. The British duo from that side, but they have completely given up site control.
Totally given up. You've completely given it up. There is a smoke in the play now. There's the tags into the toesies. And here comes the hit. Through Dubs, we're going to find a kill. You don't have the manpower right now. Afro's got to find another really clean kill, and he's running out of time. There's Nasty down, and the round is over. G2. An awkward retake, but they get the job done.
Yeah, tough attempt there for the 3v4 hold. The interesting idea to try to roam through mid, but G2 end up just playing their numbers well. See Spart just shooting through the smoke. It's just a distraction effectively, and nobody dies on bomb, and you reveal the position. Able to hunt down that man and get trades, good space. Taken by Skies there as well. able to get off the donut cam.
Off the donut cam onto the full screen. Give him his single. Big pickups towards the end. And G2, yeah, figuring out Fringe, one round at a time. They are down bad, though. They're down pretty bad at the moment, friends. 5-2, not looking great. The confidence of Boston, we'll see how strong and resolute it still is. Deep defense, but pretty stock standard. You still got Nasty, the solo man, over by A.
And he's been completely on point. No reason for him to switch up anything at all. And G2, once again, attacking the standout player for Boston.
Get rid of the trophy as well. Here come the nades and stuns. You have evicted Nasty. He has had to leave the room. This could be the bomb plant. Krem, close corner. Good for the first kill. Bomb does get disrupted though on the plant, so you're still waiting for the counterattack here for Boston, but it's nothing to be seen just yet. No one here going for it. They go for it a little late. Krem finds his second, his fourth kill in a row. Looking for number 5. Can he catch the ace? The man behind him. Shots are good. And the instant chow. G2. Smack that ass.
Yeah, less G2 and more Kremp. It is Kremp versus Nasty right now on this Fringe. I think maybe a little bit more of a supporting cast for Boston so far. Of course, though, once Nasty falls, you assume the round is going to fall with it, and indeed it does. The second you get the first blood on Nasty, everything after that for G2, clean and easy.
This is why you run an NPC on this site. And Krem catching Purge, sprinting, trying to make a play. Playmaker gets easily dealt with there. 12 and 5, Krem. 11 and 5, Nasty. The two heroes for their respective squads. Ooh, Spark saw a little bit. Sky saw loads. Play made. Anyone get in here and help out Purge? Answer is no. Purge, you're alone. 1v3.
Yeah, kill Nasty, win the round. Down for that strap. See if Purge can make up for it. Nope, dies instantly. So nothing cooking there, and a nice shot coming through for Skies. Identified that key man.
Got him. Got him. He made a case for it with the second kill, but too many guns, too many angles to worry about there on the A-bomb. Quick bit of discourse there. Mama calling the play for the next round. There is an active turning of the collective cogs of the G2 brain now. We are still on map point, but it is 5-4. Sorry.
I was going to say Spar, the effective lone defender of this B site. He's up top chucking nades, but he is feeling the heat.
A T-heat. What a nade from Nasty. That stops the bomb being planted. See you later, mate. Estriel picks up bomb. This is not a good look, boys. You've lost the first blood battle. Oh, the outskirts of the map are crawling with Boston players. Nasty guns them to bed. Boston breach. What do you know, boys and girls? 2-0 over G2.
And, you know, similar to the first map, just a couple weird things looking at G2's gameplay. Just even that first round still stands out in my mind of Mamba staring at a smoke, the lane cut off. I mean, that site clearly going to be open. And I think the thing that was mentioned at the time is like, hey, where are the nades coming through? There's no trophies on the site. Get them over the top for the players wrapping back. Well, that's exactly what happens in that final round. Spart up top is calling out there's pressure on this site. And Nasty, who's been defending A the entire game, gets the Yobi over top for the first blood just to kick off that sequence. So Nasty versus Kremp. Boston ends up coming out on top. And, you know, jokes aside in that regard, Afro still has a nice game. They certainly end up making the comeback as a team. So good momentum coming through for Breach.
Yep, first time we've seen G2 play that map, and wasn't brilliant. So back to the drawing board, boys. We'll maybe see it at Major 3. Well, coming up next, folks, it's going to be a den overload. A couple of dens and a Scar if we have to go the distance. But Boston would love to see a 3-0 go their way. And frankly, who knows, folks? When we come back, game of overload. Can Boston keep it up? Or is this the beginning of the G2 comeback? We'll find out after this.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
At COD Champs, the fun goes beyond your seat.
Welcome to Vegas!
If you're in the starter ranks, you gotta slide over to the iconic Vegas sign for a quick photo. Then drop into the playground made for adults. And then go swimming with sharks at the Shark Reef Aquarium. Now at the next level, full send the obstacles at Spy Ninja's Adventure Park. Then get active at Lake Las Vegas Water Sports. For the ultimate experience, take a helicopter tour of the Grand Canyon. Then jump off an 800-foot building at Sky Jump. And that's how you make your Champs weekend unforgettable.
Here with you. One shot. You which shot P2 if you need. Hurt for you. Back secret, nice. All time. Balcony, nice.
Pistol on. Wait, shot the bomb.
We're playing the bomb.
Oh my god. God, ball, come on, give it to me.
Bomb is armed.
No, I don't think it's
behind you.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro.
I went to like vault door, I think. I've seen this, bro.
Oh my god. He's in vault. Play Meadows. You're so much better. Bomb. Oh my god. Holy shit. Let's go. You're the best.
Hold them real quick. Holy
And
Yobi.
Cubby,
I'm Sean.
Stay up, bro.
Man. Nice, man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live.
I can hold the front. You're good. Stay down now. Already front.
Let's get in time. Bust up that.
Absolute front.
I'm done. Nice.
Boys, holy
that P5 was so me neither. That P5 was
no.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 3 of Boston Breach taking on G2 Minnesota. And, well, Boston Breach, they find themselves up 2-0, which is a great thing for Boston Breach. It's a bad thing if you're mildly superstitious. This is what happened the last time Boston Breach was up 2-0. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They were reverse swept by the gentle mates of Paris. What do you know? Well, is that going to happen here today, Chance? Surely not. Right?
Swing game mode for a reason. The threat is always going to be there. But in terms of reverse sweeps, we haven't seen a ton this year, and Boston is involved in nearly like half of them. They've completed 2 reverse sweeps of their own, but the last one being back in January, and they have been reverse swept twice as well. So if there's any team with the potential to be in this type of situation, well, it is indeed Boston. Of course, though, they're a decent den overload team. G2, not so much.
What? That's not a number. That's not those 3 stats there, Charles, that aren't numbers. What's going on there?
Just imagine a 12.
That'll do me right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, map number 3, Boston Breach. They're up big time in this series. Can they keep running the momentum into the 3rd map now? In the first half, we go towards Den. And a lot of them into the map. map's going to be Astro now. A couple of good shots in there, but a 3 dead right off the rip there. Mamba, the last man up for his roster, doing what he can to keep this play alive. Not going to keep a whole lot alive. He's managed to get at least 1 kill, but traded out immediately. Now it's going to be mid-map. Oh, Boston Breach. Here we go. Looking for that possession. Looking for that kills. Well, the bombs out of the map. Next point will spawn there.
Two very different ideas in the Boston camp as well. While Afro is flying, looking to be aggressive, set some pace. Every one of his teammates right now, well, working on the snail impression, but they do in fact have device control. And Afro with the big double nade out of nowhere. And you're just going to be so slow that the reinforcements on the defensive end will be here in plenty of time.
Yeah, you can't throw another one of those nades. There's just no chance. Estro, clean and easy. Skies gets it, pushes forward. That will be G2 now on the approach. Nice work from Nasty there. Goes from mission to missionary. Game over. Holding possession right now. G2 working that bottom side. Another big nade. Afro once again finds himself involved with it. Sadly not on the wrong side. Couple through mid. Skies has a read on this. Kill number 4 in a row. There's number 5. Bueno! Looking for the last one. And he's investing. And the markets are closed. Unlucky, mate. Nice try.
Well, trying to keep the flow going. Kremp with 2. Now you only have, what, 2 men to beat. Nasty on the back line, but no trophies just yet. That nade, well, doing a good chunk of damage. I don't know if the kills are going to flow. Estral now on the pinch, setting up for the long term. If his teammates can deliver, could have been a capture. Looks like Boston doing enough to slow this one down.
Have they? Oh, shots from Mamba. What an attempt. Pick it up. We've got a ticket to ride now across map, but we're making something. Krem. No way. Look at the smirk on his face, you devilish dog. What a goal that is. Oh my God.
I mean, a hell of a play there from Kremp in a painful moment now for Boston. Trying to hit the reset and bully their way through the front, but they're not winning any of these gunfights. Nasty's good for 2, and while Purge is good for the next 2, how about these double nades?
We're back-to-back insane caps. Oh, wow. Overload, you have been a blessing on the Black Ops 7 year. Ridiculous. Don't back up. There could be a guy behind you. You don't know that. You don't know that. Afro, you brave man. Brave man, mid-map pressure now. Purge on a 4, trying to make a play, trying to get a hellstorm, trying to run this bad boy home. You got a single man to kill. The nade is not bad. Not enough to actually kill Krem though, and he is a tough cookie to crack. No crumbling here whatsoever. G2 up.
Well, they're going to be taking their time. Another teammate rolling through. This has been the most grenade deaths of any map this year, and we're still in the first half.
That's a lot of time to change this. And yeah, Skies, they can't kill him. We've committed quite a lot to get this killed. Nasty can't give the hands. Top side of the map, fighting over the new EMP after the reset. And it's going to be Spar. He should not grab this. He's still waiting for the kills. His boys are in position. You have the numbers. Boston, so you can get this approach be clean. You've still got a journey to go.
Oh, we're so slow. I mean, we just got 2 kills in the feed, and we're refusing to push pace. So yeah, G2 get a reset up off spawn. A 3-man white Purge, last man standing. Has to slow him down, gets eviscerated, and this almost certainly should be a score. Last-ditch attempt, not good enough, and that is 7 kills in a row because Boston forgot to move forward.
That did not indeed. That left stick might be broken. Word to Jeremy Stud. Oh, shots from Krem. Into Krem. Estral, looking for his 5th. Nearly. I mean, he did 700 damage in that life. Minutes of play in the first half. Can't say it's not been an eventful one. Here we go. Oh my, nearly. Worth the shot. Worth an attempt. Mamba can't pick up a whole lot more. We're making a big sprint now. Final opportunity. With 40-odd seconds to go in regulation time to make something happen. Looking for those kills. Any more big nades? Yeah, you bet. Here they come. Afro finds his. It's 2 for Afro. Skies, next man. He's down. Afro has killed the whole team. The next man. Oh boy. Estriel. It's going to be... No! What a save, Purge. Kill him. Oh boy. Crimp. What a play. 12 seconds on the clock.
Goal line Heartstopper. And still, this is anybody's ball game. I know Kremp has the device, but this is just not a mini-map I trust in the slightest. So there you go. 2 kills in the feed in favor of G2. If anybody scores now, it's going to be them. Kremp right now, well, it's going to be a mid-map cut. Do you check the corner for number 8? Mamba finds him and guns him. The opportunity is here.
He's on the run. He's on the run. Percher's got to stop it. They've faked it. Here comes Skies over the top. Whoa, the snappers. Skies, the kill. Oh, Kremp gets it over the top. The cross up to make it 3-1. A ridiculous first half.
I mean, what a fun one indeed. Boston hand delivering a score for Kremp at one point just to get that first score on board. A couple nice goal line stops for both teams. I think the true one was the heart stopper for G2 towards the end. And how about that half from Kremp? Whether it's the heads up, high IQ plays to get the score on board, the last minute defensive stop that he turns into a capture. Kremp was certainly on one, and for the final cap, Estriel was able to pick up 3, so just a juggernaut finish here for Minnesota.
I was a little worried about this one. The third, just because he overshot the goal, he didn't do the typical dolphin dive. He went for the wall jump. That could have got ugly, but it did not indeed. Stayed pretty, hydrated, moisturized, unbothered in his lane, which is the fast lane right now at 3-1. G2, that's mid-map covered. Watching out for the Afro flank. Smoke. Slammed. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, he's in your spawn.
It's all 4. Now you know they're spawning up, and he's gonna know they're gonna be back left. He does get traded out. Spart, is he gonna full send? Is he gonna wait for the teammates? Nasty's here for the help, but he dies before the help can actually execute the gameplay. Now Purge just playing keep away.
Man, you just check every corner, G2, good stuff. Counting those players well. No one getting too antsy, making runs. Afro's had a couple of unbelievable feeds. There's 3 and 4s. Back to back, impressive work. A minute down, 4 to go.
We are head on a swivel as well. G2 showing their hand belt. Gonna be a low side here with the device. And Afro picks it off immediately. Out guy trying to hound them down, and the Hellstorm that forces him inside. And we're team killing because we are not thinking in this game.
Okay, I thought that was hilarious. I wonder if Boston do now with a quick listen in.
Come back. I'm going left. Have you made it? Have you hold minute?
I'm taking this PT.
Spawn left.
He's gonna chase. He's gonna chase.
I'm one shot. I'm trying to target across. You got me. Behind us. Mamba's
one shot in him.
One shot. No one here on me. Close up. He's weak. Trying to come up here. I'm picking a mid. I got smoke. I think main one shot. Absolute main Kremp.
He went small.
Push up outer. Estriel dead. Reset mid. I'm grabbing this.
One shot top window.
Happy right now. Top window. Be cut main. Or no, main top window then.
Yeah, main and top.
Let's see on the left.
Caesar was top with an AI. He might jump out.
I'm right. Could be through left. I'll come around. Main. One guy's outside of main. Two guys main. Two main. One's gonna be out on the right. Somewhere.
I had mid chase. Nothing chase you mid.
I see nothing. Standing out. I don't see anything. Let me come in. I'm going to our break. That's not anything. They're playing safe, I think. I'm naming back. I mean, go cross lane. You cross lane. A little weak. I'm absolute. There's two. I got one here. 2 more there. I'm wrapping server. They're all 3 there, I think. We're wrapping server already. Yeah, wrapping server. So I'll take that. Both are right.
210. They're both tagged.
Okay. I'm naming 10. I do a trophy on you. I'm picking him mid. 10 with ball. I need it. I need him. Mid-maps, guys. One shot. He's going to be cut. Still at 1080. Guys, it's 1080. It's 10 Astro. Guys, be cut on 10 weak Astro.
It was a good dead. Not the best listening we've ever heard. Kremp with a nice 2. Could be on for a goal here. One more kill. Should see it go over the line. Oh, Spart! Oh, Spart. How close you came to saving it is 4-1.
G2 doing a little bit extra, less than 2 minutes now on the game clock. Boston gonna have to dig deep, but on the pinch, you get red. Skies guns you down, so it's all guns forward for G2, who don't need to touch the device, just need to get kills, and Estriel doing exactly that.
Gets a couple of good ones, pumps it, throws a YY or 2, just chills. There you go. Here we go on the attack. Kremp's gonna be the man on the flank. Has been identified. It's enough to get the EMP4, just a smidge. And it's the pistol. We're causing big damage. Estriel's fighting in. One more man to deal with. He's dead. Go for goal. Here comes number 5. Estriel connects. Onto 2 as well. We could be on for a great rally here. Estriel still keeping the spree rolling. Hellstorm with a back pocket. Skies can't stay alive. Kremp, he's already on a hat trick. Can he get another one? Oh my god. He's squeaks past. Oh my god. The jukes are on. Now the spawners. is getting hideous. 50 seconds to play. Chance it's over.
Yeah, it's over. He would never make that play because you wouldn't expect it to be possible, but like, there's a small window. He could have just ran that straight through garage and scored. But who knows what the reaction type would have been. All's well that ends well. G2, you showed their stats before the start of the game. They've struggled in the slang. They struggled to get wins. Well, Astral and crew absolutely deliver.
Yeah, finally figured out. Really, really, really put in the work. Good stuff for them. Congratulations, lads. Congratulations. It's been a very fun game to watch. A 5-1. And Estral will pad the stats just a touch more. Make this a little weirder. But wow, what a ridiculous game. Can't believe the sneaky score. Squeaking that one by. Nothing going to make it over the line in the finishing moments. It's going to be a 5-1. And the start of G2's lifeline in this series. Another hard point on its way.
And not a single flak jacket to be found in that one. So many nade kills in the first half. The production slowed down at least a little bit, but that's because G2 just gained full control of the game. Also, the era streaks have continued. Both teams struggling to make calls. Yeah, I mean, listen, you called a hellstorm. Where are you going to force the other team? Oh, to the exact place they want to be anyway, in the back room. And we're going to have the team kills going through, but tough to predict this series, I would say. And Estriel may be happy for that mixiness. Again, 33 kills, 3,600 damage, handful of overloads, and a hat trick there from Kremp. Honestly, probably the MVP of that map. Might have gone negative, but he was a massive factor in at least 2 different scores.
100%. 100%. That was a good one. And then the sort of the final one of the half was a scary one, but his first capture, legendary. Legendary fumble. Afro's piece is also incredibly impressive. He's having himself a very good series. Shooting hot indeed. Kremp, again, great saves. This was where I freaked out a little bit. Just watching him hit the wall jump instead of hitting the dive. And the amount of damage coming through there. Admittedly, he had 70-ish HP left. I think it would have been okay, but oh, scary moment like that. Could have gone either way. And yeah, error streaks. What the hell was this? I know. I'll kill the guy carrying the EMP. That'll do it.
Well, in fact, that's probably more on, I can't remember if that was Mom or Estriel that died to it, but more on his teammates than him. He was going for the backroom Hellstorm, so unlucky if anything else, but lack of team coordination there. Nonetheless, the MVP moment was, in fact, that goal line stop from Kremp. The game was 2-1 in that moment. Last man alive gives you not 1, but 2. And then that is the Indeed capture that he ends up turning into the overtime score. So instead of going into half tied up 2-2, he puts you up 3-1, and an advantage like that in overload at this level is very difficult to claw back from.
Okay, here we go. Den hardpoint, map 4. Here we go. And you know, you can see that there is a Scar Search and Destroy for game 5. We'll get there if we have to. You know what I mean, chat? You know what I'm saying? You know where I'm going with this. You know where I'm going with this. All right, Boston, let's find out what you are made of. A Den hardpoint, staying on Den, forgetting all about how that overload went. Chance, what's the game plan here? What are the chance casts keys to victory for Boston Breach?
A little bit more aggression, a little bit more pep in the step, at the very least when the situation is working out for you. Maybe for Boston, that means more pressure on Purge and Afro to try to get the ARs in the right positions to lock it down. So rotation's always going to be a key. And I know when you're watching some of like the best teams in the game play on Den as well, you will see 8 SMGs getting rocked out on P2. I'm curious as to how many ARs in this lobby are going to be making that swap. So we're going to get that indication of what pace these teams are willing to set very early on in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to bounce back from. Again, kudos to the Herculean effort from the G2 boys to run that one home. 5-1, starting to believe, starting to feel good. First 2 maps definitely did not go your way. Fringe is still an unknown variable for them, so I think they were willing to let that one slide, but a win would have been great. Now, though, pressure on Boston. Don't go to game 5. You don't need that. G2, you guys are just looking just fine in the game 5s these days. Everything's changing. Fist bumps, complete, connection made. Flesh to flesh, bone to bone, knuckle to knuckle. Let's do this, folks. Den hardpoint, map number 4. I'm getting a bit nervous, not gonna lie. You know when I get nervous, keep talking. This is gonna get spicy. This is okay.
Boston, for what it's worth, banned Colossus. I know we called it Kremplossus in stage 1, but recently for G2, it has not been a strong map for them. Boston have had success on it, but instead of trying to deal with Kremp on that map, they instead want to square up on a map that they have been winless on. Admittedly, if you look at the 4th one in line, it is a very close game against Minnesota specifically, so they might have confidence on this map and this map alone.
I'm sweating. Let's do this. Let's do this. P1. Who's dipping a toe first? Boston. Get in there, boys. Nasty. What a 2. Right off rip, actually. There's a massive flank all across the bottom side of the map here for the Boston boys. Red, dead. Nasty, good stuff.
Oh, and a stun. I mean, Nasty over here getting intel on every single player on the map. So that is a situation. That is Nasty versus G2, and Nasty comes out on top. He just wants his teammates to get hill time for him, but instead Purge flying up, getting the kills. But that creates the funnel system. Purge makes the play. And now this is the most comfortable minimap you're ever going to have on P1.
Oh, this is ideal. Yeah, oh, man, word. The dance is on. The damage is great. And Purge, he loves the chow. Nasty still rocking. 3 spree. There's a bit of a contest. It's going to come to a quick close. G2 still back on top.
Yeah, Skies, though, trying to do the Vetty thing, go and flip those spawns, and he is successful. Boston 2 players spawning out, so very strong P1, but Purge right now, the lone defender. Good nades, but still dies immediately. Nasty with the M15 in hand, explodes, and that is a clean 4-man wipe. And it's going to be Mixie spawns as well. You don't quite block out Purge, but you blocked out everybody else, and Purge, once again, just sprinting into death.
Nearly the perfect nade there to just push all those players back. Massive damage, and now the space gained. A bit of a flank dealt with Mama Krem. Oof, another there. Purge opens up the rooftops now for business. Boston, time to get back onto the horse, lads. Keep riding this one. Guns are up. Estriel, good for his credit corner. That's all dead. Brilliant work, G2. Your lead change awaits.
I think G2 have probably outslayed Boston, maybe 15 kills to 2 on that hill. So, wow, not ideal there. Not a Mixie P2 like I was expecting, and instead just a punch right back. Now over towards P3. Well, Boston, more bodies here initially, and Spart walks away 1 HP to grab the initial time.
Initial. Afro in mid, nice. Bias commentary. Here comes a couple for Spark. Can he clean them up? Good for at least one. Nice is going to be there with IPC. Bites off way more than he can chew. And now Purge has got to deal with a 2-man hit and the player in mid. That's going to be 3 in the feed. Back over to Spark. Trophies are up. G2 setting up for what should be a good hold. And you can see how trepidatious Boston are being, trying to get the break here. Oh, Nasty super stunned up. 20 to go. P3's been great for G2.
Oh my god. Kreb is so fast and aggressive. He just repinched all of Boston and ended up running past Nasty before he could approach towards time. So talk about a different pace of 2 different players and 2 different teams. And on this rotation, Kreb, first one here, has all of his teammates here for the supports of Boston. Well, you're just going to get pinched out, shot by side. Afro tries to deal with it, but instead you get wiped off the map, and Nasty, the last one of the action, gets taken down by Mamba.
Time to G2. Mid-map hit right now. Krem's so damaged. Nice work. Mamba, good for 2. Oh, the third. And the final man. Did he want to have a go? Estriel's there as well. A force break for Mamba. Now massive damage into the next wave of Bostonian players as they desperately try to break time.
And this is the thing about rotation for the Boston team, right? They win the opening break when the ARs don't have to move. Absolutely locking down P1. Tides a little bit differently, though. The story after the fact. We're going to walk away from the first set of rotations. Minnesota, as bad as that opening break was, I have about a 50-point lead.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks, Mamba, for your 12 kills. Certainly helping out. Not a massive amount of time gained by most players. It's simply Estriel, the king of the hill here on Den. P1 looking good so far in our second set. Not a huge amount of Boston pressure. Reads there for the P2 have been dealt with, so now it's all eyes up. You got the guns at the ready, and Estriel there's got the mid cut. He's going to find another kill. 2 in a row. Hellstorm still in the back pocket. He is living large.
Don't call it in. Do not call it in. The series has not had that vibe. Just keep the gunning out. You're 13 and 5. Keep the gun out the rest of the game.
Yep, you're fine. See, your gun's been doing all this. No, don't even think about that streak. Don't even tell your teammates that you've got it. If we went to a list and he didn't say that, I would not even be surprised. Lovely work, Estriel. That is a great run. 15 and 4 and 5. Sorry, it's a 4 spree. It was a spree there for Crimp as well. So again, the kills for G2 right now. This is their map. They are playing this great. Nice work again, Estriel.
Yep, and another rotation 1 over towards P2. Estriel not even going to spawn out. He's going to spawn with him. So all 4 players here. And Boston are not applying any pace. Afro is like hard checking corners at A, S, and D as the new time pops and gets eviscerated. Play kicks off. Everybody's stunned. Dadder tagged up. So much damage being done. Boston, no open avenues of attack.
I mean, they're there for the taking. You just got to wrap your hands around it and squeeze. Damn, son. Good work out, Spot. On a time. Skies. Bueno goes huge for the first. Crimp for the trade. And G2 are back in P2.
And keep in mind, it is a very scary map 5 of Scar. G2 Minnesota love it. Kremp gets to run the show, and Kremp currently working on getting the hot hand to try to carry that momentum into potentially the final map.
Okay, lock in. Lock in. It's not over yet. Here we go,
I'm
Boston.
locked. I'm watching the gameplay, brother. This is
Boston.
not good for Boston.
And come on, Kremp. 3 so far.
See this?
Damn it. Damn it. Another one on time for Kremp. God, nice spot. Dead, too. Go rotate. I'm sweating. I'm sweating. So's Mamba, 16 and 11. Nice purge.
He's gonna die on the Hellstorm off spawn and team kill. I can feel it.
That's what watch party feels like. Nice. 14 to 14 for Krem. He's getting smoked. Absolutely watch. Let's go, Boston. Oh, bring that guy down. He's weak. He's 1E. He's 1E. Good work. Over 100. They're pulling it back. Boston are not dead yet.
Mama knows there's going to be a guy in the corner, and he's getting blown by his boys before he can make it there. Now we're sort of staggered in Dojo. Estriel still, honest to God, probably should have killed the Hellstorm quite some time ago. I know I was sort of joking about him keeping the gun out, but this would have been the key time to do it. Well, if we're team killing with nades on one side, you might as well team kill with nades on the other. That is the opening for G2 to actually be able to fight for this scrap time, as they're not going to have the rotation. They're happy to get that final 15.
A cursed moment it could well be, but if you call on that Hellstorm, I think the G2 just instantly lose. It becomes the ultimate condition for that curse to kick into effect and give Boston the win in the series. So don't do it. Right now, though, clearing the back of the lobby out. Not a soul to be found here. It is simply chairs and a table. Estriel, bit of a stun. Watching out for the mid-map hit. Good work, Nasty. What a shot. Our point in the hand of Boston. We're holding it. We're holding it. Whoa, the breakdown. There we go. Purge. Nice. He gets another. Not in the great spot here to deal with the next player, but... Nope, doesn't get it. Estriel, what a break.
Yeah, tough sell there. Interesting attempt, but G2 just end up getting those closer spawns, even though Boston got all the kills. No missed opportunity, and well, a 70-point lead that is simply going to be extended. And maybe in hindsight, the best decision was never calling it this Hellstorm.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, bruv. I'm telling you. Mamba has been a demon on these rooftops. Still is. Snaps on the purge. He gets a couple of tags in, enough for Skies to pick up the two-piece. No victory here. Back to P1. I swear to God, Estriel, don't do it. Don't call in the Hellstorm. It is cursed. Error streaks. It will cause nothing but trouble. No!
Oh, no.
It will be the downfall of your house! No! It will be the end of you! How
Buster's
could you,
gonna kill them all.
It kind of counts. It's still a team kill. It's still a team kill. Oh! Crimp! Don't die here, Crimp. Oh my God. It's not over yet, folks. It's not over yet. It's not over yet, but Boston are the time. Mamba. Oh,
there it is.
Down as well. Oh, God. Estriel. It was cursed, man. We told you not to touch it. We told you to leave it alone. There are some things that are meant to stay buried. Looking for another one here on time. G2.
Oh,
are we going to a
good Lord.
What a play. Purge down. Estriel. Master of the dark arts. Was it a curse? Has he sold his soul for a hard point? What was that noise? Nasty finds another P2. Here we go.
It's Skies once again making the Vetty plays as the P2 hill pops, able to stay alive and try to kickstart this one. Every single player now for G2 is here for the break. We're getting baited into death. Boston now a man down, and we're team killing, but it doesn't matter. Afro gone, and so is the map. G2, in fact, sending us to a map number 5.
To a 5 we go. Oh boy, it was a scary one. It was a scary one indeed. And now all bets are off. A final map, to Scar we go. The monkey paw is closing in on itself. The fingers are disappearing. It's starting to get... Just is it another day in the office, or is it the beginning of the end of civilization as we know it? You'll have to find out after the break. What a fantastic series this has been.
Yeah, and listen, that was the best Hellstorm of the series. But that's also a Hellstorm on a very wide open P1 hill that is a team kill that comes through, and Boston maintained control of P1 after the fact. So, you know, not the worst one we've seen, but still not ideal. Ultimately, though, the guns were super hot. Esther was literally sniping people with the MPC, 2 minutes of hill time, and he had the third most damage on his team. So G2 simply able to pick him apart, and the P2s especially the difference maker in this map.
Brother, the bar was so low with the Hellstorms. The fact that it got a kill is just ridiculous. Well, GG's G2, game 5, here we go. To Scar, search and destroy. Oh, goodness, where we began. Time a flat circle. Goodness, I don't even know if I want to find out what's the other side of this break. I'm not sure if it's good for any of us. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Boston Breach, G2 Minnesota, game 5. Was it written in the tea leaves? Did you find it in the woods in a sort of pentagram made of sticks? Whatever it was, maybe too many candles involved. We'll find out where the hell we go after this break.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month.
Let's find out who's built for the big save. Heretics ready to dive in. Finds Tim. 4 and Snoopy. Come on, what's the ball? But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's Saints. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
I'm gonna go A. I need you to just watch my middle. Alright, well, I got A. I'm gonna ninja defuse him. I'm okay, I'm gonna ninja defuse him. Just stay alive,
Setting the device. Disarming the bomb.
Ninja defuse. Told you.
So they were here facing, we were here in G2. Good grenade. Oh, you just ice skated on him.
Yo, that's a skateboard move right there.
They watched us play Searchlight that? Oh my god, they're checked.
I got it so bad.
What is this?
9 and 4.
Spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 5. Just caught off camera there. I do believe the coaches of both teams were wafting sage through the back of those players' POVs, just to get rid of all the bad vibes, bad spirits that could well befall us on this map 5. Mother of God, someone has to win, Chance, that's the truth. But admittedly, G2, their Game 5s, we're on a 2 streak right now. That is a big deal.
But the storyline for G2 at the start of the year was if they were winning Game 5s, they would have, gotten top 3 at the major. Yeah. They'd have 30 more CDL points. That was the only thing they struggled with initially. So an opportunity now. They got the win spree. It's a clutch up. Complete the reverse sweep as well. But Boston in a situation where back-to-back reverse sweep losses could be devastating for the squad. And of course, we're deciding this on Scar as well. Make no mistake, is G2 Minnesota's map pick. They love it. Kremp runs the show. Skies has dirty angles with the snipe. Their nades are on point. They work the middle of the map. They have a pretty big bag of ideas they can bring to the table as well. G2 Minnesota, maybe some of the most success you're going to see attacking the B bomb site as well. Of course, Nasty, against this team specifically, dominates. Did so on map number 2, has done so the entire year. On map 2, we had a bit of a Nasty v Kremp shootout. I think that's sort of the containment game. That's what you're going to be focused on for either one of these teams. Kremp loves the playing side of the map, loves to go for these aggressive pinches, and has to be ironed up, waiting for that moment.
G2 have shown so many fantastic looks on this map, and are we going to see a perfect square up right now? Planehead is about to pop. Maybe not. We're going to back up just a touch. 8-2 the record. Don't forget for G2. They're very, very good at this map. This will be an unbelievable victory for Boston Breach. The true underdogs right now. A bomb site, defensively sound. Nobody home just yet, and not a lot shown, so Sky's been able to find nothing with that snipe.
Well, he's going to be looking towards the A side for the pick. Meanwhile, Kremp sneaking up towards the middle of the map and maybe able to spot a few of these players out on the cross, but Boston just gave up the A pressure, and as soon as they do so, G2 creeping up this direction.
45 seconds to go. Has anybody, there it is, discharged their weapon? Yes. Finally. Rat-a-tat-tat, still very heavy. Not a lot of lethals and tacticals remaining. Nasty gets involved. A bomb site being planted as well, though, and Purge getting it going. That's the playmaker. And no snipes for Skies. Mamba's dead. Defuse it. Boston. Very, very fast attack. And G2, yep, that's them dead.
It's a perfect round as well. I mean, you see them making moves on the minimap at the start. They went and triple challenged the playing side of the map because, again, Kremp loves those ideas. Swinging back and forth, but it's the double shot. I get the read on the pinch, and then G2, I mean, just left caught off guard entirely. And every single player there on Boston able to get their kill when their gunfight, effectively, a perfect round.
Who's calling the plays right now for Boston? It seemed like a little bit of spark. Again, the S&D kid pedigree showing. Carrying the bomb as well. And the snipe. Interesting. Well, it was interesting, and now it's just an M50.
Mamba from depths is watching the A cross. Estriel is going to be doing the same. So right now, G2 are waiting for the information, and maybe after the fact, going to start ringing out some nades. For the moment, Boston have just now started to truly leave their spawn. Going to be an A approach as well. Purge, just going to be a floater.
Worrying about, maybe a smoke play to draw some of the nade heat. Purge, they are so close to you, mate. He's playing reconnaissance in the middle of the map. Again, seen nothing. So close, though. He has crept up. The bomb is being planted. Or at least it was. A big pick there. And here's the Purge. Smoke movement on plant. Afro playing this unbelievably close. Flank is now wide open. Afro's going to have to contend with a few. Stay patient. Wow, the timing was outrageous. What a kill. The second not good enough. Spot on the flank. 1, 2. What a round.
Call that one. Spart swooping in just at the right time. So from sniper to M15 to bomb plant to pinch, Spart able to be very active in that round. That is a 3-0 start.
Nice work. nervous tension. Now Boston on the play call. Throw and Spart, a little bit of discourse here. Play call. Rip a quick bit of cloud and get back into the round 3. Here we go.
All 4 SMG players wearing glasses. All 4 ARs. Either contacts or 2020.
Oh, weird, isn't it? Is it? I don't know. Nades. Nobody home. Afro. Oh, he's hitting it.
He's through.
He's through. He's hitting it. I think we. Yeah. Surely, yes. Guy sees it. But that's more than enough just to keep the back of your mind now that Afro is on the flank. A minute to go. Start with the early sauce. We're just starting to marinate G2 here. Bomb planted. Oven's gonna ding soon, boys. You better get ready to go.
And Afro needs to make a decision on the pinch too. Does he wait for his teammates to make some noise? Because Kremp is going hunting. Kremp now taking this roll over to sort of ease up the pressure on Skies. This is 15 seconds post-plant gone.
Hitman Kremp. Slams it. 25 seconds to go. Hitman Kremp. Oh, he's still at large. Purge finds one. On the bomb site. They've jumped it. They've jumped it. G2. Strike.
Yeah, and just, you know, no noise, no pressure from Afro there on the pinch. He gets spotted a single time and then just hides for the next 30 seconds. And it's just not a successful way to play. I mean, if the play calls for your teammates to start making some noise and go for the attack, that's one thing. But Kremp, while he was getting tagged up in shop, like the Boston players were ball banging him, calling him out. We're just not playing off of our information at all. So G2 happy to get on the board.
Yeah, you take that initiative, G2. You work with it.
I mean, get some tags in, slide around, distract, make them like nervous in the comms, create a little bit of chaos. Do anything would be nice. Oh, unlucky.
So unlucky. Skies walks away with his life. And he took damage as well. So was it a hit marker from Spart? That is devastating. Good nade, man up. D2 in a solid spot here. Free sees nothing. What? Shot his gun and everything. Backs up. Oh, man. You've got to strike fast from shop. Otherwise, yeah, wall bangs endlessly damaging. Middle of the map, not a safe place to be, Nasty. Good luck here. Rory doing his very best solid snake. Sniper over his shoulder. Doesn't connect. Causing problems, though. Are we going to check this? Left stairs. He caught Mama here in the previous round. Sends it. Closes the kill. 2v2. 20 seconds.
Nervy. Got to go for the plants as well. And they're getting spotted out on this cross. So Skies now has him trapped. You know the play call is going to be over towards B. Purge, great damage, but you still have to plant this bomb. And if you're Skies, just go hop it, get this kill. Purge should be caught out, and there you go. Survive and you win.
He's escaped. He's free. It's done. It's 2-2. Skies, big time veteran play.
Yeah, and even, I mean, it works out. I don't know if he's telling Kremp at that moment just to fly out for the chow, or if Kremp just trusts himself in the gunfight, but either way, it pays off perfectly. Just barely able to get that kill. And I mean, we saw it on the overload as well, or in the hard point too. Skies, very consistent with these Vetty style plays.
Vetty, he's been here before. What year is Skies in of his career at this point? You've got a couple of victory conditions in Search and Destroy. Skies calculated the correct one he needed there. Kremp was the martyr that round. He had to fall so the G2 could equalize. Here we go. Skies back at it with a snipe. Nice 3 spree here. Drop closed. No one there. There's a little sticker on the side that says we'll be back in 20 seconds.
Year 7 or year 8 for Skies, I believe. Meanwhile, Kremp is heading the round before as well. Kremp's getting hit by nades, but only a single nade. So not quite the coordination you're looking for Boston, but enough players there to back him down from the A site. And if we're re-wrapping from A all the way around to B here, that'd be an insane sight to see.
Well, they don't have the nades anymore. Mamba trying to follow up his grenade damage. Kremp through mid. Oh, he's right where he wants to be. Gets 2. Afro still sliding. 2v1. All down to the playmaker. This time, he finds himself in another position where he can somehow deny the capture. What a read! Purge! What a play! Boston take the lead.
Hell of a 1v2, and Sky's not able to create a little bit of magic there in that round. Afro also does his job inside a shop. That got very mixy as G2 full wrap back through the middle of the map and didn't even clear out that power position. And despite the fact that the trades go their way, hey, Purge able to deliver. Boston so far taking them to task on Scar. There have been some key moments that Boston have needed, and they've been getting them.
3 spree for Purge. Mama's still yet to get involved. Donut's there. He's done a ton of damage. He's been involved in all the plays. Krem is just, I mean, he terrorizes players in this game. Vicious attack, resulting in a first blood now that G2 will do very little with. They're going to chill, wait for the scam.
Yeah, very tough to lose that gunfight when you have an M15 in hands. Not ideal, and now Boston going to be digging deep for this one. Attacking the B site as well. Not often done.
Nope.
And players are just getting caught left and right.
Yeah, at the firing squad, G2, it's a free lick back to 3-3. And Afro, he's out and about. He's about to get sniped right in the back. Bueno connects 3-3 here in game 5.
And Mama gets on the board as well. Briefly, the thought of dropping a donut comes across your mind, but gets 2 in that round. So he's going to be a little bit looser coming into this next offensive round. And this guy's getting some connection as well. Might go back to seeing if he can find a pick on the attack as well. I just know for Boston, what they showed on the last defensive end was actually a ton of pressure over towards the 18. So maybe G2 can toy with the idea of landing some nades on top of him as well. Again, G2, a deep bag of tricks.
Yeah, that's the G2 way, man. I mean, their nades on this map are brilliant. Purge, see you, mate. Next round. We'll get him next time. Trophy for Krem. Wow, he eats a big one. 20 HP. Has to leave. Has to leave. He's got a good nade for Nasty. Connection. Lethals and Tacticals starting to run out. Sky still has his alongside this VS Recon. Hello, Spark. Fancy round 2. Fro gets himself into the clutch box. Still. Oh, doesn't play it slow and safe. Jumps up and kills Estriel. Carrier down.
Crab looking for the trade and success. So immediate response there, 3v2, and the bomb's going to be planted. If Mama could get out with his life, this would be huge, and he does indeed. G2 looking good on the minimap.
This guy's gets in position as well. Spark, nice trade. Shots, Nasty. What a kill on the last man. 11 HP. Boston take the lead again.
And a snappy quick 2v3 retake there is well. Nasty hitting some clean shots. That headshot, squishy sound, oh so nice. That is a blink and you miss it. The mini-map looked great, but you just didn't buy the time. And I mean, hey, talk about a round Boston so very much needed. Don't miss, don't lose. Got the sniper down low. He hits him with a single pistol bullet. Well, you win that round. Instead, squaring up with the boomstick, and Nasty just built different. He got 2 purple hearts as well. He got naded mid-cut and decorated.
In the United States, he gets to get on planes ahead of people, which I think is pretty cool. Boston are in. We've got some shop presence. It's a cheeky angle, Purge. Oh, they're about to nade the life out of you, Purge, quite literally. Here come the nades. Yeah, Purge might have to leave P1 soon. And Krem, is he crawling? No, he's running now. Oh, yeah, Nasty spotted out. Oh, Sky snipes Purge. It wasn't a nade, it was a bullet. My goodness. Afro in trouble now. You're in G2's playground. They set the rules. Woo! See a spot. IRL dodge.
Fearful. Nades, no connection. Nasty evens up the odds, and the AR is trying to bail you out of this 3v4.
It's unbelievable. Afro. Keep an eye on as many players as possible. Flank dealt with. 2v1. Oh. Last man upstairs. Wait. Afro, make a run for it. 25 seconds. Kremp's got the shop flank covered. He has dealt the damage. What a dirty angle from G2.
And Kremp, in the meantime, might very well break the S&D kill record for a series this year. He's going to be creeping up on it at the very least. Gives you 3 in that round. That was a 4v3 in favor of Minnesota. That turned into a 3v2 in favor of Boston. That turned into a 2v none because Kremp found pick after pick. And he did it with the M15 as well. Might be wearing the glasses, but he might be the strongest M15 in the lobby.
Or 4 here in the 5th. G2 nades don't meet their mark this time round. It's going to be the 3-man plane hit. First time we saw this from Boston, it was in the opening round. And that's a big opportunity from Skies. A slight whiff. And the Boston retreat is now on.
And G2 don't do the sort of default response in attacking A with that sort of hefty defensive pressure over towards B. And now as they're starting to wrap it towards A, I think Boston may be ready for the pressure. This is very similar to how round number 1 was shaping up.
Uh-oh. Kremp, a little slow to the draw, gets picked up easy. Even with the death though, G2 are not going to be slowed down. They're going to get this plant. No one's able to check this. There's a trophy there to save the day as well. Oh, and Skies connects. That helps. 3v3.
That's beautiful work from Skies. No one needs that pick, and he's back down. Now the pressure's going to be on Estriel on the front line, being a little bit sneaky, a little bit cruddy. Well, he's caught out with no support.
No support. Afro pushing the advantage. Oh, and it was a duel against Skies. The damage is superb. Now Purge, to deal with the last man, he's buying as much time as he can. Purge on the 3 spree, and Boston breach match point.
Dude, and Purge getting vertical as well. Those wall hops just to be able to finish off the second kill that he got there in that round. I mean, top-notch stuff rolling through. Skies tries to belly out of the round, but I think the support after the fact just not there. Estriel just gets left out to dry, and ultimately the teamwork for Boston just a little bit too clean. Always having an extra man in every single engagement.
Heart rate has to be through the roof right now for Boston. You are so close, you can taste it. 2-2. Waiting out the nades. We know this spot is checkable. In the G2 playbook, the trophy's already getting put to work.
MVP of the series. Thank God no one's gotten a Hellstorm.
Thank God. Might as well over the A-bomb. Afro is going to get a little bit closer, but Nasty is gone. Reinforcements now from G2, able to funnel over to the bomb site. Purge. Unbelievable damage on those players on the approach. None of them go down, and Afro will finish this plant. No trophy. Here we go.
P2 hold for the 3v4. They are wall banging the hell out of shop just to get the clearance. Players up top. A lot of trades rolling through. Purge and Afro holding it down, and Purge still alive, and that is all you need. The playmaker and the heartbreaker. Boston get the map win.
Should never have called in that Hellstorm. Should have never called it in. It was a curse, I tell you. It was a cursed streak. Foul dark magic. Boston in game 5. Their first victory in 2 months. Well deserved. COD gods smiled upon them today. And also cursed the living hell out of them, either way. Purge, 12-5. What a game 5 that man just had.
Yeah, check out those first bloods, by the way, Miles. That is only 2 there out of 10 rounds for Boston, and they still managed the clutch up. Purge responsible for so many of these clutches as well. He stepped up his gameplay in this stage. Hasn't translated to a ton of wins, but they get a big one there. At least maybe to help them out in the standings a little bit. They still finished 1-4 overall, but maybe they'll have a little bit more belief, and certainly that is a dagger towards G2. Mamba, well, he leaves the game. We all saw the performance. It was a donut for quite some time, and owes an apology to EasyMac.
Sorry, EasyMac. Sorry, mate. Wow, what a great series that was. Another 5. You know what's going to happen in the next series, though, boys and girls? Game 5 as well. Damn right. What a Saturday this is. The last Saturday before we go to the bench. What a good series, guys. Was it a cursed streak? Get that man a monster.
Yeah, we're going to need one of these here.
Monster, we're going 5.
Wait, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock.
Congratulations, Boston.
He's going to be turned.
G2, what just happened? Let's talk about this, because you go and you beat Miami Heretics. You look incredible. Then you come in here down 2 games, bring us to a game 5, and then you fall apart at the end. Purge, the playmaker, only died 5 times, Allie. They only lost 5 rounds from Boston.
I just couldn't believe my eyes. I think this entire series, and I don't think a lot of us, especially at home, could. I mean, for the majority of this, the fact that we even went to 5, the fact that it even ended the way that it did. I mean, shout out to Boston Breach, shout out to Purge especially. There was a few moments where it was like, okay, he's everything, he's the 1v2, and then he's the 3 first bloods for the next 3 rounds on the side of G2. And then you get that 1v2 out of Nasty, and then you get 12 kills at the end. So silencing a lot of haters, I feel like, in this series.
Yeah, huge performance out of Purge. I mean, towards the end of that, he had a couple first deaths, but his team just kept clutching up. The default A plays out of them, absolutely awesome. But yeah, the 2 clutch is huge. Spark, getting behind them inside of Delhi, get the 2, and then Purge as well. I mean, those are just rounds if you're G2 that have to be yours. I know Skies was finding some picks with the sniper defensively, but on some of those rounds, even when you find the pick to either even it out or give yourself that first blood, when the retake has to come in, it's still difficult because you have a sniper and they're hiding, right? So when you close that distance, you have a pistol. There's really not much you can do, so it's almost like being a man down anyway. So I think they need to reevaluate their SCAR just a little bit for teams that play that way if you're going against a team like Boston.
What a treat. Our last Super Saturday before Major 3. We've already had 15 games. What is your 3rd scuff play of the game, though? It's time to take a look at some of the highlights and the big moments. Here it is, end of Hardpoint. Walk me through it, Ant.
Oh this was wild because just before this, you saw Spark in the hill calling an Hellstorm, and I'm like, I hate it, I love it, I hate it.
He hates
because it comes down to the very end, and in this situation, Kremp had found a massive 2-piece in the middle of the map, and you're thinking they're going to win. That kill right there to start the trade sequence, massive from Nasty, rips Kremp off the heady to give them an opportunity to close the distance in the hill, and from here, it's just a trade battle. Nasty wins another huge one to close this one out. Just a wild ending, and we knew we were going to be in store for a crazy series from this map.
Wow, I could even better. I feel like it set up the story of the way the entire series goes, was these bang outs, these trades. I mean, I even think back Mamba finding the 3 to close out in that den was just like, the series was crazy.
Now, you guys mentioned at the start of this qualifier, Boston had the hardest strength of schedule of any of the 12 teams in the CDL. You got 1 win out of your 5 matches. So your bottom 4 seeds going into this next major, that doesn't really mean much, right? You're starting in groups anyway.
Yeah.
So what's the expectation for Boston from here?
I mean, beat the challengers team that is going to be in your group first and foremost, and obviously try to make a dark horse run. I mean, that's really the only opportunity they have the next couple of majors. But yeah, for them, you just said it. They had the hardest schedule imaginable. Their last 2 series, you go up 2-0 on the Gentlemates. You choked out reverse sweep. Same situation here, but you closed it out. So there's been linear progression for this team, and that's all you can really ask for given where they were.
And that means you're most likely playing the easier teams come Major 4 qualifier. Before we get to that, though, we got to go to our monster winner spotlight with the only Byron. Mr. Plumbridge, can we talk about this Game 1 victory? Because you set the tone with the hard point. What was going on in this series, and how did you clutch up twice in the final 12 seconds?
Well, the map 1 should have been a bit cleaner. Chris called in a streak on the P2. Should have saved it with P3.
Might have wanted to save it.
Got very hairy at the end, but other than that, I thought we played it pretty good. I mean, it was just kind of trading hills in the second row.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys played it great. And obviously, we go all the way to a Game 5 here. It got a little bit dicey. I've been following your Twitter and your performance of the year. You've been very solid, and I've seen that you've been frustrated. How do you deal with that? You know, coming off the season you had last year, this year obviously hasn't exactly gone your way.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it goes bad. I mean, you have 2 options, right? You kind of give up, or you just keep trying every day. We keep working hard. That's what we've been doing over here. I know the results haven't shown recently, but we've had a pretty hard schedule, like with a new team. So I feel like we've shown progression throughout the stage. I mean, we've been playing the teams closer and closer as it's gone on. You have to kind of just trust the process, really.
Yeah, for sure. And I think going off of that too, I can imagine the frustration when maybe sometimes, because from our side, you know, with you guys sticking with this roster and kind of battling through this stage, there has to be something we don't see, right? Like something that you guys believe in, that you see in practice, that you put in the work every single day. So tell me what that feeling is like and what your favorite thing is about your team that maybe we don't see or have access to.
Favorite thing? We've lost a lot of games in a row, but we've kept it pretty vibey here, which is quite hard to do.
Yeah.
So I'll take my team for that. I see people like they say stuff about vetoes, but then they don't see practice. Like everyone's wondering why we keep picking Den, but Den is good in practice. It's like one of them, you know, like that's what practice is for. So it's a weird one.
Nasty, we get to see you on land in Atlanta. We missed you at Birmingham. I know a lot of fans are excited for that.
I missed missing that one too.
Well, cheers, man. We'll see you in just a week.
See you guys then. Bye.
That is Nasty. Monster Winter Spotlight complete, which means we have one more match to go on the other side of this one. Cloud9. Let's get weird, shall we? You won't win this next one.
Yeah, Riyadh fans are praying.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Here they
Be careful here.
3, 2, 1, go line up.
Oh, what a flick. Wait, he's going back for more?
That's simple.
Oh! 3!
That was gotta give him that! That was good! Oh my god! Holy sh!
That was
crazy. Give that to him. Give that to him!
Right where you wanted him to.
Looks like
Second tick is done. Abizi is cheating. Abizi is cheating. That is filth. Series isn't over yet. FaZe now a chance to smile.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far. Yeah, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
You got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, no, I knew it was going to be warm, so I had a feeling. So I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the peloton though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody home. Hopefully, no one
viewer discretion is advised.
had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads.
Can he find another? 3 lives now for the Stallions.
Hey, this is just a round of S&D. It's a round of S&D, but we saw how that one went. Dylan and Rex, last Hermano, does not survive. Ultra clean, efficient, no time wasted. And Scrap, never a player that says any mean things about any of his opponents. An incredibly nice young man.
Unbelievable gameplay.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're here for the Major 3 qualifiers. And Boston fans, we've got a fun update for you. It's time to take a look at our standings. And for the first time, I think Boston is above 12.
Hell yeah.
Should we check it out?
Sure.
Oh, I choose to leave them in C9. So.
Yeah, so Cloud9, it's your chance to jump over Boston with a 3-0 win over the Falcons today. So the standings are interesting because for the Falcons, you had an opportunity today. FaZe losing to Optic was not ideal because even in a best case scenario, you're going to finish at 3-2. You have a loss to FaZe, so you lose that tiebreaker. You also have a loss to Koi, who's sitting at 3-1. So I have a feeling the Falcons are finishing somewhere between 5th and 6th place here, Allie.
That was a lot of math. You just killed that. And I think you might be onto something. But for Falcons, I mean, this should just be an auto win, right? Like, you're looking on across the other side, like, especially with the way that you've been looking recently, you've got to win this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is a series that they just have to win. And, you know, fortunate for the Riyadh Falcons that they've seemingly bounced back. But let's switch gears and talk C9 a little bit. You know, these guys, it's been very tough. I mean, Hardpoint.
What do you mean? They've won 18% of their maps.
Yeah, they're on a 19 Hardpoint losing streak, 1-25 in the last 26. I don't remember how long the Riyadh Falcons streak last year was in Hardpoint, but they got to be pushing limits. So for them, in my opinion, yeah, that's just the number one thing. Is like, we got to get C1 go through the hoop. We got to win a Hardpoint win this series.
Okay, yes. And then, you know, maybe to try to talk on some positives, if they are going to have any strengths going into this series, Search and Destroy, maybe it hasn't been that terrible for them. They're honestly a pretty good attack team. Their post plants, they get that bomb down, they're winning it about 70-75% of the time. It's about average in the league right now. And we get some crazy performances sometimes. Like Encourage, we got like 10-7 out of him. So they're able to put up the big numbers to steal a couple away.
On the other side of this matchup, you have people who have won world championships.
Yeah.
They get paid very well to play very well. They've done a good job some of the time.
Some of the time.
On land, not so much.
Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe I'll let you guys figure out the rest. But yeah, but this team, the last series, definitely the best that we've seen from them, kind of getting back to their stage 2 online performance.
Only team to beat Optic in stage 2.
Exactly. And there are some measurables that are good for them right now, right? Like their opening duels in stage 1 and 2, they were 12th and then 11th. Was not good. Now they're all the way up to 6th in opening duels. Getting Exton onto the sniper has, you know, eliminated him dying early a lot, which has helped them a ton there. 3-3 in S&E this split, which is actually good for Riyadh. And now they've won 4 straight hard points, where they're feeling comfortable on the new maps. The gridlock looks good. Saki's 2-2, which is
Caramba, a última partida, hein, galera? Com Miami, meu time de Miami. Vamos lá, Timão.
Championship, right? So they need to blow teams like this out the water.
Será?
This would be a 3-0 statement headed into the major.
Now I need to
Será
call
isso
us
mesmo?
out because I think in the Monster Winner Spotlight
Ou
it
foi
said they were 40 points
uma
above
ilustração?
9th place. I think it's just 30 points because Carolina actually pulled off an upset to start the day.
Falcões
So
contra
Falcons, you might feel
a Carolina, sim.
pressure, Allie.
Não, Nova York.
Is not a huge buffer if
É
you're
o
on
último
the
jogo,
border
hein?
making
É o último
chances,
jogo do
especially
dia, hein?
when you have 3 returning world champions. So
Carolina
how
contra
do you
Nova
start
York.
this week off right? How do you finish strong going into Atlanta, a land that is going to be
Não,
super crucial to your
Falcões
season?
contra Nova York,
One, you take the opponent across from you very
Corrigindo.
seriously because Cloud9 has been prone to just have some weird series sometimes.
Especially
Also,
Search,
too,
yep.
Just when your best hardpoint
E
that they
amanhã
have right now in
joga
this series,
Miami.
2-0 on Gridlock so far this split, they're going to get that map 1. Win your map 1 pick, ride that momentum, you're going to be fine.
I pick Falcons.
Same.
I sure hope so.
Eu também pego os Falcões.
I also picked
We did this earlier. And the Ravens won. Let's go Birds. Shift and study. It's all you.
Could be something in the air, Chris.
Ai,
Birds. That
cara,
just might be in the
vero
air.
demais
I
da
got
porra.
Jay on complete tilt right now. Oh, here we go. No, I think the desk hits it perfectly, though. Win condition relation in terms of what we want to see from Riyadh, a team that's still floating in the mix of possibly threatening top teams. These are all things that are good. For Cloud9, not having a chance to play on LAN yet, now going up against an opponent that's on the rise, no better time than now, Jay, it feels like, to step up and try to, put the league on notice. That don't take us lightly in a week.
Oh, yeah, 100%, man. But these guys have lost 26 respawn maps in a row. Like, I don't even know how you're going to stand a chance versus this Falcons lineup who looked stellar yesterday versus Miami. The superstars superstarred, and they have also been able to figure out their search and destroy. So if you're Cloud9, all right, you're going to have to show me something, because every time you look at the numbers for these guys, when you're playing against a level of competition that you're going up against, yeah, all the numbers are going to look really bad.
Yeah.
Let me just see what you got on Gridlock.
All right, let's find out. Let's get it going. Again, apologies for the voice, friends. We're going to have moments of very 13-year-old pubescent boy moments in this mode. Just feeling it. Cell able to get things kicked off, though, with some opening damage as Cloud9 will spawn to the favored side. Riyadh just kind of taking their time, and I like this. Wait for the hit to develop, and then you can try to surprise on this flank from Pred, but it's being watched, and this has been a great start for Cloud9.
Yeah, I don't really like that break off there for the Falcons because you were trying to give up all that time to eventually draw the attention from Cloud9 in one direction, but there was no contest. So that allows Cloud9 to watch all those pinch angles and shut down your first break opportunity. So already C9 doing good stuff, Al.
Dude, look at Nezra. I was going to ask you kind of going into the series, what has been an evaluation of this team on the individual spectrum since they were picked up? And I know that initially we were really looking at Nezra and saying that on his POV, the eye tests really does come out favorably. A 5-1 start for him as Hyde's able to lock down over towards the bus stop. And we got 40 points on 1. The rotation looking good for 2. And Falcons are coming out really, really slow.
Yeah, and Oak is still sitting at 0-0. He's the guy for C9 who usually has a tremendously slow start in a hard point, but that's ideal. We're not even going to die in the first minute of the game, but this is where it can start to get frantic. But Falcons get the break, now secure the backbones. How do C9 decide to break their way on through? One player scams through the front side, didn't wait for the pressure on the back end, and now you're still scattered on this break attempt.
Yeah, split spawns though here that can lead to a natural pinch for Cloud9. They don't even need it. Nezra and Hyde finding the 2 kills. Cell is traded out, and Cloud9 will get the break. 25 seconds remaining, and the Falcons they really do not want to see this go over for free. So you're trying to put a little bit of pressure on the pinch, but honestly, it's very limited in nature. So you're going to chalk it, rotate, and that's a really strong start for Cloud9 already. I mean, you're dealing with 80 to 14, and that means that for the Falcons, you have to hold this setup and start chipping into this early lead.
Look at how spread they are. This is going to allow Pred to potentially get isolated, but thankfully he does find a kill. The rest of the Falcons players, you know where the pressure's going to be, but I don't know if you're going to be able to read that spawn out of Okus. There's already a kill that goes down on one end. Okus is going to break you down from the backside. He gives you a one-on-one while Nezra strikes for 1 kill, and that's going to lead to a clean break there from C9.
Yeah, Falcons are having a really tough time locking spawns right now, and some of it is thanks to the pressure that Cloud9's been able to put into the kill feed. It's kind of leaving a couple of limited numbers from inside the hard point, but so far it's been near perfect for Cloud9. Let's see how they're calming it out with New York.
Let's get behind us. Nice. 4. Keep him on this side. I blocked. Yo, crawl up. Hold my outer. I'm pushing him in the outer. Really weak outer. I'm repitching this. Oh shit. They might spawn minus. Oh, we I'm only shoes. I have shoes. Yeah, one's weak shoes. I have Did he cross? Yeah, I probably did. Yeah, I have beep. Nothing deep. One cross mid. One mid. I'm pushing the alley right now. I'm holding my top broken. I saw one top chairs. 30. I'm repairing one stop. I'm not dead. Nice. Front out. Weak. Front out. Two front. I'm just holding 30. I have my front door. I give up the back. Up the front. One shot still. I'm holding alley. Nothing alley, you can finish it. One alley. Top exit. One top broken. Two top broken. One cheers. Shoot in the back. Pitch in the front. Okay, take your time, guys. I'm going mid. Top broken, bro. I'm sweating. One top. Time. Really big time. Shot him. One more time. We leak. I'm starting. One top. Two more in the back. Let's get top. Alright, go on. Extra one shot. You got that, There's one in the back. Absolute top broken. Yo, one's ping is picking up. Underpass. He got me. He's going new. He's on the white shot. One's back square. He's on white shot. Already. I'm rapping for the scout with you. We got you. One's up Dojo. Right. I got him. Yo, money. Underpass. Let's get underpass. You want time. He's hiding. Bro, there's 20 P2. One shot. One shot, top broken, Pred.
Passion, Jay. Straight passion out of Cloud9. Still enjoying the lead, but I will say, kind of off of that P4, now going to 1. Falcons have built themselves some territory to make up some ground.
Yeah, that was pure passion, like you said, on the C9. These guys are roaring. They want to be the team to potentially upset another top lineup. But at the ending of that listening is when Falcons made their best move so far on the map. You clean up house off the rotation. You dominate one side. You've been able to keep yourself into the game and now win the rotation as well over towards P2 because that's a good 50, 40 seconds off of that P1 to give yourself a chance at the next.
Yeah, big wins right there from Kismet on the old time, and then Okus taken down by Xnid. On the rotation to new, one more player to find, but it's Nezra, and he is so slippery, already in and out of 18, but does not expect Cellium playing deep by the tree. So Setup is in. Spawns once again, a little bit scattered, but the read on the backside from Xdid should keep guns up here from Riyadh. Problem is, Hyde wins his 1v1 from the front. So you've got, whoa, what is that spawn? Xdid spawns right on top of the 18-wheeler. Looked like he was going to spawn up towards P3 with Kismet, but not the case. And Xdid may have just saved this middle time here for Riyadh.
Yeah, some of these spawns are making a goddamn sense to me. So far here on Gridlock, there was even one opportunity where Olga spawned on the backside of Courtyard for the P3 break that led to a good chunk of time there for C9. But Xden makes the most out of his ability and allows his teammates to now only be down by 20. Sellium was the last man standing until Pred comes off the respawn. So you're going to forfeit this time, and now it's a race to new.
Yeah, and you're going to get Kismet in a 1v2 situation here, but he's got the ability to play pretty much however he sees fit. He's going to come up right behind one. No turn immediately from Hyde, and a chance for Kismet to find all three. Not the case. Encourage cleanly gets the first and shuts down Pred. So now a 4v2 as Cloud9 are quick to reinforce. You have to hold your life here if you're Cellium. But if there's ever a player you wanted to just pick him apart, it would be Cell. But Hyde finds the shutdown. Encourage another. Pred by himself, taken out. And that's now just up to Xdid trying to hold over towards Shower, but he looks like he's about to get pushed out as Cloud9 are locking down P3.
Yeah, nobody from the Falcons team initially to start this P3 hit a route to potentially block those back spawns. So even with all of those kills that came in from Kismet, C9 had a very close opportunity to instantly flood right out back on in. And now this has led to a phenomenal hold here at the P3. Falcons are just not looking like the same roster as yesterday. It's still a 60-point difference, but that's a good sequence of kills. You're going to have two players from C9 spawning all the way across the map. You desperately need to locate these guys and lock down this P4.
They're able to cut through top broken, which is great news. That stun is going to connect. They expect a second player. They do now with the shots coming through, and Hyde will only be able to find one. Pred now trying to lock down the front door. Kismet quickly through mid-map, trying to keep the staircases safe. Jumps on in. Lots of responsibility here, though, for the Falcons. Still dealing with limited numbers because the kill continues to turn up in favor of New York. Xdid looking for routes. Cloud9 soaking up the time. 40 seconds to go on this hard point, and you need to find these kills, and you need to find some contest time immediately. If you're Riyadh, they're running out of time on the map.
Yeah, they found the first kill, but now these routes are taking so damn long that it's going to allow C9 to just regen their health and prepare for the next wave. This has been an outstanding hold from the front side of the time. Falcons, with the raw talent that they have, they should be able to flood their way through the back door and just win every gunfight. But Cloud9 have came to play today. They breached the 200-point mark, and Okus is on 5 in a row.
You know, the thing about that statement from you, Jay, we'll have a moment to reflect on it at the end of the map, but honestly, a lot of these floods that try to bully out Cloud9 have been in 2v3s, 2v4s. It's just the Falcons, because they have not held on to spawns ever, are continually fighting an uphill battle. To make matters worse, Okus on 5 in a row, calling it a hellstorm, and Cloud9 will get close, if not above 230, before Falcons can really do even anything, and Hyde's putting on pressure through mid-market. So once again, you just don't have all four players here for the Falcons to contest. A couple of the kills will come through. Encourage off the regen, looking for timing, looking to find a chance to pop on up. Damage onto the first, able to win it, but the trade is in, the Falcons will stay alive.
Look at what C9 are thinking. Let me hit this long route, approach from a different angle, or potentially just secure this side of the map going into that P2, because you're up by so much. We're going to give this one more opportunity at a break. Nezra taking his sweet time approaching from Broken Bridge. And now he doesn't really have to make anything happen. Let me just stay alive on this side of the map.
He's able to find, wow, clean shots onto Cellium. Pred trying to find the trade. Stun comes through, but Nezra cannot equal the task of Pred pushing forward. Okus behind the play. Can he get here in time to help out his teammates inside of mid-mail? And yes, the answer is yes, but Xnid's double will give an opportunity for the Falcons to get here first. It will be a 2v1 for a small moment, but Encourage takes down his teammates, so neutral time. Encourage too weak to hit, but look at Hyde making the play quickly through the underpass. Xnid trying to pick up the pinch, should turn the attention of the Falcons members around this area, but Hyde is hard to find. Eventually the kills come through, and the Falcons are working on a comeback.
Okay, Falcons are doing the little things, picking up the long pinches, shutting down the very aggressive front lane. This is not going to lead to some good time here for the Falcons, keeping themselves into the game. It's 15 seconds until C9 are able to end a 19-game losing streak in HP, and Falcons are making it easy.
Oh man, and they're making a couple of mistakes here on Cloud9. That late rotate is going to allow an opportunity for the Falcons to cut across the middle of the map, but big gunfight wins come through. So now Pred on 4 in a row. He needs to create an avenue for this rotation to start to move. Encourage trying to hold them back. No damage in yet. Hard point opens. You only have 15 seconds, so you've got to go. You have to push through. Trade is out. Put her on the back. Everything's shut down. It's down to Celium, and he has to find a way to contest the hard point. It's not going to happen. Cloud9 are going to get their first hard point win in what feels like forever here on Gridlock.
It was 19 losses in a row. 71 days in a row. And Cloud9 take down the likes of Falcons on a map that they got blown out last week, and Falcons did the same exact thing yesterday to Miami, but every single stat that they needed to work on, they did. They won a majority of the rotations. The way that they were setting up breaks was beautiful. The small talk was on point.
Yes, sir.
Such a young roster. You finally see one go through the hoop. Cloud9 get the map 1 win.
You know, the thing about it, and I feel like we really see this exemplified on maps like Gridlock and Sake. You know, we talked about it a lot at Challengers this last week, Jay. We talked about it quite a bit even in the FaZe Optic series, but on rotation, whoever's there first, how key those fights are. And it felt like in almost every single moment, Cloud9 were valuing their lives, making themselves the most difficult kills in the map, and coming away with not just 1, but sometimes 2 kills to win those rotations to new. I mean, really the only time that they did it was right here at the end, going from 1 to 2. That's the only time they didn't really feel like they won that outright. Because even when you talk about like splitting the difference on P4, it's like P4 is just so mixy by where the spawns are right now that, yeah, you want to have the spawns set up, but if you don't, it's not like you're out of the world of possibility of hitting the hill. Map points like P2, P3 especially, you really feel it there. And that's where I think we're really walking away impressed by Cloud9 stepping up the way that they did.
Yeah, because C9 usually in those sequences when they don't put themselves in the best position possible, everyone's going to go Arthur and Chow. But in this map, there were situations where it just came down to someone value in their life. We've seen Hyde do it so many times at top Sushi. We've seen Nezra hitting so many pinch routes, value in his life on the backside of P2. They were just having one player stay alive in all these crucial breaks. And that's what led to great time, especially not having the spawns at that P4. You're able to lock it down from the front. So such a young roster. You needed to have so many improvements in the mode. You showed a little part of everything that you needed to get this map win. So now, Cloud9 are going to be feeling different, man. You get a map win, you get a hard point win, you eventually cut those losses, end that losing streak, and now you're going into your best mode so far in the season in Surge. You got to be feeling fantastic if you're C9.
Absolutely. And, you know, I love when we see graphs like this, and it's obviously easy to tell where things go right, especially for Cloud9. But it's, for me, it's when you see those steady climbs, that's those 40-20 hard points where you're still walking away at the majority of time, largely, especially on this map, because you're the first ones there. I mean, if you're the first ones there, you're going to get 25 seconds worth of time, it feels like, every single time. So good advantage building for Cloud9. Great to make sure that they weren't allowing Riyadh to string together rotations there at the end to put together the comeback. And now we talk about the raid search and destroy, Jay. And honestly, again, you talk about Cloud9 and their success that they've been able to find just generally across what they've been doing in search and destroy. They've gotten a lot of reps in this particular roster on this particular map. And some of their losses have not really been bad. I mean, they've won 2 round 10s and they've lost 1 round 11 in the most recent 3 that they've played. So they've gotten a lot of inexperience, pardon me, like high-level competitive experience throughout just the qualifiers, and that's where you kind of hope that maybe Cloud9 could show us, again, more polish here.
Yeah, they definitely should be able to, because they're going into a map that they have been working on ever since this roster has been formed. Raid, Search, and Destroy has been their go-to. You've seen them play it so many times. You know, Hyde loves to swim like he's a dolphin. Get into the tiki, order himself a drink, and then pop a 2-piece right after he takes a sip. Those are the things that you have to be paying attention to if you are the Falcons, because they've so far, this stage, shown drastic improvements in their Search to Destroy. And I think Nameless hit it right on the head. To go from 12th overall in First Bloods to 11th overall in First Bloods to this stage, going to 6th overall, middle of the pack, and that's due to Exted just whipping out a sniper. That's what I want to see for the Falcons, developing more in their Search and Destroy gameplay, because this is realistically what's going to take them deep into tournament.
Agreed. We talk about it a lot, I think, especially when we were trying to learn the identity of this Falcons roster at the beginning of the year. Was it going to be Kismet? Was it going to be Celium? Who was going to snipe? And we saw both. And in both instances, you sit there and you feel, I think, more of the negatives of not having a Celium AR, not having a Kismet playmaking SMG. So someone else has to step up and carry the mantle. And for Exit, he definitely has been putting in the time, and this stage he has definitely upped the game in terms of bringing some sniper presence to Riyadh. And it looks like Xnid, number 4 in green, will be sniping through mid-kitchen here. So, it again allows Pred to play an island on that Tiki position. And the rest of Cell and Kiz will just play over towards Ring. But, I think Kiz is seen on that cross right there. And yeah, that's good preparation. Cloud9's got free first blood.
Yeah, I don't know what Kismet was thinking. All right, let me just push into Art with no info. But thankfully, Pred is able to make up for the numbers very quickly. Find that player and hide in towards Tiki. 3v3 with 55 seconds, and I love this play out of the Falcons. Everyone regroup. If the bomb play goes down, cool. Let's not give up our life in a one-on-one.
And don't give up an exit. That's the biggest part. Pred's going to try to feel things out. Checks the bomb. Shrugs off in courage from trying to punish that position. And it looks like for Cloud9, this is just about trying to kill noise and see if they can find some contact. But honestly, they're not going to get much unless, okay, now you know. Now you know you have to commit to this bomb plant with one on the flank, and that's exactly what Encourage does.
And Falcons are not going to be in a position to instantly potentially catch the guy who got the bomb down, but Pred with the smoke grenade just commits through water steps and gives you one extra. So 3 on a round working on the ace, and his stun connects onto Nezra. Celium locates him. A perfect retake from the Falcon.
Yeah, good to stun check the water in that back corner too. Just to know for a fact. They love to play it, bro. I mean, they were, I won't say like the initial adopters, but definitely the early inceptors of trying to play through water almost every single time there's a B play. So yeah, really good to counteract the first blood. And you're right. Like I think Kismet just gets into a position where it's just, he doesn't have the liberty to make that play, but he also doesn't realize that he got seen on that cross. Like if he goes in and surprises and kind of gives you a bit of a jump scare, maybe there's a chance for the SMG to win at that range, but unfortunately seen through pillars. But Pred, the one to really follow up and make sure the defense holds.
Yeah, I love that play out of Pred because he was the guy who initially shows face in front of Okus on that flank and then doesn't waste any time challenging that gunfight. Let me regroup with my teammates, and it works out. So Falcons fantastic on the opening round. Now they go to the offense where we're going to spread the map a little bit, try to get Reed who's being thrown at us, but Xnid, he gets caught.
Kismet looking for the exit back through water steps. In trouble. Cell right there to help, though. Good damage comes through. Kismet surely able to follow up on that, but he's lost them. Until finally. Hyde is taken care of, and now it's 3v2 for Riyadh. Once again, counteracting the early first blood.
With the numbers, you're just going to play for some information. You already had Pred clearing out so much space in towards Ring. He's telling the teammates, yo, guys, bring the bomb towards me, get it down at Laundry, and someone watch a flank. This should be a GG on the round.
It definitely should be. Well, Encourage and Okus will try to put themselves together here to figure out this 2v3 retake with the bomb now planted. Encourage has not given up any information or angles through pillars, so you know for a fact that this post plant is largely living on the outsides of the map. Here's the first shoulder. Nice damage coming through Encourage on the little bop up, but the problem is there's help nearby. And Pred still on 4, able to get number 5. That's on low health too. What a bold challenge that turns into a potential kill streak on the way.
Yeah, and that's Pred again making the big play, taking all that space away at Laundry when the early gunfights were happening at the B site. Giving the comp to my teammate, it's free, guys. Just get it over towards me, get the bomb plant. We still have the numbers, but gathering in the information on the backside of Laundry, you spot out Okus, change up the spot, get the info onto both, so someone goes to help you. Still at least the Pred finding the final 2. So far flawless here in this SOD.
Yeah, very. The 5-0 from Pred, again, has him probably pretty close to a Hellstorm at this point. Okus gonna snipe. Takes his time, cannot connect. Too many nade damages coming through. Pred's gonna find kill number 6 here off the get-go. This time first blood and a second. He's on 7-0. That was all from top Laundry. A stray nade from Hyde does land though onto Kismet, so it allows Cloud9 to still play for the bomb collection here at Ring.
The Predator is still alive, man. We have yet to deal with him in any of these rounds. He already gathers the information that the pressure's going to be at A, so just going to back on up. Allow my teammates to assist me. The only way you beat me is if you plant the bomb.
Whoa, I mean, the shot from Xnid came through. I thought he was just going to try to throw maybe a bait shoulder and see if Okus can take the angle away, but tried to jump the corner. Xnid's able to connect, and that's a flawless round for the Falcons. So it feels like an opposite series right now from what we were expecting, Jay. I mean, yeah, this is unreal.
Who would have thought that Pred would be putting on the screen the best performance that he's ever had in Search and Destroy? Not only with the kills, but just his decision-making on the map. Understanding we got the numbers, no need to force an extra gunfight. Let me just back up to my team, regroup, and then we fight. He is making big plays right now in the search and destroy. This is the guy you need.
Well, it's the guy that they're getting. Nades over the top here from Xnid and Celium, putting pressure over towards B. Pred. Yep, there it is. Hellstorm out. That will lead to a rundown over to B, and likely a plant behind it. There's the call-in. Everyone taking their space, largely staying alive towards Laundry. Nezra at basketball would be the only one who really has a chance to contest the exit of Xnid. He gets into Tiki. Kismet's able to find first blood towards Ring, and the Cloud9 defense is in shambles.
Yeah, now he's just going to get out of dodge, just keep Okis's focus on Kismet, and that's going to allow his teammates to have the heavy advantage on this side of the map. It's already 15 seconds gone. You're still trying to locate where the hell Kismet went if you are Okis, and now everyone's got to come in through water. Yeah, but it's just not a place to be. But wow, big gunfight went there onto Pred. No, Kismet too strong, and then the follow-up kill over towards Bedroom does come through. Initially, that kill from high, you think, well, maybe hold on a second, especially if you can get Kismet from behind, but not the case, and the Hellstorm pays out for an easy post plant 4v4. That's how I want to see teams using Hellstorms in search and destroy. Take your space. They are sitting in buildings to not die to a Hellstorm, and Kismet is one of the best at doing that. Puts himself in a position at front Laundry, gets the first blood, forces Okis to put a lot more focus on him than help his teammates on the retake. And eventually comes back through water steps. Closes out the round there for Falcons. Again, flawless. 4-0 is the count. Now you don't got to worry about a Hellstorm if you're CZI, so let's go at. Yeah, should be a quick plant here, and we're going to be able to have a chance to evaluate the Riyadh Falcons retake towards A. This is by design. No one was even over towards A, so they should have something in their playbook. Nades over the top is what happens first. Hard to say if those tag. Xnid's got the scope pretty much hard set, and that nade does land. So now you do know that there's a post plant at Laundry. Oh, and a hit marker. That's tough, but this is all about trying to set up this pinch through driveway. Can you find the kills here if you're the Falcons? Yeah, and Courage is the most important player here. Keeping this side of the map sort of safe for his teammates, but Xnid finds that kill. Now he's gonna try to make his own play and get caught, and it's a 3v2. All you have to do is stall on time. You got 10 seconds left. You gotta hop this in.
Yes, button.
if you're
Thanks for confirming.
and he won't. They're too busy trying to play for the kills. So Cloud9 just kill
Não
off too much
podemos
time and
galera
space.
nessa merda desse YouTube.
Hey, I mean, you're right. You talk about the importance of encourage. He gets the read, he stays alive. That's an extra 4 or 5 seconds right there from the players that likely would have won the round for Falcons if they were able to find that kill quicker.
Yeah, he just keeps them at bay, man. He knows that his teammates are going to be safe on the backside of Laundry because they have the numbers.
Procurar minha
But the longer
comida
I'm
lá.
able to finesse at ring, the longer I'm able to alleviate that pressure from the front side of Laundry, so my teammates have an opportunity to still clutch on up. So,
Mas tivesse
you know, he doesn't
dormindo,
find the
deixando
kill,
gravar
but
aqui o
life was more
evento.
valuable for C9 to get their first on the board.
É lascado.
Can they build with that? You've got two players that are
Sido
combined 0-10
minuto ou
right
dois,
now,
mais
so
ou
you
menos,
need to see
acredito.
some kill participation to get things going. And how about this mad dash from the Falcons, even through the Van Bomb? Okus for first blood. Exted trying to follow behind it, able to secure the trade. Pred's also found Nezra over towards this pinch on Art, and he knows that there's another. This is not where you want to be stuck right now if you're Cloud9. Hype will drop, and this will be a 5th round most likely for the Falcons unless Encourage can turn up.
And it's again, Pred being a deciding factor. The Soul Man walks up pinch, is able to win both kills again on the backside. Even after Okus finds that first blood, he's instantly traded, and that's how C9 wanted to play that. All right, Okus, you show face. Potentially, if you get a first blood, even better. We're going to instantly work that bench. But Pred is just ready for it, man. This guy's not getting caught off guard today in Search and Destroy, and now Falcons at game point.
Yeah, man. Quick response here so far from the Falcons. So what do you have in store here if you're Cloud9? Now moving to the defensive side. And for the Falcons, honestly, I mean, or pardon me, the offensive side, for the Falcons, you've got the ability to do pretty much whatever you want right here with this much amount of space, and they're looking to push up through B. Love the idea, nades and stuns, keep away the angle, Hyde able to get it over towards
Esses vídeos duram mais de 5 horas. O YouTube dá com muita polema pra você.
One taking shots because of the focus over towards the heady, but Exnit Pred still, they respond to the first blood. How many times have we said that? That's at least the 3rd or 4th first blood that's been counteracted. Pred now on the pitch to win the game, not quite. Nezra avoids the agency with Encourage, but coming across this angle would be difficult. He's able to get the kill and get away though, so for a possible 1v3, Nezra's up to bat.
Trying to spot the info onto Celium. He does hit with a headshot, so you have the advantage in this gunfight. Celium, he's so difficult to take down, so you got to choose wisely when you chow.
There goes a lot of the shots. NPC coming through, trying for the wall bounce, not going to happen, but Nezra able to isolate 3 separate 1v1s to keep Cloud9 alive.
Yeah, that's how you avoid a donut and now gain some momentum if you are Nezra. 1v3 is good enough. Force an extra round, but yeah, Falcons sort of gave that one away though. It's like Pred, once he strikes that pitch, he's able to win that first gunfight, instantly traded. But then Exnit is in a position where Celium can't trade him, and that what allows Nezra to reset the play and then get the jump on him with the NPC. Good plays out of the rook.
Telling you, man, he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Passes the eye test.
I agree. I agree. Just comes down to, does he have the intangibles? Something that surely is probably the biggest progression point in their current circumstances. Ooh, a little sloppy there for the first time this map from Pred. So Encourage will find another first blood for Cloud9. But the Falcons, who have been so good at working these 3v4s, even in untradeable positions off the first blood, are looking to possibly get a free B plant.
Yeah, but Nezra's going to be in a position to stop that one. And then give you one extra. Set up your teammate for the final kill. Okay, C9. We're starting to gain some momentum. You give a guy a 1v3, you feel like you can do no wrong, and that's what Nezra has been taking care of. Finds a double here, sets up Okus for a freebie. Nezra just continues to shine here. Great timing to spot the bomb planter, because if you let that bomb go down, it's anyone's game, but reads the first guy, prepared for the second. Nezra is now giving this team life.
Yeah, dude. 5 in a row plus the assist on that last kill that Okus was
and
able to
Encourage got one too.
Yes, sir. Nezra still has about a quarter of the way to get to the Hellstorm. Look at this play. What an isolation. Pred will fall to the expected second in rocks. No, you don't. Encourage needs to get this trade, and Exnit's just dancing with him, dude. I mean, oh, wait, he doesn't hold his position, though. Doesn't wait for the help from Kismet. So a little over antsy right there is Hexnid, and we've got a 2v2.
Essentially get this bomb down, or you're going to scout for some information before you even think about the objective. Both players from Falcons, nice and comfy around that middle of the map, but they have already cleared out A, so choose your timing wisely when you start to go for that B.
Yeah, I think they're thinking that with Kismet still alive, they may be able to catch him on a long wrap. Problem is, you're playing with Cell, and these guys are going to sit and wait to play retake, which now they'll have the info. How do you set up your post plant? Encourage with an M15 only is going to play Tiki. Nice shots, nice damage, able to get the first. No chance for Cell to chow that. Ocus trying to show some crossfire support. Stun hits, couple of tags are in, and Cloud9 are still alive and kicking.
That's 3 in a row. That is 3 in a row. Now you are 100% feeling the pressure if you are the Falcons. First couple of rounds are clean, but now we're having a couple scam situations go down, and C9 are breaking you down right after.
Exato.
Great timing from Encourage to choose the timing wisely to get that bomb planted, and then finesse in Tiki, gather the information, and also find the kill, because he peppered both players with so many bullets. But the fact that he's able to get one sets up Ocus for the final. Cloud9 force another one.
2-2 split defensively. Heavy hit on the way.
Oh,
Ocus is sniping this time, and Ocus will grab one. I don't think anyone saw Nezra hit the water route. He may pop up and find the rest of this Falcons hit, but he's going to go clear bedroom first. So now you need to get a read on this rotation. Encourage has got that covered. Hyde here to help. Kills coming through. Exit in trouble. Down to 10 HP. But still alive. Trying to hunt him out as Nezra. Nice shots from Exit, but the trade is in. Just down to Pred. And will it finish for the Falcons the way it started? Underneath the AR of Pred.
Not going to have a chance to break the S&D kill record if he wins this round. This is the guy you want in this situation.
Time off the clock has Pred re-wrapping through Driveway, so Cloud9 will not operate with any information on him. And Pred is going to try to guard this from pillar side, but there's the smoke. Encourage holding, immediately taken out. Ocus has to go. Has to win this gunfight. First shots are clean. Oh, but he's trying to play the chase, and Pred's just going to throw shoulders. Oh, no. Wouldn't have had time to get back anyways. So it'll end there. The Falcons able to respond. And unfortunately for Cloud9, the giant comeback effort largely cut short. And I don't want to say that's a game knowledge thing, but that's just a tough situation to be in right there if you're Ocus.
Yeah, that's just a world champion going to get some young bucks. Okay, they're not going to instantly hop to defuse. They were just showing presence at kitchen, so they're not going to be in the play. But Pred couldn't have played that any better. Stalls out 15 seconds before they even get towards the bomb site. Then when the smoke grenade is down, you're not realistically in a position to even play the trade in towards pillars. And that's exactly how Pred wanted it to go down. 10 non-traded kills, 14 and 6 with almost 1,600 damage. The Predator took over.
Yeah, man, what a map for Pred. Huge. And more importantly, just holding Cloud9, having two players at essentially 0-13 at one moment in time. 0-6 and 0-7. So big response there from Riyadh, even though the comeback effort from Cloud9 is tippable. And now we take a look at the exposure overload. And I'll say for the Falcons, you know, in the overload in particular, you really have to feel pretty positive with what you've seen over the course of the last couple of days. I mean, their scoring average is getting higher, which I think is probably the biggest news for them in terms of positives, because they may still not be the best overload team of the game. They had that long stretch. It's been a little bit more 50-50 in this stage, but at least you're getting more offensive looks in this stage, which is big, Jay.
No, definitely big, man. And I can't wait to see what they're able to do when that map comes around, because the series is all tied up at 1. Falcons gained the momentum of what Pred did, but now we're going into overload and exposure. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month.
Can't do anything. These two hills right here, these two hills,
Oh shit!
Oh, there's one hallway,
No way, this guy.
Damn.
He comes right behind him. Oh God.
Purchase drop. Beans is the clutch god. And he's got a message.
Hands wide open.
4-3.
1, 2.
Oh no.
It's real.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
It's over.
That's a G. Definitely no Rocket League. G2 just hooked them. Oh my God.
GG, man.
He's done.
Wow, bro. Wow.
Look at him talking
Oh,
He said, I run you motherfuckers. That's it. Oh God.
oh.
That was a breakdown.
Buying one.
Top one now.
Frosty dead. I'm in their spawn. There's gonna be another one on me.
I'm pressuring.
What's Rook Jay?
One's on me. That's two.
Right, nice. Let's find the shit.
Yo, come B, come. Or you go.
We have it.
You guys are good. Nice. Spawn dead.
My God, Caesar.
Okay, Frank, I'm just trying to show them everything.
Just get all four.
Oh,
my God.
that was dirty.
But like, good Caesar.
Just no, I was working picks, bro. I was working picks.
Welcome back there, friends. 1-1 map count as we focus on our series, but gotta point out to some other individual players to keep your eye out for as we get to Major 3 in the Pro-Am. Kicks from Rock Esports. You might be sitting there, mild fans of the CW, being like, why does that name sound so familiar? Well, he started the year jumping into that Falcons team last year and impressed everybody. Went back to Saudi, came back out this year, and how did I classify him, Jay? He's like that D1 scholarship basketball player that turns down the option to go play pro and then shows up your local YMCA. Is just bouncing on everyone. That's been his Challengers run so far.
Oh yeah, he's been outstanding for Rock Esports, man. Obviously, they've already guaranteed their spot at the Pro-Am, but they have been one of the top teams in Challengers. Even though it's from the EMEA side, they still go to Telanavit and get top 2. That team is outstanding, and players like Kicks are one of those guys you desperately need to be on the lookout for because he has a shot that'll blow you away. But enough about him, and back into this series. World champions versus some amateurs, but the series is tied at 1.
Cloud9 looked good in the opening respawn. Can they provide here in the Overload? And again, talking about the Falcons, their kill potential has turned into some score potential. And offensively, they have looked much cleaner with much more opportunities in front of them, including this opening breakoff. They may just go ahead and score this. No trophies, though, so nades will have some impact. Kismet gives you 1, and no, not quite able to get over the threshold. So Stellian, the last one standing, would have to do it by himself. Nezra is able to find the trade, and he will grab the EMP and get the heck out of there.
All right, fantastic goal line stop there from Cloud9, and it's all due to just encourage when they at 1v1 gunfight. That allows you to have the numbers, and then one guy for the Falcons only has a pistol, so we should be able to get this stop. But now it's the finesse game. We're trying to fight our spawn, but we're not getting any kills. Falcons have us surrounded.
Yeah, careful here. Nezra is just looking for some space to breathe. He luckily creates it himself by finding Kismet. But everyone else on the team needs to start finding a couple of kills here as Okus, nearly gets the soul turn on into Xnid, but Nezra running with him, we were able to find the kill. Kismet pulling over towards the tank. Not going to be revealed by that nade. Good awareness, though, from Okus once again. Makes life easy for Nezra, who's on 5. And all of a sudden, he just needs a couple of bullets for an assist. He may get an early Hellstorm on this streak.
Yeah, and we're already finessing because those spawns for Falcons come at the B point, so let's get over towards A if we possibly can. But Xnid finds 1 kill, slows down the push. Now C9, your job is to slay around the middle of the map and encourage ready for gunfight number 2. Rotation should be over towards B because Hyde is in a position to stop them.
Well, here they go. Hyde around the corner. Riyadh under some trouble. Let's see how the Falcons are going to calm out this defense as they move over to A.
I have all of it, guys. Luring. I hear you long. I'll take you down. Jimmy left. Come on. Seven, one shot. Back corner, car. Watch on. Go. Reset. I'm dead. Where they go? Hides first, going for front P4. One left. Okay, they're going left. That was okay. I'm One cut. I'm going to TG. I'm going in there. Yeah, good finish, guys. They're trying to Jimmy, guys. They're Jimmy. Right. Yeah, turn me. Right, help shoot. Middle. Yeah, go. See one. I need to see one. He ran right. Dead. Long. I got it. I can't, bro. Server. Go on Ace and D. Yeah, hit it. He's gonna be right in front of you. Two tower. One right. I got one. Top three. Pushing up first. Open. Yeah. Reset mid. Yeah. One life. I have the right. Okay, one's out of the play. Out of the play right. Okay, go left. Yeah, I'm taking that. I'm How long does he? Long. Long again. I'm
not gonna lie, Jay, when we listen to their comms, it feels like a train that's about to go off the rails, like just coming around the corner at too high of a speed, barely hanging on. But Falcons have found a way to manage it. Now they've got a route here to possibly just get the free score at B.
Yeah, and I'm a former pro. Like, I used to do listens. I used to be in that main stage having that kind of communication. I don't understand a single word they be saying half the time. Besides, all right, we should go left and we should go right. Falcons don't seem to be on the same page initially to start this game, but now they are just running it up. Another 3 dead in the feed. Score number 2 is guaranteed, and C9 got to play the reset and desperately need to get a counter cap.
Yeah, man, they're just outslaying him so heavy right now. I mean, Hyde's 2 and 11. You've got a 6 and 9 at Nezra, who's usually the big X factor for this Cloud9 team. Yeah, and Hyde cannot get out of spawn. Xnid's just back here, camping it up. Yeah, and that's going to be a 3rd score with still a minute on the clock here for Falcons to escalate and advance and accelerate at halftime. Kismet still hanging. Good stun. Gives him a chance at more, but he will be turned away. So EMP goes back to mid. Cloud9 a chance to try to recover and get one on the board before the half.
Yeah, they just need some kills to go their way, man. So all you were looking for was the opening, and Hyde is able to give you one, but it's an instant response there from Celium plus an extra from Kismet to all the map control in favor of the Falcons. You got to sniff out the last guy. Nezra knocked down a half HP in a dream. He gets taken care of, and now Falcons in the final 30 looking to end halftime very early because here comes a Hellstorm.
Yep, Celium's going to call that on it. It lands onto Okus. Information for Xnid's timing on this pinch. He's going to find the one up top at platform. Only one more to grab, and that would be Nezra behind the point. And he's tagged up, but he finds 2 somehow. Celium able to get the response, but the EMP's down. You got to find a way to grab it, win a gunfight, and whoa, big win from Cell. Does he have the space to get through? No. Hyde finds the kill. EMP collected, but overtime will only be short-lived, and we're going to exit to a 3-0 half for the Falcons.
Okay, so Falcons slay their way to a 3-0 halftime. Simple as that, because C9 had 2 goal line stops. But it's like when they are setting up their offensive approaches, instead of working in the middle of the map, we need to work one of the absolute sides. That's going to allow you to influence the spawns a certain way. But every single time C9 tried to do that, they lost that initial gunfight. So Falcons just with the slaying presence right now is way too much to handle for C9.
Well, it started right from the get-go, right off the initial break-off. It just never really felt like Cloud9 were playing at the same potential. I won't even say speed, just potential of the Falcons, largely thanks to the slow start from Hyde. But Had a better finish there to that first half. See if he can get hot. Trying to get himself cemented in this map. Nicer opening win from Bread. Follow up from Kismet, and then there's 3. Oh my. Another really solid break off here for the Falcons. Encourage is in some trouble. Kismet looking to see if he should play for the kill at ring or try to stop the spawners. He'll pick the spawners and he picked correctly. Last one is Okus. He's low, trying to spam the corner. Selim finds the pistol win, and he will score for the 4th.
Yeah, this is what happens if you are a team that struggles in a mode and you get to the map 3, you're going to give the opposite team their best map. Falcons are 9-3 on exposure overload. This has always been their go-to because of the slaying presence that they can show. SMGs get lost. Selim has always been one of the more difficult kills to take care of, but they're just way too much to handle on this map. You're not reading these routes, and Exton sets up the double on the pit. Score number 5 is free, and Falcons just are waiting for another 3 minutes and 50 seconds for this map to end because this ain't even close.
Nah, not even close. Really good patience right there from Kismet, though, knowing he had Exton on that long pinch. He was thinking about taking the challenge with a player low on health, but works out beautifully. Now it's initially for the Falcons trying to defend the dirt pickup. Fred gives you the opener. Selim gives you one even cleaner. Nezra, the last one standing, taken down by accident, who turns and almost able to find most of Okus. But Kismet will grab the EMP and now try to put some pressure on the other side of the map. See if he can move away this Cloud9 defense.
It's just finessing. Forced the C9 to camp a couple corners. Potentially he's going to wrap to my position, but the juke moves is potentially going to work out for score number 6 because now there's a lot of pressure over towards this A point. And here comes Exit again on the pitch. He gets shut down, so a stop does come in from C9, but you need to get out of your spawn.
Yeah. Even explore the midway point of the map. That would be nice. Look at the MP over towards the P2 tank. Gunfight doesn't go their way, though. It's just the slaying presence. It's just too high for Riyadh. 19-10 from Cell, 24-12 for Xdid, and a quick capture puts it to a 6-0 tally. And look at the setup for the remaining Falcons members. Already in position to stop Cloud9 from getting out of their spawn.
This gotta be so annoying if you're C9. Like, it's one thing if we're getting whooped, but we can't even come off spawn and have breathing room to take 2 steps. Falcons is hitting all the openings, winning every single gunfight until this moment. C9 get 3, but you don't get the 4th, and it's the guy who shuts down the play.
Yeah, Kismet, one more, almost. Hides low. No immediate trade. Selim trying to follow up, is able to find Okus. Hyde still kicking, though, over towards P3. And he's going to just come up right behind Selim with no real concern. So favorable positions now for Cloud9. I mean, it still would take a miracle for them to come back into this map. And it looks like this hit towards A will come to a bit of a pause as Cloud9 are waiting to see if they can take down another wave while the Falcons try to push back into the middle of the map, and that will be successful for now.
Yep, but here, look at Kismet. I choose the right corner, and that one kill is going to be just enough to slow down this play. And then if I get one extra, you stand no chance at scoring. A minute 30 left on the clock. Trying to finesse is going to be Okus with the EMP. He gets knocked down to shreds. And yeah, it's just a minute and 20 until Falcons are up 1-2.
Yes, sir.
2-1.
2-1, 1-2, whichever you like. So that's what I'm talking about, man. I mean, we've really seen this out of the Falcons. Their ability to put together offensive looks and convert on them, I feel like, has been so much higher in these last couple of weeks. And one of the main reasons why I feel like they've been on this little bit of a hot streak. We're going to see it come to fruition here once again. Fred, 6-0 to count. Cloud9 is looking for something desperate, but Nezra, one more 1v1 in front of him. Kismet, no problem there. He's up to 25 and 17. It just, everywhere you look, it's a 1.5 KD or higher.
See, not get one on the board though, Al. Still not going to change the outcome of this map. Falcons are just way too much to handle, and realistically, Falcons in Overload might have the best roster for it. Because if you think about all these players individually, Selim has always been one of the hardest kills to find, or hardest kills to take down. And Overload, you need to value your life tremendously. Pred has always been one of those SMG players who loves to camp his corners and guarantee his kills. And then Kismet with the finessing play alongside Exton, who's just not afraid of a gunfight. This team is just set up from top to bottom to be one of the best Overload teams in the game, and they continue to show it.
Yeah, man. I mean, do you go back to, like, was it the stage 2 qualifiers in Overload in particular? We're sitting here like, dude, outside of Optic, these guys are the best Overload team in the game. Now, the stage, unfortunately, didn't provide much when they got to land, but there was that stretch where they went on like 8 out of 9 overloads, and watching them put together 4+ scores just about in every single one of their overloads here this stage, it looks like they're kind of rebuilding that same favor that we had during the stage 2 quals. This is a really, really important mode for a team like Falcons who, let's be honest, like we say it all the time, like some days they show up and look incredible, other days they show up and look miserable. But if you can put a map 3 in your pocket, it gives you at least a little bit of forgiveness for maybe dropping your hard point or dropping your search and destroy, whichever team you end up on, for the picks and bans in the first 3. So good stuff right there from Riyadh. They're expected to come out and do this to Cloud9, and we get what we expected.
Yeah, that is what we were expecting out of Falcons. Not what we saw on that map, number 1, being laid off the rotations, not really in sync to set up these breaks. But here on the overload, sometimes you don't even need teamwork, just someone to have a pop-off moment on one side of the map. And every single time Cloud9 were ready and waiting to get every goal line stop, just kept on leaving an opening, and Falcons kept on seizing that spot. Just way too much pressure. It's like they had 7 players on the map. And now C9 gotta win another hard point here, Al.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, could they go 2-19 on the last 71 days? I mean, it's just like, I know we discount, this Cloud9 roster quite a bit, but I will say, the thing that you have to give credit to is their improvement metrics when everyone's playing at around, if not at their potential, they're clicking. Like, they're putting together good setups when they get rotation wins. They're finding good timings and winning good gunfights on rotation to win them in the first place. And honestly speaking, mostly because of the nature of how they re-entered the league or just entered the league, they have a lot of reps trying to break kills. So their breaks are starting to become a little bit more clean as well. So like, they are putting it together. It's just, like we've seen even on overloads in the last couple of weeks, it's just the ice of being able to finish off a map. You can stay in it all you want, but being able to find the winning moment was something that was really elusive for them. And that's why I think you build a little bit of hope, for Cloud9, that looking back at the gridlock, you're up 80 points, you start to get come back on, but you still are able to close out the map. That's really important for the mental for New York.
No, 100%, man. Just seeing one go through the hoop finally after, 19 attempts at so many different maps, we couldn't see one. We couldn't even have one of the hard points go down to the wire. A majority of them have been blowouts, but if you're going to be able to fight and have responses off of giving up full 60s, winning rotation, and then having your own full 60, and then when the chaos is brewing, the communication being on point to be able to read some of these routes that they were able to do in that map, number 1. Even though C9 got blown out of the water there, you saw that Hyde was all smiles. We stood no chance there in that overload, but then HP, we've had a couple reps on it. Yeah, let's do the little things, and we're going to try to force that game 5.
Very similarly to the same storylines that we were talking about with the gridlock. You just got to be able to get there first, put yourself in a position to win. We saw Cloud9 in particular on this map have an opportunity to beat Carolina, but obviously come up 3 points short, mostly because you just get behind the 8 ball. And it's just like I feel like there's like that moment where you see the light at the end of the tunnel, and all you want to do is just sprint towards it. And you sometimes forget about the little things that you need to do right to make sure that your opponents, no matter who they are stopped. Because let's be honest, like, as much as there is, a pretty big gap between the top teams in the standings and the bottom teams, everyone's still a pro player. Everyone's trying to do the right things. So you cannot just hit the gas all willy-nilly or take your foot off the gas on the opposite front. You have to still play good measured COD, and we'll see if Cloud9 can see another one rattle home here on this Den hard point.
Yeah, between the 2 guys that we saw have pop-off moments in that map, number 1, Fred was able to still drop a 1.29. Thankfully, the comeback was brewing there for the Falcons to improve those numbers, but Nezra from start to finish was the guy hitting the routes, was the guy valuing his life, was the guy popping a double off the rotation and make it easier for his teammates. Both of those guys know what is in store going into Den. Cloud9, do you got it in you, man? Do you got it in you to potentially make this the longest CDL online day in quite some time?
For real, 4 matches of potential map 5s. Could happen. You got to remember that, the macro point that we're talking about was not only was Cloud9 great on rotation, but they never really allowed the Falcons to spawn up together. Multitude of 2v3s, 2v4s the Falcons were just forced to take. So can you also create that type of spawn pressure if you're Cloud9? It's a long list to check off, but so far, a good start. Falcons able on their second lives to come back through and recover some time here on P1. At least they should be able to, with Pred guarding the front doors.
Yeah, they have all the map control. Mid cut is being covered by Xvid. Pred creating the extra layer up the front side of bottom window. And this is not going to allow Falcons to take the lead and keep the rotation in their back pocket. But C9, with the numbers, you have to fly through middle. You don't want to hit these long rushes. That's exactly what Falcons are expecting. So, contested this whole time, C9 are going to give themselves a better chance.
All right, they'll have a lead going into P2. And depending on the timing of Pred's spawn, yeah, he'll spawn up towards the rooftop. So, as long as you can take care of selling him in the back, you should be able to win the spawns if you're Cloud9. And easier said than done, like you mentioned from the overload. Sells one of the toughest kills on the map, man. He is just floating. He eventually does get taken down, so Exton will spawn all the way out towards pillars. Cloud9 spawning in with a natural pinch set up by Hyde's position. But he gets taken down. Now they hit from the back. Has to start to create. Kismet going to give some space and try to take it right back. Unfortunately, though, he runs into Exton, or I guess Exton runs into him. And Nedra's double will give Cloud9 the break here at 30 in the clock.
Yeah, that's another beautiful setup there from C9. What's the little things you need to do to break into P2? All right, let's go around the back with multiple people so we can take care of Celium. And by just putting yourself in that position, blocks those spawns for Falcons to get those close roof spawns, because Hyde on the opposite side was that guy creating that extra space. So C9 again impressing me in their hardpoint game. How they're executing their team plays for these breaks. Now you're almost up by 20, and it's a battle for the rotation. But yeah. Kismet finds 2. Falcons able to stabilize.
It was an unexpected spawn from Kismet. Cloud9 don't get that read. They thought they were blocking, but Kismet spawns up and makes its way through the overload zone right behind the play. So now Falcons in control, trying to gain a little bit more space away, and that will force Cloud9 to be in a really tough spot, trying to hit their mid-cut, but Hyde gives you an opportunity for a couple. Trade is out. And Kismet's on a killing spree of 5, so opportunity for potential streaks, but as he's shut down, now Cloud9 should have the numbers to at least neutralize, if not win some time here at 3.
Yeah, off of that good spawn, Kismet made the most out of it, because if he falls over towards that side of the map at Cobble, then it's an easy break for C9, because X-Men gave up his life for free. And now C9 still not willing to give this up for free. You're going to test this to the very end. And you have pressure over towards Dojo. So all you have to do is just put that next fight. But Celium is doing Celium things. So hard to kill. He finds 2 and is trying to look for kill number 3. But for now, C9 got to try to fight this.
Yeah, but look at the follow-up. Because of the time that Celium was able to gain, 3 members from the Falcons push right through mid, help out. They get a couple of extra defensive spawners now for this hard point. Xnid, whoa, a little pull away from Okus. Looked like he had him dead to rights. And Kismet spawning through the front will realize that he's the only one spawning front, so he's just going to hold this position, see if he can catch Cloud9 off guard. Nade catches onto 1. Good patience, watches Nedra fall right into his lap, and now it's just down to finding Encourage, which Xnid does quickly. Falcons back in the lead.
Yeah, that's a lock-up setup there if you are the Falcons, especially with Kismet is laying in those cruddy spots and also finding frag kills. Allow the Falcons to have a perfect response after a scattered P3 with a full 60 hold. But Cloud9 again aren't deciding to cut their losses. They're still going to pressure this. They're winning a majority of the fights. They're trying to push Falcons back so they can have more free roam around that middle of the map. 20-point difference now going into our second set.
A decent time. The problem is there's not much of an exit here. Pred thinking he could maybe push up towards couches, but hits the brakes at maybe the worst possible time, as Okus will find him pretty darn quickly. But now Xnid working on the router on the back. Takes care of 1 inside the hill. And nice slide out to chow out our Encourage. And that'll be enough to get Riyadh over the 100-point threshold. Cloud9 still spawning over towards the P2 side of the map, but they need some kills quickly because Riyadh is watching everything.
Yeah, that was just a gap that should be open there if you are C9, because you found a majority of the kills, but no one watches the OE, the flank at broken. And Xnid again finding the opening. It's now going to allow the Falcons to continuously grow this score up. C9 are trapped towards mid-cut. They are trapped on the backside of couches because you don't want to flip these spawns, but you are forced to take these gunfights.
No immediate trade onto Okus. Kismet will be there to eventually find the final bullet. Nedra low will drop. And the spawns, because P1's still open, are over towards Dojo. Not where you want to be if you're Cloud9. So Xnid will try to keep the spawns away from that P4 position. Pred putting on pressure on P1. And at about a 60-point game here, the Falcons will lock down the back, and they should get a pretty solid read here that Cloud9 is largely getting from the front.
Yeah, and they have trophy sims that can help them in this gunfight. You walk into it 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1. Now you create that extra space. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Falcons, there's no way they lose this map, Al. It was a full 60 at P4, 45 seconds at P1, and you win the rotation over towards P2. Cloud9 looking like they ran out of juice.
Yeah, need something. You need something quickly. You're going to have one more attempt to really get a concentrated break here. Everything else is going to be finesse. Good first 2 kills. This is an important moment right here for Cloud9 if they're set to put together the comeback. Can you take care of Xnid? Good double chow.
Nova York tá perdendo. Isso que eu sei aqui, porque eu tô vendo aqui o partido.
Can you overwhelm the Falcons on this rotation? Kismet's already low, but he can wait for Xnid to find the freebie, but not going to happen. And now the pinch from the other side is starting to develop. Cellium by himself overwhelmed. This was working out pretty darn nicely. If you can get this trade into Kismet, Cloud9 will get the early time, and they will find the kill. So hold on a second. Cloud9 have a linchpin to get back in.
Okay, C9. That team nade is not going to help, though. And Encourage is also going to fall. So now
Agora nada do GTA 6, galera. Já olhei aqui. Um pouquinho mais cedo e nada ainda. Vamos ver daqui a pouquinho vamos ter naquela aí.
Dude, Nezra, that is unbelievable. He is the last man left in a 1v4. Finds one, takes a couple of pre-fire shots to push off the second. Help is on the way, and he turns that into 2. Unbelievable little 2v4 between Hyde and Nezra. And now all of a sudden, we're cooking with what feels like a brand new game of COD. Spawns for Falcons are good. Cellium, last one standing at Dojo, will drop. He will spawn out, like you mentioned.
Média 22, temos mais último qualify amanhã, hein?
All you have to do is take care of the guy sitting all the way in the backside of the plat. You do, just not quick enough. So Falcon's still trying to stabilize him on the back line.
Oh, nice shots from Encourage, though. Now you're going to start to have a chance to win back spawns.
Beautiful.
And now you've also got that kill from Hyde from the front. Oh, my. Cloud9 are going to decimate that setup from the Falcons. They're going to have spawns. They're going to push. Look where the Falcons are spawning. They're spawning all the way bottom left side of the map. They might not even see this hard point in the next 30 seconds.
We're playing some good Call of Duty if you're C9, but so is Pred. He hits the long routes. Now going to put himself in position to block that back spawn, but Nezra quickly on the trade. Bad frag. You know that Falcons are all going to come through the front door. They're going to attempt at this final 15 break.
Unbelievable timing on that kill through statue. Last 10 seconds. Falcons committing. Here comes Nezra trying to follow up, able to find one, and Cellium will win out the scrap time. Hides is going to try to bully. This doesn't want Cellium there, but now you're limited on numbers to rotation to new. Ooh, that moment doesn't feel very great for Cloud9. So Falcons will get a lot of free time here on P1. They eventually take care of Cell. Now it's just down to, can you crunch in? I'm actually surprised they didn't call the Hellstorm in here.
Yeah, we should. Especially if no one's going to hit around. It looks like the teammates are ready and waiting for Encourage to invest this Hellstorm. But off of the first attempt, you get shut down, and now you're instantly going to have to call the spawn, and it might not lead to time. Encourage, we got to do better with that Hellstorm, brother, because that needs to be instantly invested as soon as the hill popped.
Well, it's called in now. 2v2 over towards the Dojo side of the map. Kismet staying safe inside of 10. The other 2 members of the Falcons staying covered, or trying to stay covered over towards couches. Okus, 1v1 with Cell. Trying to hold on to the hard point. Not going to happen. Just not where you want to be against Cellium, who's able to turn and smoke Encourage. Oh, my. Pistol now out. Pred there for his trade. But keep your eye on the minimap. Hard point about to open at 2. Nezra there first. He wins the opening gunfight. Can he stay alive? He can do better than that. He wins another gunfight. Spawns are still going to go to the Falcons, but you have a chance for Cloud9 to get into the hard point early.
Yeah, and this is where C9 to get your trophies down, set up crossfires, because you know Falcons are going to have all the numbers towards the back door. But we need to find a trade. We need to whip out extra NPCs, and it's Nezra. It's high, combining for 2, but Falcons are still in.
This is just about winning the gunfights right now after Cloud9, and they are not able to do that unless Hyde able to give you 2. Gives a chance for Nezra to try to jump in. He would have to win the 1v2. Help is not here yet, but it's on the way. It's taking just a little bit too long, though. And Xnid will get to 4 in a row. Now off the regen, finds number 5 and number 6. Maybe the game-winning play right there. Cloud9, scattered spawn situation. Nezra's able to give you 1, and Xnid is likely to get overwhelmed here in the back staircase. So extra lease on life here as Riyadh are going to get possibly beat on rotation to new as well. Momentary lapse of decision-making for the Falcons have Cloud9 giving another lifeline.
Oh, yeah. Pred decides to hit 5 seconds of time. Now you were desperately looking for a very quick break to close out this game. You can't give it to it for free if you are C9. 2v2. So far in the trade battles, Hyde gets one extra, and Courage is finessing. Is Hyde here to play that trade because you have the numbers? They are all at Cobble.
Brad's over towards mid. The rest of Cloud9 able to make their way in, at least largely, to the hard point area. Hyde and Ezra trying to get involved, but Team Nate's landing all over the place. Yeah, really good nades from the Falcons, who now can overwhelm the remainder of this Cloud9 defense. And Curry would have to go galactic. He's done well. He's got to win this last gun one at a time, but here comes Hyde. And Courage will actually give everything, so the spawns will move. Riyadh stuck at the middle of the map. If they get wiped here, there'll be a chance.
Entre 10 e 15 minutos falta mais ou menos. Ou menos.
Ocus is able to find 3 while Falcons are heavily committed to get that final 5 seconds at that old time. Now again, you are late off the rotation, but Pred is able to find that opening kill.
Do they get the tick?
Do they get the tick?
They get the tick. Oh no. That's so unfortunate. You saw it happening. You do everything right if you're Cloud9. You get the wipe when you need it most. You force them to spawn in the worst possible spot, and you see the Falcons go to this split off their spawn. One player to the front of roofs trying to get the P4. Another through mid. The other 2, I want to say, just hit from the front or help out that play through mid cut. And the one who was just trying to use the hard point as like an alarm system is just not able to stay on the hill for contest long enough. So the Falcons will stop us from getting all map 5s all day long, but a hell of a comeback effort there for Cloud9.
Oh yeah, big shout out to C9, man, because all of the stats, you could throw them out the window. Those guys are playing some really efficient Call of Duty at times of that game. But the real losing moment of this hard point is when they give up a full 60 at the P4 by consistently trying to break through the front. They get over to the P1. No one is applying pressure through mid-cut, so Falcons have more angles to watch, and then eventually Exit hits you with a pinch, and then you win the rotation over towards P2. You gave yourself an opportunity, though, back into the game at the ending of the 3rd set of that P4 when you had the Hellstorm. We just don't use it properly at the P1, and we don't get any time off of that. I thought C9 did everything right. Oak is finding 3 off the roto. We are setting up for the new hard point. We play this old time until we can't lose. But Falcons took the high risk, and it was the high reward. They get the series in 4.
Wow. Lot to motivate, I think, Cloud9 to try to finish things off, but it is Falcons closing things in 4, keeping our desk perfect, at least on that particular match, as we head back to finish the day.
Alan, go rest that voice, my guy. We're going to need you in Atlanta. Let's talk about a 19 out of 20 potential map day. We almost saw number 20. You saw Cloud9 with the setup towards the end, but we didn't have enough time left in the game. We don't see this often.
I would have loved to see it go to that next hill because they were setting up to hold it, man. They just a fraction to extend this map. But yeah, I thought Jay and Alan hit it kind of perfect. The opportunity they had. I mean, it's P1. You have a Hellstorm. You really didn't
Depois de 25 é lá em Atlanta, galera.
time, so it's the perfect situation to just rip that streak and put Riyadh in the blender. But you know, these are late
Depois de
game scenarios
Atlanta.
that C9 just haven't really found themselves in, right? And they just get a little bit frantic. Now, albeit the guns were hot, some of the decisions just not it. You know, trying to bang the front on P4, obviously not the best play that you can make there. At least have a little pressure through server. I think that was in the first rotation, and then the streak. Those 2 situations, this game gets away from them.
Yeah, I think for Cloud9, like, I love at least some moments hard top from them throughout the hard points. I mean, you steal away that first one, which is already destabilizing for a majority of us, not to mention for Riyadh Falcons, but even in this game 4, I mean, you brought it back to within 50 points, which I can imagine the Cloud9 differential and hard point is nothing close to what they were able to keep it today. So some positives there for the sake of Cloud9, but for the side of Riyadh, you handle business, and I think in a good way, you go down that 0-1, you lose a map you didn't expect to, and then you're able to come back and just clean sweep the rest.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking glass half full for Riyadh, obviously they're not gonna be happy with this performance at all.
Yeah.
But like, their back against while having to win an S&D was massive for them in the game too, and Pred really showed up in that 1v2. So there were a couple good signs, but yeah, overall the hard point's gotta be stronger for Riyadh.
It's time for our Monster Winner Spotlight, the last of the evening. This one's with the Bulldog and Kismet. This was an unexpected grueler against Cloud9. Is the rest of the league leveling up, or why was this a tough matchup tonight?
Yeah, I mean, those guys they're going to get better as time goes. I mean, I think they're good players. I don't know. I think today we were just kind of shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit. It's our first time playing this late of a match, and every game went map 5, so we're just falling asleep over here. So we just need to make sure we need to lock in a little bit on if we play those late matches again and just do our thing.
Kismet, I got to ask a follow-up on that because I've had this monster, right? And I cracked it during the third match, and I've been nervous because I'm like, I don't want to get too hyped and ruin my championship Sunday tomorrow. So how do you manage that as a player? Have you figured out your caffeine flow?
Yeah, I mean, I rarely drink caffeine. I hate like that jittery feeling. I just drink water, to be honest. I'll drink caffeine if I'm like really tired, but I just usually stay away from caffeine.
Yeah, wait till you hit the broadcast desk. You're gonna need a lot of it.
Need it. Kiz, all right, so can you bring us and everybody at home into the mind of a pro for a second? You know, for the Riyadh Falcons, LAN hasn't been that great for you guys so far. What is going to be different? What are you guys focusing on headed into the major? Obviously, this is your last game.
I mean, for us, it's just all mental, right? We know we're all really good players. I've said it in other interviews. We're world champions for a reason. Shout out to Edward. He's our one of our coaches that helps us with like mental training and things like that. So just trying to make sure that we stay mentally focused and not letting the moment get to us, because I think that's kind of been what's happening the other two majors. So really focusing on the things that most people overlook, and you know, hopefully it clicks for us.
Hopefully, man. Good luck.
Yeah, being a world champion, being a veteran, I want to ask you what the skill gap feels like right now compared to past games between all of the teams. Like, what is that difference? Like,
Se ela acha sexy usar óculos durante estúdio, dentro de estúdio fazendo uma transmissão, ou se ela fumou alguma coisa.
I just think there's better players in the league, but also the talent's kind of
foda,
dispersed
né?
among
Usar óculos dentro de
so
estúdio.
any team can really have that takeover potential and win, which I think it's pretty good for the league.
Eu acho que é peso de
rather than
tempo.
having like one or two just powerhouse teams. So I mean, I think as it goes, I mean, everybody's getting better, but there's just a lot of talent among a lot of teams.
We saw it today. Congrats on your win. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. We needed that.
That is the Falcons, 10 more points. That's going to keep their lead over Carolina. And of course, we got to check in on everything that went down today, including your scuff play of the game. It's Brad 1v2, and you said he's in takeover.
Yeah, this is massive, you know, for Riyadh and for Pred in general. You don't want this game to go further. I mean, it was 5-1 at one point. They were coming back, so he gets this bomb down, repositions. I think C9 just gave him too much space on the map in general this round. And once you get this bomb down, it's planted for our, you know, your side if you're down low on the ramp, and for mid. So it's too much to clear. You see Encourage drops the smoke, which might be one of the dumber plays I've seen, but
and what's funny is, like, not to knock on that, because Ogus and Courage respectfully are on an 8 streak combined at this point, but Encourage just stood in the smoke on the bomb, not even diffusing, by the way.
It's a hard one.
It's little stuff like that. That's just silly. You're shooting your
Ele usa a sensibilidade, tá vendo ali, ó?
Looking so good in this match. He was not the only one. Works popping off in the respawns, and Craze with a great game 5. It's the Royal Ravens upsetting our Minor 1 champs, who looked red hot going into Atlanta.
This felt like another team that just really needed a win today. Like how Kismet just said in the interview, Carolina was that other team for me, and the fact that they got this versus team like LA, where for me, going to the major, it was them and Optic that were kind of like my favorites from the way they've looked this stage, and Carolina now with this win just begs the question again of, like, we really just don't know who's about to come and perform something. Yeah.
I mean, they beat Thieves, and they went game
round 11.
I mean, like, those are two quality
Chris Lair had to drop 27 on him in Search and Destroy to win that game 5. Here is a look at your Optic versus FaZe matchup. Speaking of Chris Lair, did this match live up to the hype?
It did, but simple and crazy, but he scammed at the end of this map.
He dropped 40 in map 1 for the L, though. Isn't that enough?
He kind of scammed. I mean, I gotta be honest. I listen to Tips, unbelievable. He honestly is sometimes above criticism, but yeah, he scammed. He scammed at the end of this one. But yeah, I mean, go game 5. You tested a lot of maps. I think FaZe and Optic both feel good.
Yeah. It was banger. I think, you know, throughout the entirety of this, it kind of just felt like an impending Optic win. You know, like sometimes you just have that feeling. So unfortunately, that's kind of what I had during this series. But regardless, it was still a banger. It was still incredibly entertaining to watch. Both these teams terrifying heading into next.
True or false, Plaza's gone before we get to champs.
Nah.
Ooh, I think it's gone.
I think so. I think.
Yeah, let's get it out. Let's get it out. It's as fun as this was. I don't think this is going to test Optics, the best of the best teams.
Fair enough. Optics 4-0 on it, so it might stay.
For now. Oh, Optic fans, hey. Here's a look at a guy who had to play Takeover in his own right. J, the Playmaker. Only 5 deaths, only 5 rounds lost in the Search and Destroy game 5, but it was a grueler versus G2. Boston Breach, all smiles from Nasty. His first win in over 60 days, Rosalie.
That's gotta be traumatic. I remember seeing this. We were going to the game 5 and I was
Eu pensava que Minnesota ia ganhar aqui. E eu enganei. Boston ganhou depois de 60 dias.
For that as well. So Boston Breach really showing some tenacity today.
And Afro, of course, is coming off that Birmingham land win. So hopefully he can get the guys who missed out on Major 2 a little bit of extra energy. But great day from Purge when he needed to shine. Mercules stays in our MVP conversation. And Works puts up some Rookie of the Year numbers. Pred, though, was he the star of the Falcons tonight?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, can you really pick a star from that series? The Harpoons are way too good.
It was ugly.
Yeah, wait, I'm not gonna...
You're playing the worst team in the league. It was kind of ugly. Yeah. Let's take a look at our standings, though, because it is beautiful if you're an Optic fan. Everyone else has an L, but you have a perfect record. No one else can do that, which means you have the #1 seed. And we have an interesting Sunday, Allie, because the Thieves still have another match to play. Koi are in the mix against a very dangerous Cloud9. And, of course, we'll see what the Gentlemates have. Are you ready for a Sunday?
I am ready for a Sunday. Honestly, it should be kind of fun.
Who are you going to pick, Gentlemates or Miami?
Definitely Miami.
That's
Eso,
Gentlemates. She hates choosing the Gentlemates. She's never done it in the last
where I take the lead.
2 years.
No.
If you haven't booked your tickets, book your tickets to Atlanta. If you haven't told your mom,
que ela é de Miami, então, né?
it's about time for you slackers. And for those of you who forgot, it's Mother's Day. Get a card tonight. Say Puckett says, I love you.
Or Krim will call your mom, too.
That part.
Joe, cantando pra você aqui, Joe, eu cantando pra vocês aqui, eu vou. Lá, vamos nós, pra cantar a música, música. É, 5 minutos. Bugou ali 5 minutos pra mim.
My bad.
Look at the round one. Here we go. Look at the round one.
Bang out.
Oh, it's a bang out. Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
It's all that's what I'm talking about.
And it's won by the boys.
Run it back again.
It's another bang out.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Hit it again.
Run it back. Do it again. Do it again. Yes.
Right back to it. Come on.
Tá maluco esse pessoal, hein?
Go, baby. Kid, I don't know what happened. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Shotzi. Welcome to another 5-0. Come on.
Ok, galera, olha só. Pra amanhã, Miami vence, como ela falou, o país, gentlemen. Logo depois, os Minnesota vai enfrentar Los Angeles vence. E o último, Nova York. Toronto, acho que eu vou para Toronto. Então, hoje tivemos assim, ó, 3-2, Carolinas. Texas 3-2. E Minnesota perdeu de 3-2 também. E fase Falcons venceu de 3-1. Então, aqui Nova York tem que vencer. Eu vejo quase impossível. Minnesota tem que vencer porque perdeu. Mas vamos ver se vai conseguir vencer a Los Angeles. Depois para Miami tem que vencer aqui. Que Miami ganhou, perdeu o jogo anterior, então tem que ganhar para poder se recuperar. E a mesma coisa o Paris Gentleman tem que vencer também. Porra. Mas só tem para um, né? Eu vou para Miami, então. Tô vendo por aqui então. A gente se vê amanhã, dia 22, com mais um. Ok? Abraço. Até amanhã.
Iniciar janela. Pesquisar janela. No opções de OBS Studio. Já. Interromper.